Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting momentarily. I've just got some technical issues on my computer, and once I've got that cleared up, we'll start the meeting. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being patient this morning. I've got my technical issues resolved. I hope everybody had a great weekend. I call this meeting to order. This is March the 29th, 2021. It's 9:35 in the morning. Good morning, members of council. In order to assure adequate physical distancing, all members of council and staff will be participating remotely. For those viewing the web screen, today you will see only I, Councillor Chapman, the City Clerk and the Deputy City Clerk are participating from the Council chamber today. The Clerk has muted all microphones. In order to speak, please advise the City Clerk via the web chat function, and I will recognize you by name. When you are recognized, please unmute yourself. When you are not speaking, please assure your microphone is muted at all times. If you have a motion, it must be submitted in writing and sent to the Clerk and Deputy Clerk to their respective email addresses in order for it to be displayed in the meeting. In keeping with the practice established by Council, unless a recorded vote is requested, I will ask if any member is in opposition to the motion before us at this time. If you are in opposition to the motion, please unmute your microphone and state that you are in opposition. I will ask everyone for their patience and as we continue to work with this technology, and trust that everyone will treat everyone fairly and with respect. Madam Clerk, could you please confirm all members of council that are in attendance, please?
Good morning, Mayor Carter. I can confirm that all members of council are present electronically.
Thank you very much, Ms. Medeiros. And by the way, happy birthday. We send our best wishes to you today. And it's wonderful to be here to celebrate your 29th birthday. Members of council, I'm going to ask us to take a moment to reflect upon the lives that were lost in the tragedy that happened on Olive Avenue 1 week ago today. Think of those that have been affected, not only the families that have been directly impacted, but the neighbors, friends, and community, our first responders, and all those that were involved in 149 Olive. I ask you to take a moment of reflection and remembrance. Thank you very much, members of council. The city of Oshawa is situated on treaty land that is steep in rich Indigenous history and is the present-day home of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Today, we gather on the traditional territories of the Mississauga-Scugog Island First Nation. Members of council, this is your opportunity to have an announcement. I go to the clerk to see if anyone has an announcement they'd like to share with the audience today. Councillor Giverson, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Carter. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you very much, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mayor Carter and members of council, I'm sure as we all know, over the last year of this pandemic, it has been quite a challenging time, and that has certainly been true for those who work in our cultural sectors. Our music industry in particular, it's been said that events and the performance industries will be the last things to come back once this pandemic is over. But in saying that, I wanted to note that just because it has, of course, been a tough time for those in that sector, it doesn't mean that they have been idle. It doesn't mean that they have not been working in different ways and still creating and being involved in the creative economy, because we do have a few Oshawa-based artists that have made us proud again a year later. The recent announcements by the Juno Awards in Canada, Canada's most prestigious music awards, there was not one but three Oshawa-based or Oshawa-rooted artists who were announced for Juno nominations this year. Crown Lands were a rock band from Oshawa that has been a part of our music scene and culture for quite a while. Were given the nod for two Juno nominations this year. Dizzy, who members of council may remember, were awarded Junos in a previous round, have also been given nomination nods this year, as well as Lennon Stella, who has deep family roots here in Oshawa through both the Stella and the Penhall clans, both of her family lineages. So it's great to be able to stand up virtually, of course, and note how proud these musicians are not only making our city, but also giving testament to the fact that we have a vibrant and vital arts and culture scene here. So congratulations to them on their nominations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giverson, and good morning and all the best throughout the day today. Councillor Nicholson, good morning. I understand you have an announcement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your kind words that you raised regarding the incident on Olive Avenue. As councillors may be aware, we had another unfortunate incident on Malaga Road where a pedestrian was hit by a car and pinned against a wall and suffered very serious injuries and is now under care in hospital. I just wanted to pass on my best wishes to the family for a speedy recovery and to express our concern on incidents of this type. It's been a difficult week in actually the last couple of weeks in Ward 5 with 2 major fires and 2 major accidents. And I can tell you that the families are coping well, but it's always a difficult situation when death and injury occurs in an accident or a fire. So I just wanted to pass on those comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. I hope you have a good day, sir, and thank you for your comments this morning. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else that is registered to make an announcement? There isn't? Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to additional agenda items. Councillor Chapman, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giverson, that the delegation request from Mike Rideout concerning item DS-21-45 and Friends of the 2nd March concerning item DS-21-40 and additional correspondence from various residents to be added to correspondence CNCL-21-28 and correspondence CNCL-21-31 from Jennifer Powell concerning item CS-21-26, correspondence CNCL-21-32 from various residents in support of item CS-21-27, correspondence CN-21-33 from Miller Planning Services concerning item DS-21-41, correspondence CNCL-21-34 from Connie Biscoff concerning item Corp 20-21-13, and correspondence CNCL-21-35 from Marty Golbin regarding item CS-21-27 be added to the council agenda for March 29, 2021, and that the correspondence be referred to the relevant items. And Your Worship, regarding CN-CL-21-28, I have a motion at the appropriate time when we hit the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. You've heard the motion. Any opposition? Being none, thank you. Councillor McConkey, I understand you have a point of order. This is in regards to rules, so please state what point of order has been violated, please. Good morning. Councillor McConkey, you're there?
Sorry about that. Having trouble unmuting there. Yeah, it's basically a courtesy to the people that have written in when it's described as various correspondence. I think we have an obligation to name the people that have written in so they understand that it was received and it is going to the items on the agenda.
Okay.
In future, I hope that we can make an effort to actually itemize them as we do at a public planning meeting.
Thank you very much for your comments.
At this
Thank you.
point, I have a time-sensitive motion that I had sent through to the clerk, and I think you would have a copy of it. Is this the time to bring it forward?
Well, first of all, you'll need 2/3 to waive the rules. What is the item that you're trying to introduce?
It's something that I emailed in to you, so I think you'd be familiar, but to encapsulate it in just a few words, it's to investigate various options, but not limited to a new community improvement plan that addresses renewal and building improvements related to the 40 row houses on Olive Avenue.
Okay. So as I corresponded to you, Councillor McConkey, I've asked staff to investigate many different options. We've been working on it since the day of the event. I don't think it's necessary, but if you wish You're asking for 2/3 to waive the rules to introduce a time-sensitive item. Do you have a seconder on it?
I do, Mayor Carter, Councillor Hurst.
Okay,
And
thank
I
you very much.
understand that you
Hold
may
up,
have-
hold up. I've got to take the vote. Sorry about that.
Recorded
Okay,
vote, please.
recorded vote. Councillor Chapman's call for recorded vote, 2/3 to waive the rules. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No. Unfortunately, that
Negative.
lost. You need 2/3. Thank you very much. Moving on. The declarations of pecuniary interest. Members of council, this is the opportunity to make sure your declarations are stated at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the chat box that has declarations?
Mr. Mayor, I do.
Okay, just hold on a sec, Councillor Marin Pietri. Councillor Chapman first, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I make a declaration on DS-21-32, the Draft Heritage Conservation District Plan for the South Field of the Oshawa Executive Airport, and DNCL-21-24, the Southfield Master Plan Study at the Oshawa Executive Airport, Southfield Community Garden, as I am a member in good standing of the Ontario Regiment Museum, which is located at the Southfield of the Oshawa Executive Airport.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You got those two. Thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri, good morning, sir. Declaration, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I have a declaration regarding the item dealing with the BIA. It is CNCL 2120 update related to the dissolution of the Board of Management of the Oshawa Central Business District Improvement Area, as I have family who own and operate a business within that district and may be impacted by the decision rendered by council. Thank you.
You.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I also have a declaration.
First of all, good morning, Councillor Neal.
Good morning.
Okay, so my understanding is you have a declaration. Could you please state
CNCL 2120, open session and in camera, as I have a possible declaration or conflict of interest in regards to correspondence that was originally sent in by a brother of mine, a member of my family. So I will not be dealing with anything to do with the dissolution of the BIA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neal. Madam Clerk, anyone else on the chat box in regards to declarations? So, Madam Clerk, I submit to you today on DS 2152 the original declaration form that I did state at the meeting of March 8th, 2021. I submit that at this time to make sure that you've got the hard copy of it. I believe you have the electronic copy. Today, I make a declaration on CNCL 21-20, the dissolution of the BIA. I am a member, or we're a member of the BIA, and I am an owner of buildings in the vicinity. Therefore, I make this declaration. Also, I make the declaration on DS 2152, Community Improvement CIP. Again, this affects the downtown core, and I own buildings in the area, and I make these declarations of pecuniary interest in those regards. Madam Clerk, just to let you know, if a tabled item is dealt with today in regards to the BIA, I will make that declaration if it is lifted and dealt with this council. And Madam Clerk, just to let you know that when we do get to CNCL 21-20, I will give up the seat, and Councillor Chapman, our Deputy Mayor, will take over from there. Thank you very much. So this morning we welcome Inspector Dave Saliba. He's the officer in charge of Central East Division, Durham Regional Police Services, to provide a presentation concerning the 2020 year end and plans for 2021. I'm going to ask if Ms. Bianquette or Ms. Lane has Inspector Saliba online. Inspector Saliba, are you there, sir?
Good morning, Mayor Carter. I am here.
Good morning, Inspector. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I hope you got my message over the weekend, by the way, before we start. Your foot patrols were very active in the downtown core throughout the weekend, checking the trails, the parks, the pathways, and doing a lot of wellness checks. So I hope you did receive that message, and I just want to publicly say thank you very much for the efforts of your men and women on duty this weekend, sir.
I did receive a, Mayor, and in fact, I attended parade this morning, spoke with the members of 17C Platoon and thanked them for their efforts, and I actually read your communique to them as well. So they were very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inspector Sliba. Inspector, you're here to bring us an update. Your presentation time is 10 minutes. I know that you've provided a slide deck. I know that members of council were provided that. Inspector, it's 9:53 at this time, so if you're comfortable, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Carter, and thank you, members of council. As Mayor Carter said, I'm Inspector Dave Saliva. I'm the officer in charge of Central East Division. I recognize I have a lot of information to go through, but I only have 10 minutes to get through it, so I'm going to be speaking rather quickly. I've been asked to address council to provide a year in review of 2020, as well as our divisional priorities for 2021. Although my focus is on Central East Division, I'll be providing information related to all of Oshawa. On slide 2, Central East, or 17 Division, is located at 77 Center Street North. We are the largest division in terms of staffing. Our authorized divisional complement includes 160 members, which includes 7 civilian positions and over 150 sworn officers. Our divisional deployment includes myself, the Patrol Services Leader, Staff Sergeant Wilson, and 4 platoons of officers, which consist of 1 Staff Sergeant and 2 sergeants for each platoon. Our staffing complement also includes my community response team, our foot patrol unit, and our school liaison officers. And moving to the next slide, please. Although we're the largest division from a staffing perspective, Central East Division has the smallest geographical footprint of any division within the region. In general terms, the boundaries for Central East Division are from the lake north to Taunton and from Stevenson Road west to Harmony Road in the east. 18, or Central West Division, is responsible for the western portion from Stevenson Road west and the northern portions of the city north of Taunton divided by Simcoe. 16, or East Division, is responsible for areas east of Harmony Road and the northern portions north of Taunton Road. Central East is divided into 3 different zones. In totality, Oshawa is patrolled collectively by 3 different policing divisions based upon our ongoing workload analysis. And moving to the next slide. Although Central East is the smallest geographical division, we are by far the busiest. In 2020, Central East Division officers responded to almost 37,000 calls for service, representing over 32% of the calls for service for the entire region. This represents an overall increase in calls for service by 2%. For all of Oshawa, Durham Regional Police responded to over 48,000 calls for service, an increase of almost 1,300 calls for service from 2019. And moving to the next slide. Within Central East Division, calls related to violence are down 2019 to 2020 by 0.8% decrease. Property-related calls are down by almost 260 or 7%. For all of Oshawa, property-related calls for service, and when I say property, I'm referring to fraud, break-and-enters, mischief, stolen vehicles, those types of calls. They saw a decrease of over 1,100 incidents, and violent calls for service also saw a decrease of over 200 occurrences. We did, however, see an increase in calls categorized as other. Now, other calls would be alarms, missing persons, mental health calls, threats, those types of occurrences. And we saw an increase of 2,600 additional calls. And moving to the next slide. Our 2020 Community Safety Plan divisional priorities. These roadway safety, downtown community engagement, youth, and communication continue to be our priorities throughout 2021. And moving to the next slide with it being roadway safety. Central East Division focuses roadway safety enforcement efforts specifically at identified high collision intersections. We identified 10 major intersections that were targeted for directed enforcement at various points throughout the year. In terms of collision reduction, motor vehicle collisions were examined using a time period of January to December 2019 versus 2020. Of the top 10 collision intersections, 8 of them saw a reduction in motor vehicle collisions. Overall, personal injury motor vehicle collisions decreased comparatively from 2019 to 2020 within Central East Division. In 2019, there were 314 personal injury motor vehicle collisions compared to 2020, which had 236. Also, in 2020, there was a reduction in fatal motor vehicle collisions. In 2019, 4 people lost their lives in motor vehicle collisions. However, only 1 in 2020. Across all of Oshawa, we observed a reduction in motor vehicle collisions from 2,740 in 2019 to 2,149 in 2020, which is a drop of 591 accidents. We further observed a reduction in MVC's personal injury. In 2019, we had 469 personal injury accidents. In 2020, we had 327, which was a reduction of 142 occurrences. Our next slide for roadway safety. As we navigated through a global pandemic, there was an impact to our enforcement efforts. Throughout 2020, Central East Division officers issued 5,607 provincial offense notices versus 2019, where we issued 6,249. However, across all of Oshawa, we did observe a slight increase when including all of our statutes, which is the slide before you. On the DRPS website for Central East Division, we have included information on how to communicate traffic complaints. And we have an email address there, trafficcentraleast@drps.ca. And roadway safety concerns can be communicated via this email address directly to our traffic safety coordinator. And so far in 2021, we've had 2 roadway safety initiatives, which have resulted in 520 PONs, Part 3s and cautions in March, and 504 in February. And moving to the next roadway safety slide, incidents of impaired operation also observed a decline. In 2019, there were 158 incidents of impaired operation in Central East Division. In 2020, there were 148 incidents of impaired operation in Central East Division. For all of Oshawa, impaired incidents fell from 255 in 2019 to 225 in 2020. Next slide being the downtown. Central East Division officers focused on increasing their visibility through the use of dedicated foot and frequent bicycle patrols towards increasing safety in downtown Oshawa. Historically, in 2018, divisional leadership reassigned 2 officers to patrol downtown Oshawa on foot in a proactive capacity. As the need has increased, the demand and the related strategies have been modified to address this need. During 2020, Central East Division had officers dedicated to conducting foot patrols, bicycle patrols, open area enforcement, property checks, crime trends in response to the downtown. Central East School liaison officers completed 209 hours of combined foot and bicycle patrols in addition to their regular duties. In total, 1,732 hours of proactive patrols were spent in addition to the 2 full-time officers assigned to the downtown foot patrols. And moving to the next downtown slide, each week we meet with our crime analyst to discuss crime trends holistically within Oshawa, but also to discuss challenges we face within the downtown. A review of crime and disorder calls for service to the downtown illustrates that these types of calls have increased by 22%. Although combined, these calls have increased, crime calls have decreased from 515 in 2019 to 455 in 2020. Disorder-related calls have increased from 1,648 to 2,180. The majority of this increase in disorder-related calls is due to disturbances suspicious persons, and unwanted persons. The majority of crime-related calls in the downtown are theft-related, followed by assaults and commercial break-and-enters. In totality, almost 9,000 hours of dedicated proactive enforcement was conducted in 2020 versus 7,843 hours in 2019. And moving to the next downtown slide, in 2020, the downtown project commenced on September the 7th and concluded on October the 30th. The project amassed a total of 553 shifts, which resulted in 1,522 proactive hours, which were spent working within the downtown. These proactive hours resulted in 257 PONs, 46 Part 3 offense notices, 67 arrests, and 19 cautions. Once again, this proactive police initiative does not include a reactive call response. When reviewing the data, it illustrates that following the initiative in September and October, both crime and disorder calls for service decreased the following months of November and December. Upon project completion, crime-related calls decreased by 16% and disorder-related calls decreased by 32%. Our greatest challenges are resources and sustainability. Throughout 2020, my officers have observed people in the downtown who've been previously unknown to the police. This information has been communicated to us as if they're here from other communities. In 2021, we have doubled our foot patrols within the downtown, and we're also completing our operational plan to address community safety within the downtown throughout the year. Moving to our next slide, stabbing-related incidents have decreased from 68 in 2019 to 50 in 2020, which represents a 26% decrease. Incidents of firearm discharges have increased, however, from 18 in 2019 to 22 in 2020 within our city. Thankfully, our frontline patrol officers are catching many of the guns during routine traffic stops. Our gun and gang unit and our drug enforcement unit have also done some terrific work seizing multiple guns and drugs. And my community response team has done some incredible work addressing community concerns while also seizing guns, drugs, and making some key arrests. Moving to the next slide. Regarding our youth-related initiatives, Central East School Liaison Officers continue to provide youth-related programming. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, a large number of our scheduled events were canceled. However, in 2020, the School Liaison Officers attended 1,513 calls for service, completing 251 follow-ups in relation to school youth-related incidents that would otherwise require a general patrol uniform response. Throughout the majority of 2020, our officers were challenged to identify new ways of connecting with the community, especially as it pertained to youth initiatives. In addition to their regular duties, the school liaison officers completed 1,846 hours of proactive youth-related community involvement, addressing 70 community events and 160 engagement activities. Throughout 2021, our school liaison officers also connected via various mediums to ensure community connections are maintained.
Inspector Saliba, can you hold on just a sec, please? Can I get a 2-minute extension, please? Councillor Chapman moved a 2-minute extension. Could I have a seconder?
Councillor Neal.
Councillor Neal as seconder. Any in opposition? Hearing none. Inspector Saliba, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'm just about done. Throughout 2021, our school liaison officers have also connected via various mediums to ensure those community connections have been maintained. Our ability to connect externally has also increased significantly over the past year. Due to a renewed focus on our Twitter site, we have observed an increase in our followers of 121%, and we're attempting to address community concerns and providing information on our proactive efforts. With regards to North Oshawa, we have observed a slight increase in violent offenses of 3 offenses. We've also observed a large increase in calls for service in North Oshawa, of almost 500 calls. This has caused Central West Division to focus upon North Oshawa specifically within their community safety plan. Central West has been utilizing both proactive patrols as well as known offender compliance checks to address these concerns. And Mayor Carter, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Inspector, thank you very much for your presentation this morning, and thank you for being clear, concise, and consistent all the way through. Again, I take this opportunity to say thank you to your men and women that serve us in our community each and every day. Inspector, just to let you know, we have some members of council that would like to ask you some questions. I hope you're comfortable with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to go to our first councillor, Councillor John Neal. Good morning, Councillor Neal. It's 10:06 or 10:07, I'm sorry. Please proceed. You have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Inspector, for that update. We really appreciate it. You're talking about an increase in North Oshawa. Everybody knows it, and I'm glad that you were able to acknowledge that today. The simple fact that we're being treated out at the north end of the city, which planning tells us there's 20-some thousand residents moving in, and you can see the construction on Conlin and Harmony Road and everywhere else over the west as well. Is it not time for a police station? Because that's what's being asked at the region on a constant basis from myself and others. So I'm just asking you if you can comment, or are you going to share these views on statistics with the police board to get this going? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neal. To the question, please, Inspector.
Thank you, Mayor Carter, and thank you, Councillor Neal. We do a regular review of our statistics with our crime analysts, and we are reporting on a regular basis to ensure that we have a fulsome picture of what crime and disorder is looking like across the region. We are aware that calls for service in North Oshawa have gone up, and that is the reason that we have that focus from Central West Division in terms of being a proactive response. With regards to a specific division within North Oshawa, I know that is a point of discussion with Chief Rollauer. I don't know, in all honesty, if there is anything been confirmed on the horizon. I think that is something that would need to be addressed by Chief Rollauer. But regardless of a brick and mortar application, our officers are aware of what is going on. We are providing those proactive initiatives, and to the best of our ability, we are trying to address that need.
Thank you very much, Inspector, and I know you'll take these comments back to your leadership team as required. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Neal, is that your last question, sir? Okay, I'm going to move on. Councillor McConkey, good morning. It's 10.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to the unmute button fast enough, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that there are new schools going out there, as you know, and the population as well, the building. So there has to be some immediate response, and that's all I'm going to say here today, because I imagine there's going to be other councillors as well that want to ask questions. But if there's something that I need to do, and something where I have to appear, then I will do that, and I'm sure the mayor will do what he can to help us out here, because you don't want to leave it too late. We got new schools. We got like the population's moving in. We have to do something very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neal. Good morning once again. Councillor McConkey, good morning. It is 10:10 in the morning. Questions to Inspector Saliba. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Inspector Saliba. I just have a couple of questions, and mostly about the statistics that you've given us this morning. Very interesting. But do you have a breakdown of how many are repeat offenders for the same activity? Say someone that you've picked up in the downtown for drug abuse. I don't know if you could just describe what the procedure is.
Inspector, to the question, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor Carter. Some of Councillor McConkey's communication was somewhat muffled, but I believe I understand. She's asking about the recidivism rate, if I heard correctly, within
That's
the
correct.
downtown. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So we are aware, we do look at our recidivism rates for repeat offenders.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
We do look at that recidivism rate. We are aware of repeat offenders within the downtown. Our challenge is we have to work within the limits of the law, and we do look at a variety of different alternatives when we're dealing with people. And Mayor Carter, you commented about our foot patrols yesterday, where we offered out those the 211 pamphlets that we had drawn up, and we're handing them out. So although we are looking at enforcement as a tool, we also look at providing different resources to place need with the required resource.
Thank you. Councillor McConkey?
Thank you. If I could ask, have you had any charges for the repeat offenders under Part 2 of the Provincial Offences Act?
Inspector, did you hear the question, sir?
No, I'm sorry, Mayor Carter, I wasn't able to hear that.
Okay, let's try this again. Councillor McConkey, could you repeat the question, please?
Thank you. I'll try a little louder here. If there have been any repeat offenders charged under Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Act?
Inspector?
I'm going to say yes, but that is, I don't have anything specific in front of me, Councillor, quite frankly. That speaks to Part 3's as it pertains to recidivism, but I can suggest that is probably correct.
Inspector, if you don't mind, just before we go on to the next question, Part 3, what does that encompass, please, for our audience?
So there are different applications of a provincial offense notice. In terms of simplicity, when you get stopped for speeding in a specific zone, you'd be issued a Part 1 offense notice. A Part 3 offense notice is a higher level of fine attached to it. So it's a higher level of seriousness related to the offense.
Thank you. Councillor McConkey?
Thank you. Trying this again. The question, I basically would like to know if you'd be interested in receiving a copy of a letter that we received. And I was actually just reading that paragraph about the Part 3. We've received a lot of letters this morning because there's an issue that's very topical about what goes on in the parks, especially in the downtown. And this letter, it does talk about some case law, and I think you might be interested. The one point I'd just like to read to you from it, and if you're agreeable, I would like to see it forwarded to you. It says, well, the City Council has no control over the desk book of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. This writer believes that the city could pass a resolution that a letter be sent to the PPSC and the Durham Region Police Service, reminding them that the desk book still does permit charges for possession committed in the vicinity of places frequented by children or young persons, or where it poses a heightened risk of a community's effort to address consumption of controlled substances in accordance with its own community approaches. Is that something that you'd be interested in reading further on? Because I found this letter that we received from a member of the public
has left the meeting.
Continue.
I'm sorry, I finished my question.
Yep. So you asked Inspector Saliba if he would be interested in having a more in-depth conversation in regards to that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd just like to pass this letter if he's interested in that point, and if he had any comment on whether or not that is correct, that the city could pass a resolution about this particular aspect of the.
I think that sharing the information once it's a public document and it's part of our minutes of our agenda will be available for Inspector Saliba. Asking him in regards to other components of I think it would be unfair at this time. So,
Sure. Okay. So if I could ask one more question.
Sure,
I don't know.
please.
I heard someone leave the meeting. Is Inspector Saliba still there?
yes, he is.
I am.
Okay, sorry about that. It just it cut out there for a minute. So I really appreciate hearing that you've got new ways of connecting to the community, and I really think that what helps is when people that are aware, especially of the drug houses, and actually document the number of activities that they think are highly suspicious. And then report it. But I don't know if they're reporting, if they're feeling that they might have some type of repercussions. And I've tried to put the word out about Crime Stoppers, but I don't know, in addition to just, publicizing to call Crime Stoppers, do you have any force that's ongoing right now to encourage the neighbors in communities where they believe there are drug houses to be calling in?
Inspector?
So, Councillor, I think there's two key points. One of them being, you are correct. Crime Stoppers is a viable alternative for anybody. When somebody issues a Crime Stoppers tip, they do so anonymously. They're not identified. So that is a viable option. The other thing that I'd like to point out, we take all of our
Go ahead,
we take all of
Inspector.
our community complaints very seriously. And my community response team are members that are not in uniform. They typically wear clothes that
Go ahead, Inspector.
okay. They typically wear clothes that would not be highly identifiable as police officers. So they can have those communications, they can have those conversations with people whenever they want to bring something forward to our attention. And then that gives us the basis to initiate an investigation. And quite frankly, it's very important that the community members are giving us that information in whatever form they feel most comfortable. Because they may think that we already know, and sometimes we do, but I would rather have more information than less information when we're dealing with any community complaint. And like I said, my community response team does an excellent job of investigating those incidents and seeing if in fact there is evidence of drug activity or whatever it is they're looking into.
Thank you very much, Inspector Saliba. Your time has expired, Councillor McConkey. And just a reminder that the Mayor's Task Force on Community Safety and Wellbeing has a whole campaign out that helps people be able to report incidents through Durham Regional Police and also our bylaw officers. If you see it, report it, and you'll see a lot more on this as we move forward. Madam Clerk, also, I'm wondering if we could send IT up to Councillor McConkey's office just to check her computer, because we're having some issues with regards to her audio, so I'm wondering if we could get somebody up there. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, Councillor Nicholson. Good morning. It's 10:20, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Inspector Saliba, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions and a general request. In your presentation, you indicated there are 6 patrol areas within your area of jurisdiction. And the numbers you've given us are for the city as a whole. Is there an ability to break those numbers down by patrol sector?
Inspector?
Yes, we can. And that is something that I can get my crime analyst to provide for us. Generally speaking, I want to provide information, given the time limits that I had, specific to both Central East as well as Oshawa.
Good. I do think that's a positive step. It would help us compare where areas of priority are within the city and compare the various impacts in certain parts of the city. My second question is, I appreciate hearing about some of the proactive steps you're taking in the downtown. As the warmer weather increases, we see more and more people will start to use our trail system. Is there going to be any program this year where we see any enhanced patrolling or support in our trail system, given that many of these areas, especially in the southern part of the city, are very isolated away from any other eyes. I wonder if you could address that.
Councilor Nicholson, last year, bicycle patrols alone, we spent 170 hours on bicycle patrols. I am anticipating an even more robust response this year. Excuse me, we're just finalizing our operational plan in terms of 3 different applications, one being the spring, summer, and fall. And I would anticipate that you should see a number of our officers out there, as we have been doing throughout the all of 2020 as well as 2021.
I do thank you for that, and any information you can provide to us as a council about your plans for that would be greatly appreciated. My next question deals specifically with your stats regarding increase in violent crime. There's a perception in the community, and I share it, that we've seen gun crime go up in the city over the last little while, but the numbers don't seem to reflect it on a citywide or violence-wide analysis. Have you determined that we're getting more instances of guns being used, either simply shooting them in the air or shooting them at people in the city?
We are seeing an increase in our gun-related incidents. We did go up slightly from 2019. Oshawa is a city similar to any other city. It's going to have problems, as most cities do. Unfortunately, when people decide that they want to enter into the drug trade, as an example, quite often guns go along with that trade, and there are challenges around that, and we are alive to that. And that is the reason that I am very, very thankful for the efforts of our gun and gang unit, our community response team, and the frontline officers as well, because of the amount of guns that they are getting off the road. So we are going to continue doing those traffic stops and doing those key pieces to make sure that we are providing a safe community, an attempt to get all of these weapons off the streets.
Well, I do thank you for that. I know our citizens appreciate the responses, the very quick responses of your officers. It's interesting to be sitting on a street corner wanting to turn north of the road and suddenly see 9 cruisers go by at very high speed. So it shows a very quick response. And I want to thank you and your staff for that continuing support in the community. One item I did want to bring to your attention, and I would hope we could follow up on that, is that we're seeing a great increase in street crime in the area surrounding South Simcoe School, Albany Street, so the Old Corral, that area of South Simcoe and related streets in the area, an increase in prostitution, drug dealing, etc. Is there some steps being taken by your office to try to address and dissuade that type of activity?
Just so I understand, because I think I missed part of that, Councilman Nicholson, you're referring to street crime?
That's correct.
Prostitution, drug dealing, etc. We're seeing a lot of it in the area of Simcoe Street South, in the vicinity from Olive Avenue southwards to Bloor Street, mostly around the old Zellers Plaza, South Simcoe School, and the area adjacent to where the Old Corral bar used to be. Those streets seem to be under a bit of a siege right now.
Okay, well, in relation to the street crime that you're referring to, we have both directed foot patrols assigned in that area, as well as my community response team has been assigned to monitor the area to see if there are incidents of prostitution. The challenge that we have with that is finding the offense being committed at the time, and that's really what some of the challenges are around prostitution.
Well, I understand that the problem we're having with that particular incident is the circling of vehicles constantly on some of the side streets. And it's creating a bit of a havoc for the area residents who are trying to simply live their lives. I know there's limits to what the law says you can do, but if there's any way to clear up some of the traffic issues through your activities, that would be helpful. My last question deals just generally with a perception in the community on road traffic. I appreciated the information that you provided us on the Highway Traffic Act violations and tickets, but I was wondering if the reduction in the tickets is either to a reduction in offenses or a reduction in enforcement, because there's still a growing perception in the city that many of the road issues and traffic issues are not being enforced. So I wonder if you could address that.
So there's a couple of things, Councillor. One, we did have a reduction in our provincial offense notices last year. However, I think that reduction was more related to the pandemic itself, and right from the outset, the officers were aware of how the disease was spreading, and I think there was an impact as a result of that. However, as it has progressed, and we are now fully protected when our officers are going out, we're able to have those impacts. And like I said earlier in the presentation, we have had February and March, where both months we have issued over 500 tickets for both months just during the traffic initiatives that we were running. Those traffic initiatives were only for a period of 2 weeks in each month. And it was a limited number of officers, and that is specific just to those initiatives. In addition to that, we're still having our routine traffic stops being conducted by our officers. So there is a variety of different components, and one of them also is we have a regional enforcement team as well. And our regional enforcement team picks different areas of the region to focus on, and quite often that area is also Oshawa. So we are out there, we are having that impact. Like I said earlier, I think that the reduction, although as light as was that reduction, I think most of that can be attributed to the pandemic and how we were responding to it at the time.
Councillor, your time has expired.
Can I just make one statement? I just wanted to thank Councillor Inspector Saliba. I've had to reach out to him on a couple items, and he's very quick to respond. I just wanted to thank him for his quick response and his assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
It just seemed to be.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hurst, your mic is on. Okay, I'm going to move on. Councillor Marks, good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. One brief question to Inspector Saliba. Good morning, Inspector Saliba. With the nice weather on the horizon, you may have touched on this in the presentation. I apologize, I was having some technical difficulties with the slides. Are there going to be any resources diverted toward the crackdown of noisy vehicles along our main strips and roads? I know we had spoken about this some time back prior when some of your colleagues, maybe even yourself, had attended. I do note that it is quite disconcerting and may pose a safety issue to some of our residents. Are there any resources that might be diverted to that particular issue in the city? Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you. Inspector?
Thank you for asking that question, Councillor. I probably should have included in my presentation. I apologize. Back in October, when the Chief and I presented to Council, I heard that this was, in fact, a challenge. We have received complaints about it. We actually challenged one of our officers to do a complete research and enforcement project on it. We now have a new traffic safety coordinator within Central East Division who is doing an extremely good job. He just started with us in January, and he's doing a very, very good job. And one of his projects that he's identified is just specifically around that. And more so than just Central East Division or just Oshawa, we are going to be bringing our regional traffic unit into the city to assist with that enforcement effort. because we have heard that this is a significant community problem, and we are dedicating resources towards that. We're looking more towards May or June to start those initiatives because we recognize that it's a challenge to be. We have to be out there, hear what the issue is, and then address it accordingly.
Thank you very much, Inspector Saliba. That's encouraging news. I hope that you are invited back in after the summer blitz is over to maybe share some of the findings. And at that time, if it's appropriate, I'd love to hear sort of what came about of this of these enhanced techniques. So thank you very much, Inspector Saliba, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to ask the question.
Yeah, good morning once again, Councilor Marks. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to move on to Councilor Mayor Pietri. Councilor Mayor Pietri, it's 10:32 in the morning. Your opportunity to ask our inspector questions. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Inspector Saliba. I want to begin by thanking you for all the calls that you field and the help that you're providing us, especially in the North Oshawa area, where you've seen much of the increase in some of the criminal activity associated with a number of the elements that you've already identified earlier in the meeting. Just wanted to ask same questions that I've posed at the region, and I think the same questions that I think in general the residents are concerned with. The presence of Durham Regional Police in the area, say for example around Durham College and the university, was a lot more pronounced as a result of the campus that it once had. This campus is transitioning to another municipality, which is unfortunate. And the question is, how are we working to replace that presence? I know that you have gangs and guns and intel that operate in a way that we can't obviously see. They're very active. They're doing everything possible. But a police presence, is there a discussion in the interim of a police station of what we can do in order to ensure that presence is there? Inspector, to the question, please.
Councillor, thank you for the question. I think that Central West Division officers, having committed to the additional proactive patrols in that area, will greatly assist. It is true, we no longer have that presence within Durham College and UIT. However, recognizing that the North Oshawa area is an area that requires significant attention, they have addressed that need, I believe, and that is through Central West Division.
Councillor? And is there anything aside from the Central West Division, which happens to be Whitby, is there anything aside from that that's being discussed in the interim of us? You know, it takes time to build a police station. First of all, you got to buy the land, then you got to plan, and then you got to fund it, and then you got to construct it, and then you got to staff it. Is there anything in the interim of those steps, aside from what's being applied from the Whitby Division, to have a presence at Durham College or the university, or say at one of the new power centers, the commercial centers that are in the area, to take up some space as a, you know, as a presence, so that residents in that area are comfortable knowing that that presence that was once there, it remains there?
Inspector?
Councillor, I know that Chief Rollauer has, even from our meeting back in October, I don't recall which councillor asked him, but that question was posed to him at the time. And I know it's been a question of concern for both community members as well as city councillors. And I know it's being explored. I cannot comment on the current state of where that is because I just don't have that knowledge. And my apologies for that.
Okay, I would just appreciate that comment, because I believe it was probably either mine or another council member, but it's consistent with the kind of questions that I've been asking throughout the last number of years. And I think if you could just take that back to the chief and to the board, we would really appreciate action on that. And I think further to that question, in vacating Durham College and Ontario Tech, was there a discussion, or are there any discussions to have some element of DRPS remain present? Because I know that you're in high schools in different parts of the Durham region. Would make sense to have a presence in that area, and if it's not at a commercial center or at a separate sort of building, why not maintain some element of DRPS presence at such a large institution that I believe would benefit also the neighboring residents?
Inspector?
So I think what I can do, Councillor, is I'm more than happy to pass along your comments both to the chief as well as Inspector Moot, who's the officer in charge of Central West Division. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I can pass that information on to them.
I appreciate that very much. And one last question, Mr. Mayor, through you to the inspector. I know that you field all of our phone calls at all hours, and it's impressive in the way that you communicate with us. I know that you're often in touch with the mayor. I just want to ask, is there anything at your end that you see that we can do in order to help the process along of making the community safer, especially in light of some of the incidents that we've incurred, like whether it is something that you see in the type of planning for community, in the I guess the support for a particular service or program, or an initiative, be it the police station. Is there something tangible that you see that we need to activate as a council?
Thank you. Inspector?
Councillor, I'll be honest with you. I'm very happy that I have a mayor and a council that is engaged as you folks are. It makes my job a lot easier, in all honesty. We are working, when I say we, I'm speaking of collective DRPS, are working very closely with the mayor. And we are making sure that we are providing that communication as much as we possibly can. Mayor Carter spoke about the mayor's task force earlier, which I think is also a step in the right direction for all of us. And we are collectively trying to put our heads together to identify exactly what the root causes of our problems are and what resources need to be assigned to address those root causes of the problems. And from my perspective, I think that, our involvement is key, and we will continue to be an active participant and working with anyone. And I never discourage anybody from making any suggestions, because I'd rather hear from people and know that, and hear from the community members and know that the impacts that we're having are being understood, and we can work collectively together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Inspector Saliba, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marion Petrie.
Up.
Inspector, thank you very much for your delegation this morning. I greatly appreciate it, and answering the questions from various members of our council. And thank you very much for the work that your team is doing both in reactive and proactive policing in our community. And I look forward to more conversations and more successes as we move forward. But I'm grateful for the working relationship that I have with your men and women and yourself. Please pass on my best, of course, to Inspector Moot, I believe, that is in charge of the northern part, and Inspector Haskins also at the same time. But Inspector Saliba, I wish you the very best of the day, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Carter, and thank you, council members. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, I'm pleased to recognize the 2021 recipients of the Community Organization Volunteer Awards. Normally, this presentation would include inviting each recipient to come forward to be recognized
Inspector
by council.
Saliba.
Given the current circumstances, however, unfortunately, the name, the organization for each recipient will be announced and the certificates will be sent to each recipient with a letter of congratulations. We are grateful for those that volunteer their time, skills, abilities, and talents to our great city, and we take this opportunity to recognize their hard work and dedication. Madam Clerk, our first recipient is from the Oshawa Seniors Community Centers 55 plus, and that is
Jerry Henderson.
Jerry Henderson. Jerry Henderson of the Oshawa Senior Community Centers 55 plus. We thank you for your service, especially throughout the last 14 months when we're dealing with COVID-19. Many of the volunteers at the Oshawa Senior Community Centers have made wellness checks, also have arranged for food delivery, and just fellowship calls to make sure that their members are safe. Gary, we thank you for your service on behalf of all the residents in the great city of Oshawa. Our second recipient also comes from the Oshawa Senior Community Centers 55 plus. Madam Clerk.
Louise Weir.
Ms. Weir, we thank you once again for your work at the Oshawa Senior Community Centers 55 plus. Again, recognizing your work throughout the past 14 months, especially with the amount of over 27,000 wellness checks being done by all those associated with OSCC 55 plus. We thank you for your dedicated service, even in difficult periods of time. Our third recipient is from the Durham Alliance Association Social Club. Madam Clerk.
Roy Miles.
Roy Miles, we recognize you for your contribution to our community and thank you for your contribution to our great city over the numerous years that you have been volunteering in our community. Our last recipient is also from the Durham Alliance Association of Social Clubs. Madam Clerk.
John Duval.
John Duval. Congratulations, Mr. Duval. Thank you for your dedicated service to our community and your many hours of volunteerism. Members of council, I know that you pass on your congratulations to those that are being recognized today for their volunteer service in our great city. We are a great city because of the amount of volunteers that we have in our community. We look forward to hopefully next year being able to hand out these certificates in person. Councillor Chapman, you have a motion in regards to our next delegation. Is that correct, sir?
I have a couple, Your Worship. The first one is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giverson, that the delegation of Mike Rideout be deferred to the end of the meeting in order to be heard in closed session. This is an item on a confidential matter.
Okay, let's take a vote on that. It's been moved and seconded. This will be deferred to the closed session of today's council meeting. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, that passed. Councillor Chapman?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giverson, that the delegations of Jennifer Powell and Violetta and Chick, sorry if I mispronounced your name, Friends of Second March be heard.
Thank you very much. Moved in second on the two delegations. We need 2/3 to be able to pass this. Any on opposition? Hearing none, then both those items have moved forward. So, just give me a moment, please. I'm going to ask the clerk's office to put a call into Ms. Powell, if you don't mind. Members of council, give us a moment, please.
Mayor Carter, I have Jennifer Powell on the line.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lane. Good morning, Ms. Powell. How are you?
Hi, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I hope you and your family are safe throughout this pandemic. I know that you're here in regards to our item CS 21-26, and you have the opportunity to speak to members of council in your delegation for 5 minutes. At this time, Ms. Powell, it is 10:46. Are you comfortable to start?
Absolutely.
Ms. Powell, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So today we were just hoping to come on and say that we're very grateful that the committee has put forward the recommendation to council to put in an always stop at Massive and Hillcroft. And thank you so much for considering all the factors that will keep our children safe. As you all know, this stop sign request was started by our son, Noah Powell, who is 9 years old. And he had a multitude of reasons as to why he wanted the stop sign to be implemented. And we're just so grateful that our children's safety was taken into account by the committee as well as the council. And Noah also is here with me today because we wanted him to continue to be involved in the process. And I think it's so amazing that we've given him the ability to see that people do have a voice, no matter how small that voice may be. And that as they grow by doing things like this, that we are creating advocates in the next generation of students and children, which I think will bode very, very well for our city in the future. And that's really all I had to say. And Noah just wanted to say something really quickly as well.
Hi, I'm Noah, and I'm the person who wrote the email to the mayor and the council. I just wanted to say I'm really excited to have a stop sign installed, and I'm glad you took the safety of kids in my neighborhood seriously. Thanks a lot, and have a great day.
And that's it. We will not take 5 minutes. We just wanted to say thank you and how grateful we are for the opportunity.
Ms. Powell, it's wonderful to be able to also hear the next mayor of the great city of Oshawa on there with you. And it was a pleasure meeting you, your husband, of your family last summer at your location, at your residence. So thank you very much. And I give kudos to your son, not only in regards to his initiative, but also spending the time with us this morning. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you. And thank you all very much, in addition to the mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, could you just hold on 1 second, please?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hurst, it is 10:48. You have a question for the delegate?
Not really a question, but a compliment, if I may, Mr. Mayor. To Noah, thank you very much for speaking up. And to Mom, you're doing a great job of raising a fine son. It just shows that, and hopefully other people coming forward, no matter how old they are or how young they are, that their input is valued. It just struck me that many years ago, my daughter, who's now going to be 40, did a traffic study at Central Park and Hillcroft when she was a student at the former Central Park Senior Public School, and delivered that to City Hall, and that ended up in resulting in that corner being addressed. So, and that was like a good 25 years or so ago. So Noah, thank you very much. Look forward to meeting you, hopefully at some time in the future. And I wish you and your family well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the indulgence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hurst. Councillor Kerr, good morning, sir. It's 10:49. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just have a question for Noah, if I may. Noah, good morning. And I just wondered if you could, how did you find the process was in terms of communicating with City Hall and staff? I just was interested in what your impressions were and how you found the process.
He wants to know basically how you felt about the process to get this information to the council. So did you think it was easy? Did you think it was hard?
Well, I wouldn't say it was easy or hard. We had to go through a lot, but I'm glad we did go through all that because now the safety in our neighborhood has been improved.
Well, that's excellent. And do you understand that having all those processes in place are necessary to make sure it gets done right? Is that your understanding now?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Jennifer and Noah, for being here and exercising your opportunity and your right as citizens to speak to council. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Ms. Powell, thank you once again to your family. I only wish you the very best. Stay safe, and we look forward to seeing you soon, but have a wonderful spring.
Thank you. You guys as well. Take care.
Bye-bye. So our next delegate is Willetta Willenchuk. I'm going to wait for our clerk to be able to connect them, so give us a moment, please.
Jennifer has left the meeting. Mayor Carter, I have Violetta on the phone for you.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Ms. Willentuck, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I am doing well. Thank you.
Good. I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit, if you don't mind, or bring your microphone or your
has joined the meeting.
Your phone closer to your mouth. Is that okay?
Yes, yeah. It's nice and close. I think I just have to speak up.
Yeah. No, if you could speak up, that'd be great. Ms. Willenchuk, you have 5 minutes for your delegation. It is 10:52 in the morning. Are you comfortable starting right now?
Yes, I am.
So the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Carter and members of council. Good morning. My name is Violetta Valenchik, and I'm the Administrative and Programs Director with Friends of Second Marsh. I am here to speak to you about item DS-21-40 on the agenda, specifically the Second Marsh Heritage Research Report. In section of this report, there are 2 recommendations that Friends of Second Marsh supports and 1 change we are requesting. There are 5 recommendations in total in the report, but I'm just going to be speaking to 3 of these today. We support recommendation number 2, which is that consideration be given to extending the area to be designated eastward to include the McLaughlin Bay Wildlife Reserve and, per the 1992 management plan, northward to include the remaining marshlands located between Colonel Sam Drive and the CN rail line. We also support recommendation number 5, the council consider requesting that the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority return the water lots fronting the Second Marsh, which were deemed to them in the 1970s in order to accommodate a then planned expansion to the Oshawa Harbor back to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry as additional protection to Oshawa Second Marsh against further intrusion. We request a change for recommendation number 3. The original recommendation reads that the original plan for the establishment of the Great Lakes Wetland Interpretive Center to be located on the 2 vacant lots immediately northwest of the GM Canada West parking lot be revived, and City Council express its continued support of the venture. Friends of Second Marsh is requesting for this recommendation to be revised as follows: that City Council express its continued support of the plan for the establishment of the Great Lakes Wetlands Interpretive Center located on Friends of Second Marsh property. Friends of Second Marsh is very pleased with the heritage designation for Oshawa Second Marsh. We were fortunate to be one of the stakeholders contacted and interviewed for this report. This report really showcases the cultural and historical importance of Oshawa Second Marsh. It also demonstrates how fortunate the citizens of Oshawa and Durham region are to have access to such an environmentally significant area. As you may or might not know, the Oshawa Second Marsh is a provincially significant wetland and one of the few wetlands remaining along the north coast of Lake Ontario. We want to ensure that this whole area is designated for present and future generations to enjoy. So just to summarize, we support recommendations 2 and 5 and request a change for recommendation 3 in the report. In conclusion, the pandemic has created stresses and challenges for many citizens, but it has also clearly shown that people need access to nature and natural spaces for their physical and mental health. Areas like the Oshawa Second Marsh provide these opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I greatly appreciate it. At times it was a little difficult to hear you, but I think that we heard your presentation, so thank you very much for that. Madam Clerk. Councillor Kerr, good morning. It's 10:55. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Violetta, and thank you for your delegation this morning. I just want to focus in on and for your support of the staff reports, the northern part of Second Marsh, concern over and continued discussion of the water lots and potential of designating McLaughlin Bay Wildlife Preserve, as well as the Second Marsh. What my question wants to focus in on is the reversion, if you will, of your Friends of the Second Marsh desire to locate the Great Lakes Wetlands Interpretive Center where the original plan was. So my question to you is, how much land is there for your preferred site of the Wetlands Center, and where is that land, just to be specific for those listening?
So Friends of Second Marsh does have property. We have 5 acres, and this is located to the east of the General Motors headquarters, like their east parking lot. So that's the location that we have currently.
Thank you. And that you said that was 5 acres, and you in fact own that land.
We do, yes.
Okay. Is there a certain amount of available places or land to park vehicles for visitors currently to that area?
No, there is not. There's there's a little parking lot for that section of road heading down off Colonel Sam Drive. There is it's called Town Line Road South, and currently the parking lot there, I think it fits about maybe 15 to 20 cars. So it's so when people come there, they park along the road, and so it's quite packed in there. But also, just recently, well, because of the pandemic, people are going to all these different areas. I've been to that area a few times with my family, and one day I just decided to count the cars, and there was about 75 cars in that one area. So the parking lot plots along both sides of the road. So a lot of people are using that area.
Okay, so this is very much a known area for many citizens of Oshawa in terms of being able to visit and observe wildlife and the marsh area. Is that correct?
It is, but just not Oshawa. People are coming from all over Durham and outside of Durham to the different areas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to focus in on the fact that there is land for the purpose of this Great Lakes Wetlands Center that's already available and owned by the Friends of the Second Marsh, and that is in fact their preferred site. Thank you, Violetta, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for your delegation today. We will be talking about this report a little bit later in our council meeting, but thank you very much for your service to the community, and I wish you the very best of the day, but please stay safe. All the best to you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're moving on. Matters requiring direction, items requiring action, CNCL 2128. Councillor Chapman, you had referred to this at the top of the meeting that you had a motion in regards to this, sir, please.
Indeed, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kerr.
Rachel Rossetti has left the meeting.
CNCL-21-28 be referred to CS-21-27 with the other correspondence that has been received.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. It's a referral to go to the report. Any opposition? Hearing none. Thank you.
Direction and timing?
It's being referred to the report itself. 21,
right,
27.
Direction and timing?
I presume that we'll be dealing with it today.
Right, and direction, I'm just asking again if we could have the names. You don't have to.
We'll deal with it when it goes to CS 2127. We'll deal with it at that time. All items are referred to that item. Thank you. Thank you. It's referred. Thank you. CNCL 21-29, Newton Trelawney Property Management Services, Inc. Submit comments related to CS 21-22, the removal of parking spaces in front of 44 and 50 Bond Street. I need a motion, please. Councillor Giberson.
Motion to refer to CS-21-22.
Okay. Need a seconder on it?
I'll second that.
Second by Councillor Chapman. And it's referred to the report. Any in opposition? Hearing none. Next item is CNCL 21-30, Guy Journal, Integrity Commissioner's Status Report on Activities. Need a motion? Councillor Chapman?
Mayor Kerr,
Marks, Councillor Marks,
Mayor
sorry.
Carter, Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor Giverson, that this be received for information.
Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Hearing none. Okay. I'm going to pass the chair over to Councillor Chapman to undertake CNCL 21-20 as I have a declaration of pecuniary interest. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is on the update related to the dissolution of the Board of Management for the Oshawa Central Business District Improvement Area. Councillor Hurst, I understand you have a motion.
Yes, I do, sir. And I've already forwarded into the clerk's office.
We'll get that set up. You have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councillor Kerr has agreed to be the seconder of the motion.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait till the clerks get it up there for us. Okay, it's up there now. Did you want to speak to that, Councillor Hurst?
I think it's self-explanatory when you refer to the report, but for the benefit of folks listening in, this is basically a housekeeping motion with respect to the dissolution of the former BIA, and we need to wrap up some items of business, and staff needs direction from council in order to do so. So I don't have anything further to add. So if I may, I'd be happy to read the motion at this point in time.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is as follows: that pursuant to section 5.5.2 of report CNCL 2120, dated March 24th, 2021, staff be directed to communicate to the holiday lighting supplier that the city does not wish to continue with the order and to cancel the order. And number 2, that recommendations concerning the BIA website as outlined in section 5.10.4 of the report be adopted. And number 3, that the recommendations concerning the BIA's domain names as outlined in section 5.10.5 of the report be adopted. And number 4, that the recommendations concerning the BIA's social media accounts as outlined in section 5.10.7 of the report be adopted. And number 5, that the Downtown Oshawa BIA Endowment Fund on deposit with and managed by Ontario Tech University, formerly known as University of Ontario Institute of Technology, and awarded as a Downtown Oshawa BIA Award, be renamed the Downtown Oshawa Endowment Fund and awarded as Downtown Oshawa Award, and staff be directed to notify Ontario Tech University accordingly. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr is the seconder. Did you want to say anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's self-explanatory.
Any Councillor Gray?
Thank you very much. Well, it's part one that I have the difficulty with. I happen to believe that the vision that the BIA had for the lighting, basically, we have the explanation in front of us. I still believe it should be done. It can be done in phases. It doesn't have to be, Rome wasn't built in a day. But the fact that they wanted to light Memorial Park and then basically extend the lights up basically to Parkwood, well, obviously council could still be flexible in what direction we wanted to go, and it was going to come back down Center Street. I think it's a beautiful vision for the downtown. Adding lighting creates a little bit of excitement when you've got somebody comes in to visit you from out of town. Hey, let's go, take a little drive in Oshawa, and just showcase basically the downtown and some lighting beautification. And I think we're just, the motion as it's presented right now is just completely slamming the door on the initiative. The light, at least a portion of these lights, we could scale back the order if that is the desire of council. But I still think that lighting beautification is a good idea. And just because it came from the BIA doesn't mean we should just shrug our shoulders and say, well, we don't want to do that. We got rid of the BIA. Still, I'd ask my fellow colleagues, let's revisit this vision. Let's not slam the door shut. And at least on section 1, I would like a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk? Councillor Marks?
Councillor Chapman, thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
just so you know, like I'm not sitting beside the clerk, so we have to communicate what information.
Oh,
she's
yes.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
I understand. No, I just wanted to request a division for voting, one from 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Gray, I believe, already did that and wants a recorded vote on item 1. Are there any other?
Councillor Chapman, I wouldn't mind. I know I said earlier I had no comments, but after Councillor Gray's statement, I think I would like to respond, if I may.
All right. Stand by for a minute, would you?
Yep.
No, talking to the clerk there, you passed up your opportunity, so that was your opportunity to speak, Councillor Kerr. Sorry about that. Councillor Hurst can close in a minute, but I have a
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment. First off, I'd like to thank the treasurer and her staff. I think this is an excellent report, well detailed, and a lot of time I know went into it because there's a lot of balls in the air on that. So, Madam Treasurer, well done to you and your staff. On the item number 1. Of course, we're talking $50,000 to $60,000 with some of the issues that we're not 100% sure of, whether they meet standards and things like that. And of course, there is no $50,000 to $60,000 probably in the BIA, so it would have to come, perhaps have to come from an additional special levy. Anyway, those are my comments. Councillor Hurst, you wanted to close?
Thank you. Basically, you said what I was going to say, but I would disagree with Councillor. I won't be supporting amending this motion as presented. If you read the report, and it's a public report about the cost, I don't know where the money would come from. I don't think that's fair. It would appear that the city staff have reached out to the supplier. We have no particulars about the quality, or even if this lighting is meets the CSA standards. My understanding is further that in order to have done this project, this endeavor, no matter how good intentioned, how well intentioned it was, that it would require a lot of electrical supply in order to facilitate it. And I don't know, I don't understand. From my understanding is that the city staff hadn't been approached about how to roll out this proposal. So there are a lot of balls in the air. And if we did continue with the order, in my view, it wouldn't be a wise expenditure of money. It'd be throwing good money after bad, and we'd get probably, we don't know what we're getting at the end of the day. It's not like it's a company that is within reach that we could work with and actually inspect and approve what we're getting. So on behalf of trying to make a wise financial decision, I think we should just go ahead with the motion and continue on wrapping this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have a recorded vote requested by Councillor Gray on item number 1, please, Madam Clerk.
On part 1, Councillor Gray,
No.
Councillor Hurst,
Yes.
Councillor Kerr, Councillor Kerr,
Sorry, I was somehow offline off my screen. Yes, I'd support the motion as presented by Councillor Hurst.
we're voting on part 1, Councillor Kerr.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Let me just, I'm sorry. I somehow got offline here.
Okay.
Yes, cancel the order.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
You make a declaration on it?
Oh, has a declaration. Yes, my apologies. Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor Neal has a declaration. Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
5 affirmative.
So on items 2, 3, 4, and 5, is there anybody in opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next item to be dealt with is CNCL 21-27. Jeff Davis forwarding correspondence concerning the downtown Oshawa business improvement area. This was placed on the agenda by Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey, I need a motion on the floor. Is it your intent as a receipt for information based upon the previous actions?
Actually, I'm surprised that it came after the report and was not included with it. But anyhow, I hope that the answers to the questions asked.
Okay, I'm going to stop you first. I need a motion on the floor. I need a motion on the floor.
Trying to determine, if I can pull it as I did and discuss it with the receipt information.
We have to have a motion on the floor.
Receipt for information.
Receipt for information. Can I have a seconder on it? Seconded by Councillor Chapman. Councillor McConkey, you have the floor. It's 11:12.
Thank you. If I could ask the finance, if the questions asked in the letter are completely covered now, if just trying to
Okay,
refer to
just a moment. I'll go to our treasurer, Ms. Sinnott. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Carter.
How are you on this day?
I'm good. I'm very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Did you hear the question by Councillor McConkey?
I believe that the question asked by Councillor McConkey was whether or not the information that had been requested in the piece of correspondence, has that been addressed? If that was the question, then yes, that information was addressed in the report that was just discussed.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey?
Because if I look at the letter, it talks about assets that include those with or without book value and include such intangible assets as websites and IT data. And I know it's a comprehensive report, you've listed it all, but was there a value, like, you've got the book value, but is there any way of getting today's value for any of it?
I believe that the treasurer has already addressed that. She has said that the report and the status in regards to the assets and liability have been appropriately evaluated and reported.
And my question is if they could be determined at today's value, not just the book value, the purchase value.
I believe that that's what the intent of the report is.
I was asking the finance commissioner, is there a way of determining the value of the assets today?
So, Madam Treasurer, I tried to answer the question in regards to my understanding of the report, but you may want to see if you have a different interpretation. Did you understand the question that was put forward by Councillor McConkey?
I believe so, Mayor Carter. In the report, it does list a number of physical assets and it lists their cost. Some of those assets are capitalized in the financial statements, so therefore a factor of depreciation is applied. And today's book value on some of those assets will be reflected in the 2020 financial statements. As far as some of the intangible items go, they don't really carry a monetary value, as we have subscriptions to these items that we pay on an annual basis. For instance, the domain names are typically renewed annually at a marginal cost of between $15 and $20 a year for each subscription.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Councillor?
Thank you. I just heard the commissioner said will be calculated for the 2020 budget. So I'm just clarifying, not the 2021 budget then, on the 2020 budget.
Madam Treasurer?
This is not a budgetary matter. The depreciated or book value of the assets will be reflected in the 2020 financial statements.
Thank you.
At a certain point, I thought the depreciated value is in the budget when it comes to assets of the city. So that's where I was stumbling here on this. So they won't be in any budget, the depreciated value.
Madam Treasurer, once again.
This is not a budgetary matter. It is a financial reporting matter. These items would have been paid for by the BIA over a period of time that would have been included in prior year's budget. There is no City of Oshawa budget implication. These assets will be reported at their book value in the 2020 financial statement.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I was saying budget and I meant financial statements. So you say the 2020 financial statement, not the 2021. I'm just getting clarification. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions. Any opposition received for information? Hearing none, that item passed. Give me a moment, please. Councillor Chapman, you have a motion to adopt all items on the public consent agenda. Is that correct?
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Guyberson, that all items listed under the heading of public consent agenda for the March 29, 2021 council meeting be adopted as recommended. I'd like to pull CS-21-25 in the related bylaw and FIN-21-28.
Did you say FIN 2128, Councillor Chapman?
I did, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can't hear Councillor Chapman that good. Yeah, I can't hear him that good.
Okay, so just all you have to do is to get my attention. It just, you scare the kajibers out of me when you jump in like that. So Councillor Chapman has pulled CS 2125 in the related bylaw 37-2021. He's also pulled FIN 2128. So just to let you know, I'm going to go to Councillor Nicholson next. I've got a list of people that are going to do polls. So Councillor Nicholson, as you know, I'm slow at this. So if you don't mind just being patient with me, I greatly appreciate it. So you have a list of polls you would like, sir.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Just go slowly through them.
Thank you.
The first one I'd like to pull is CS 2124 and associated bylaw 35-2021.
Okay, just give me
traffic and speeding issues on Oxford and Porter Street.
Okay, just a moment, please. Okay, got that one.
The next one is CS 2131, the park redevelopment summary.
CS 2131 park redevelopment summary, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The next one is DS 2140 and associated bylaws 30-2021 and 31-2021. The designated bylaws and heritage reports, Lakeview Park and Second Marsh.
Okay, DS 2120, bylaw 30-2021, bylaw 31-2021. Got it. Thank you.
And the last one is CNCL 2123, the financial impacts of COVID-19 update.
Okay. CNCL 21-23, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that is the financial impacts on the COVID-19 update. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Councillor Giberson.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. CS 21-22, that's the Durham Region Transit and Metrolinx requests.
Okay, just a moment, please.
Yeah.
CS 21-22, Durham Regional Transit and Metrolinx request for expanded downtown bus locations, a relocation of a bus layover in downtown Oshawa. That's still a referral. You know that, eh?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
And the other being CS 21-26 and the related bylaw, that's Hillcroft Street and Masson Street, always stop requests.
Okay. This is CS 21-26, Hillcroft Street and Masson Street, all-way stop request. Okay?
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, you're next on my list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent the numbers in to the clerk to try and be helpful, but I'd like to pull CS 21-27, which is the amendments to the Parks and Facilities bylaw and the Highway Vending bylaw per council direction.
Okay.
And also DS.
Hold on.
Sorry.
You go really fast for me. So CS 21-27, amendments to the Park and Facilities bylaw and the Highway Vending bylaw per council direction, clarifying the permit process and disbursement of food and clothing. You know this is a referral, right?
I do, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure you know, that's all. And you have another one?
Yes, I do. And DS 2140.
2140, that's already been pulled, sir? DS 2140?
I just want to make sure the way it was pulled, I didn't quite catch the number, but I'm glad it's pulled. Those are the only ones I have on my list. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to our next member of council that's requested polls, Councillor Hurst. Councillor Hurst, slow, please.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. CS 2128, the phased-in BMX bike park facility.
Okay, just a second. CS 2128, phased-in BMX park facility. Yes?
Yes, thank you. And just to confirm, CS 2131, was that already pulled by one of my colleagues?
CS 21-31 Parks Redevelopment Summary. Yes,
Yes, sir.
That was Councillor Nicholson that pulled that.
Okay, thank you. Then the next one I have is Corp 2113. Business licensing bylaw 120-2005 and regulating home occupation food shops.
Just a sec. So Corp 2113 business license bylaw 120-2005 and related home occupational food shops. That's correct.
Thank you. And everything else that was interested has already been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey, good morning. Slow, please, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'm hoping that my sound is better. IT did come up. Thank you. Thank you for sending that. Yeah, only problem is now my chat's not working, so I think Laura Davis has called them back. So I'd like to pull CS 2129, the request for the installation of a shared community outdoor patio on Ontario Street.
CS 2129, Jeff Davis requesting the installation of a shared community outdoor patio on Ontario Street. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to add my name to CS 2122, which is a referral. I am aware of that, but we had several letters, actually, I think about 38 condominium owners that had written in on this particular topic, and they were referred to this report. Yes. So that's why I was trying to get some, but my mic was shut off. When I was trying to say, when you refer these emails, do we not get to speak to them?
No.
Well, that's why I wanted to try to speak to them.
So all the correspondence is going to this. which will be taken into consideration as part of the report. That's the whole concept behind it.
Well, I still would like to speak to it as a referral to.
Well, it would be timing
and direction.
Yeah, that's all. Okay. Okay.
And same, the report CS 2127, same thing.
That's a referral also. Yep.
That's correct.
That's
and
already
it's
been pulled
by another council member,
Yeah.
and I'd also like to have my name there.
What do you call it? It's a referral, and Councillor Kerr has already pulled it.
That's correct.
Yep.
CS 2131, which has already been pulled by Councillor Nicholson. I'd also like my name on that.
Okay, you'll have to wait till that item comes up. I'm just putting the original name of pullers on it, okay?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
DS 2142, which is Nantuck Investments requesting demolition of 195 Simcoe Street North.
Okay, just a second. DS 2142.
That's correct.
Okay, just a sec. And that's the Nantuck investment request for a demolition of 195 Simcoe Street. Okay, got it.
Thank you. Finance 2120, the corporate payments for the month of December 2020.
FIN 2120, corporate payments for the month of December 2020. Info 2133.
Finance 2125, Frank Sobel, Oshawa Red Bar Charities Association submitting correspondence concerning the reduction of licensing fees during COVID-19.
Second. FIN 2125, Frank Sobel, Oshawa Red Barn Charities Association submitting correspondence concerning the reduction in license fees during COVID-19. Okay.
Finance 2123, the property tax payment deferral.
23. FIN 2123, property tax payment deferral.
And Councillor Nicholson has pulled CNCL 2123, the financial impacts of COVID-19 update. I'd also like to speak to that.
Yep.
And are you taking any of the polls for the closed portion of the meeting?
No, not at this time. Not at this time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my polls.
Councillor Hurst, I understand that you missed one, which was DS 2135, is it?
Yes, I did it in a different highlighter. So DS 2135 and bylaw 2821 and 2921, please. Thank you.
Okay, so DS 2135 and bylaw 28-2021 and 29-2021. Revised application to amend the Oshawa official plan, Cuter and Part 2 plan and zoning bylaw 20-94, and approval of draft plan of subdivision SO-20140-0254090600610760 Conlin Road East 1666 2857 Ontario Limited, Diva Properties.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the courtesy.
And Councillor Gray, you want Corp. Second here.
2115. Naloxone train.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Gray.
That's the one.
Thank you very much, sir. Just give us a sec, folks. So I'm just going to read them off once again, just to make sure we have to go through, make sure we got them all. So I'm going to start at CS 2129, pulled by Councillor McConkey. CS 2128, pulled by Councillor Hurst. CS 2122, Councillor Giverson pulled that. CS 21-24 and bylaw 35, 2021, pulled by Councillor Nicholson. CS 2125 and bylaw 37, 2021, pulled by Councillor Chapman. CS 2126 and bylaw 36-2021, Derek Giverson. CS 21-27, Councillor Kerr. CS 2131, Councillor Nicholson. Corp 2115, pulled by Councillor Gray. Corp 2113, pulled by Councillor Hurst. DS 2142, pulled by Councillor McConkey. DS 2132 needs to be pulled for a recorded vote to honor the declaration of pecuniary interest noted by Councillor Chapman. DS 21-35 and bylaw 28-2021 and 29-2021, pulled by Councillor Hurst. DS 21-40 and bylaw 30-2021 and bylaw 31-2021, Councillor Nicholson had pulled that. DS 2152, this is pulled for a recorded vote to honor my declaration of pecuniary interest. Finance, Fin 2120, pulled by Councillor McConkey. Fin 2125, pulled by Councillor McConkey. Fin 2123, pulled by Councillor McConkey. Fin 2128, pulled by Councillor Chapman. CNCL 2123, pulled by Councillor Nicholson. CNCL 2124, pulled for a recorded vote to honor Councillor Chapman's declaration of pecuniary interest. Madam Clerk, that's the ones I have. Have I missed anything? Okay. So, Councillor Chapman, we have moved the consent agenda. The polls will be done. On the remainder, all those are any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. Okay, just
Worship, maybe this would be a good time. I'd move for a 15-minute recess.
Okay, moved for a 15-minute recess by Councillor Chapman, second by Councillor Marin Pietri. Any opposition? Hearing none. We will be back here at about 11:50. Thank you. We're in recess. Welcome back, members of council. We're starting with our polls that you had requested. I'm just going to make a note now that I'll be calling for a lunch break at 1 o'clock, and then as we get closer to the dinner hour at 5, I'll probably ask for a dinner hour call at that particular time, as we've got a lot of business to get through today. So we're going to start off with CS 2129. Jeff Davis requesting the installation of a shared community outdoor patio on Ontario Street. You'll find this in your agenda on page 4. It was pulled by Councillor McConkie. Councillor McConkie, it is 11:52. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I am making a referral to staff for a report, and I'd like a recorded vote on that, please.
Okay, you're looking for a referral on it. You need a seconder, please. I'm sorry, there's no seconder on it, so the referral can't move forward. Councillor McConkie?
Okay, I thought I would have a seconder on that. Thank you.
Okay. No other comments in regards to this item? Being none, that item moves forward. So thank you.
Recorded vote. Sorry, my recorded vote still stands.
Yeah, not a problem. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk, CS 2129.
Councillor McConkie?
No.
Councillor Neal? Councillor Neal is absent. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray? Councillor Gray is absent. Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes, present.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes?
State affirmative.
State affirmative, that passes. Thank you very much. Moving on to CS 2128, phased BMX bike park facility, pulled by Councillor Hurst. Councillor Hurst, it is 11:55. You have the floor.
Hi, good morning again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this item because of a couple of reasons. I'm in agreement with part 2 of the recommendation. However, I'm not in agreement with part 1. Would you like me to speak further to that?
You have the floor. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. As we're all aware, this issue came up basically out of nowhere on us and on staff, and I really have a philosophical difference of opinion about putting $100,000 into the funding out of the recreational facilities reserve for the construction. I find this would be a reward for bad behavior. And if I may refer you to the very lengthy summary for parks redevelopment, I think that $100,000 should go and is towards improving the parks for our children and other parents and grandparents that have been anxiously awaiting improvements in their local parks, which affects thousands of people here, as opposed to facilitating introduction of a BMX facility, temporary or in response to the illegal site that was already imposed on city property without our consultation or our authority. So when the time comes, I would like to split the motion on this one, split the recommendation for a recorded vote, please.
So at the appropriate time, we'll ask for division on one from 2 and 3. That'll happen. I'll ask the clerk to remind me. Thank you very much, Councillor Hurst. We'll look after that at the appropriate time. I'm going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Councillor Marin-Pietri. Councillor Marin-Pietri, good morning. It is 11:57, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I want to speak to this item. I know that you've been involved in it, and I know that our CAO, our commissioner, right down to the director, and the entire community has been involved in this item. But I also want to point out, previous to the item being made possible in this format as represented to council in these options, there was also a lot of work to find where the funding would come from. And I think when you take it from the community standpoint, in that this is a mature area and one that I know that I would agree with other members of council hasn't received the attention that maybe some of the newer areas have received in the past. I think this sets the trend for us to take a look at some of the more mature, older areas in the city to have park reinvestment and the development charges that essentially were collected, from what I understand, in our finance portfolio, as well as our development services department. I think it's due for each and every single, youth, senior, family member in this area to receive the investment that other neighboring parks, maybe in newer areas, would typically receive. And I think it begins with this particular phase. Some people like cricket, some people like bocce, some people like hockey, and others like soccer, maybe some a less active mode of park recreation. There is a 5,000 plus person petition that speaks to the fact that people like active transportation, such as bicycling, and this, I think, fits well with what we're trying to do. We're trying to rectify an issue that in our community has occurred, where this type of activity, which is enjoyed by many, was being enjoyed in a way that was seen to be illegal. We're offering a legal and safe and appropriate form of replacement of that particular, self-created infrastructure by community members. And as per numerous other activities in our community that in past were created by community members, we've had them approach us, and we've considered the legal implications, the financial implications, and also the overall benefit to the well-being of the area. And I think when you look at it from that standpoint, as a solution to I think a very good problem, which is people trying to stay active and recreate in our community, and phase it in as a community park where currently vacant lands sit. I think the alternative, where you would consider higher density housing, or maybe an invasive form of an industrial development, I think this fits very well in that area. Who wouldn't want a community park versus the alternative that I just pointed out, and the alternative that I know that numerous other councils, whether they were in camera or whether they were in public session, considered. And as time goes on, the threat of having those alternatives presented and approved and essentially disrupting that area is something that is of concern not only to the residents but also to the environment. So I think this is something that gets us as close to a sweet spot in offering the community a very safe, passive and active recreation community park that they have paid for years over and would expect being developed for them for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marin-Pietri. Moving on to Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, it is 12:02. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor Marin-Pietri's comments, and I would like to add the following. First of all, this tract of land was originally owned by a developer. The city switched, if you will, swapped this land for another piece. And they set aside $300,000 in a reserve to develop it for sports fields. Consequently, it was determined that it's not suitable for sport fields. So the money is there. This essentially is taking $100,000 of that and initiating stage one of a planned, perhaps a 2 or 3 stage community park to get this started. So the funding is there. That's the first point. The second point is we have 97 parks in this city, as including parkettes and equipped parkettes. There's lots of space for children to participate. Who knows that perhaps a stage 2 or 3 of this particular planned community park could include perhaps some of that equipment that Councillor Hurst referred to. But to examine that, you need to look no further than the park plan coming forward that has come forward that extends out to 2031 to see where all this is and where it can be. So I think all of that's taken care of. Right now, we have dozens of soccer fields in the city to deal with the thousands of soccer players, and excellent, terrific. I'm really happy to see that. Right now, we have nothing for cyclists in this vein, and by all accounts, even of all 6,500 people who signed that petition don't in fact come from Oshawa, thousands of them do, and there's nothing for them. As Councillor Gray once said, we had the same discussion a bunch of years ago about skateboards, and now we have a skateboard park, and that's completely safe. And it's very, very well used. This is due. It's stage one of a planned community park, and I think it's prudent to move ahead in stages the way that we are, so we can make a move on this. And I would certainly hope my council colleagues would agree in the recorded vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curran. Madam Clerk, my understanding is that Councillor Hurst has requested that we vote on number 1 separately and then the remainder. So would we do a recorded vote on that, please? Okay, so on CS 2128, number 1, and then the remainder, please. Councillor Hurst requested it.
On part 1, Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray? Councillor Gray is absent. Mayor Carter?
Yes.
9 affirmative.
And on the remainder, please, recorded vote.
Councillor Hurst as well.
Myself.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray? Absent. Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
Thank you very much. That item moves forward. The next item was CS 21-22. Just before I go to Councillor Giberson, I want to go to Commissioner Diskey. Commissioner Diskey, are you with us this morning? Or this afternoon, I mean?
I am, Mayor Carter.
First of all, good afternoon, Commissioner Diskey. Thank you for joining us today. CS 21-22. Do you have any update in regards to this before we proceed?
Yes, through you, Chair Carter. We have been in contact with Durham Regional Transit and Metrolinx, and they have no concerns with 2 parking spaces being reactivated in this location.
All right, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the update. Councillor Giberson, this is a referral back to staff. You asked for it to be pulled. Direction and timing, please.
Thank you. You anticipated my question on the direction to staff. It sounds like that direction has already been fulfilled to get those comments. So I'll just ask for a recorded vote to proceed without
on the referral. Okay.
Yeah, on the referral, please.
Okay, so it's a recorded vote on the referral, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carter.
Yes.
It's Councillor McConkey. My chat's not working. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. No, that's okay. So this is timing or direction on the referral?
And I understood that you're removing the referral?
No, it's been recalled. It's Councillor Guyverson has called for a recorded vote. So right at this particular time, what's in front of us is just the referral.
Okay, and again, direction. We have an upcoming committee of the whole meeting on parking, and I think this should be referred there.
Okay, so you're making the referral that it goes to the parking study?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what you're asking for. Is that correct? Okay.
That's right.
So that's an amendment that the referral goes to the parking study, correct?
That's the direction for the referral.
Okay, so that's the direction on the referral, Madam Clerk. Are you okay with that? I need a seconder on it.
Seconded, John Neal.
John Neal is seconded on it. Madam Clerk?
Recorded vote, please.
Yeah, no, it's already been called by Councillor Guyverson. Thank you very much. Point of procedure by Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like your assistance in explaining before I vote on the matter. It was initially a referral.
Yes.
Staff have provided an answer.
Yes.
If we're to proceed without a referral, we'd have to defeat the referral and then move the next item?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So if I wanted to proceed with that and without going back to staff, I'd have to vote no on the referral and then support a subsequent resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, recorded vote, please.
So this is on the amendment to refer the item to the parking study.
That's correct. Councillor Guyverson asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Guyverson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
That's 9 negative.
Negative. Okay.
Unfortunately, my chat's not working and they won't be able to fix it until lunch hour. So, Mayor Carter, I have a question at this point to staff.
Councillor McConkey, if you could just give me a moment, please, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. So, yeah, Councillor McConkey, just to let you know, your amendment lost. So we're back to the main motion itself So we have to vote on the referral to staff, back to staff, and Councillor Guyverson asked for a recorded vote on this.
Right, but we heard Commissioner Diskey speak to a question, and I'd like to ask a question as well.
Yeah, that's correct. He's made his comment. A referral is on the floor. With that additional information, Councillor Guyverson has asked for a recorded vote on this item on the referral. Madam Clerk. I've called the vote.
Councillor Guyverson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
And negative.
Saying negative. Councillor Giberson? Councillor Giberson?
Thank you, Mayor Carter. So I will be moving the recommendation that is in front of us, minus, of course, the portion that deals with the referral. I think my only comments on this beyond the discussion at the committee is that as staff had received quite a hasty response from DRT and Metrolinx, that the original direction and the process that would go through becomes unnecessary. So I think it saves us all some time. Nothing wrong with that. And we have that answer. The answer is that they are favorable to this slight adjustment to the plan that was put forward previously to restore to maintain 2 parking spaces at the location that has brought in a number of letters from and correspondence, emails and so forth from individuals who live at 44 Bond Street. And I think that the rationale for it has been made quite clear at committee that there is some need both for the residents who are there. I think there's also a benefit in terms of just some traffic calming instead of having that opening up into 4 lanes there for the traffic speeds. And I look forward to being able to convey to the residents there that council is going to move forward with this recommendation today. It won't be all 4 spaces that they historically were used to having there, but I think the 2 will have a satisfactory effect for the uses of the residents of the building and the visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giberson. Councillor Marks, it's 12:13 in the afternoon. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a comment on the logistics. I just want to thank Commissioner Diskey for coming up with the answer at the council meeting so we can pluck the hanging fruit and move this forward. It was my original motion to refer it back to staff so the Metrolinx could comment. We have secured that comment. I'm satisfied that the staff are satisfied that Metrolinx has approved of the extenuating changes that Councillor Giberson brought forward. So I just want to thank Commissioner Diskey, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. Councillor Kerr, 12:14.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very brief statement. I concur with what Councillor Marks said. I'd like to thank Councillor Giberson for bringing forward the suggestion of putting 2 spots back in. I drove by the area several times. Where the 2 spots are located, it will do the residents the most good in terms of offloading and loading, both passengers and goods on moving days and so forth. It's a great suggestion. It does block off the lane so traffic stays to the left where it should, and there's more than ample room for the buses to pull into where they would discharge and take on passengers. So it's a great compromise, a great solution to it all, and thanks to staff for looking into it so quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor McConkey, it's 12:15 in the afternoon. You have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question to staff on this.
Yes.
We received, I believe, almost 40 letters from owners of the condos.
That's correct.
And they were saying that they had no notice. And I wonder, what policy do we have in place when parking spaces are removed? Do we not have a policy that a notice goes out to alert the public that this is happening?
I need to find an answer for you because I'm not sure exactly what the procedure is when something like this, a request comes by. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Diskey, please. Commissioner Diskey, good afternoon once again. Is it a practice of ours to be able to send notice out, or is it up to Durham Regional Transit and Metrolinx because they are requesting that they have requested it to the city to be able to remove those spots?
Through you, Chair Kerr, I do not believe there's a notification process when we remove parking spaces, but I'm going to refer this question to Manager Sluggett to give a more in-depth answer. Thank you.
I'd appreciate it. Mr. Sluggett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, through you, Chair Carter. in a regular residential situation, we would send out notification. Being that this was a little bit different situation, including Metrolinx and the condo building, that did not happen in this situation.
Is it feasible to do so moving forward?
Through you, Chair Carter, yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey?
I just wonder what our policy is now that these residents have become concerned, realizing that these spaces were taken away unexpectedly. How we communicate to them through the property management with an email, the result of today's meeting and the vote. Something that we're going to undertake some measures so this doesn't happen again, that people don't feel left out.
Right, I think it's a good question. So my understanding is Newt Trelawney, which is the property manager for this particular location, will be informed once council's made a decision, and they'll make sure that they get the information. And as you heard from the director, he will under these kind of circumstances, as we move forward, we'll look at a notification aspect that will help us communicate a lot more clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand a recorded vote was called for on this item, please, Madam Clerk. On Councillor Giberson again, please.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
11 affirmative.
Good. That item is moved forward. The next item that has been pulled is CS 2124. I think the intent by Councillor Nicholson is to bring an amendment forward, but I'll go to him. You pulled this, sir. What would you like to do? It's 12:18.
Well, first of all, Mr. Mayor, I think to get it on the floor, I have to move the original motion.
No, it's already moved on the floor, sir.
Is it? Okay, then I'd like to move an amendment, which I've sent through to the clerk.
Yes, sir, and we'll try and get that displayed for you. Just give us a moment, and then I'll ask you to just review it, make sure that it's exactly what you've written, sir. Could you take a look at your screen, please, Councillor Nicholson, and make sure we've captured it accordingly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is accurate.
Okay. Do you have a seconder on it, Councillor Nicholson?
I believe Councillor Gray, if you would have confirmed with him.
Okay. Councillor Gray, you the seconder on this motion?
Yes, I certainly am.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, before I speak directly to the motion, I just wanted to thank all the staff that I've been working with on this, especially Mr. Ron Diskey, who's been working to try to find a solution with the staff members in the traffic department and the operations department. I just want to thank them for all their assistance in trying to find a solution that meets everyone's needs. I sent this to council to basically try to come up with a system that would allow us to proceed in an appropriate and safe way without the need to do a warrants technical analysis, which is often expensive and often delays projects beyond what the community can support. I believe this is a good compromise motion that resolves everybody's issues. I want to thank staff for their assistance in preparing the wording to try to put that forward today. I want to give a heads up to council just to explain why the last clause is in there. We received a petition from residents in the Venus Oxford area asking for this change last November. It was sent to staff. They have investigated it and they've not identified no major problems with doing this. If we went through our normal process, this may not be done until this report comes back in June, and that would delay the process to probably September, given that we don't meet regularly on committees and councils during the summer months. So it was felt that putting it in as an addendum to the first motion part would be the best course of action at this point. It is a safety issue for the area. So I think it's something that I would ask council to support. As for the overall administrative policy, I think it's going to save us time, it's going to save us money, and in the long run, it's going to be a very positive step for our community. It's allowed the ward councillors a role in trying to determine on local roads and collector roads what is an appropriate step subject to a sightline review. Secondly, I want to stress this is not for 4-lane roads or regional roads or any large conflict areas, simply for the small local neighborhood streets where we can provide some assistance to help our residents and hopefully slow down the speed of traffic in the area. And I would ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gray, as the seconder, would you like to speak to it, sir?
I will speak at some risk, given I lost my previous issue that I rose, but it is about efficiency. Many of us know that we refer these traffic issues to staff. They do all the computations and gyrations, and they come back with recommendations, and then council overrules. And it just would seem to me that it can't be that gratifying when you recommend, because staff need to keep the traffic moving, and sometimes in neighborhoods we need to get the traffic just to stop, and so it's just a little more efficient. I think give staff a little more gratification that that many of their recommendations are being ignored, and it gets things done quicker for the neighborhoods. So having risked speaking to it, I hope we do pass this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Councillor Chapman, good afternoon. It's 12:23, sir.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question for the Commissioner on this amendment, and it says, but only the need to do sightline safety review. But a sightline safety review includes such things as parking near corners and things like that that might interfere with the stop sign?
Commissioner,
through the chair, that is correct. We I guess the term we use is protect the intersection, and that would include any no parking areas closer to the intersection.
Right. So this line that says to do a sightline safety review would include everything associated around that intersection that might be safety, not just whether you can see the intersection, but cars parked close, because like, for example, if you didn't do no parking close to a stop sign and a cube van parked there, you might miss the stop sign if you're traveling down the road. That be correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And secondly, I know we're doing a parking study that's coming back to us soon, but that parking study isn't talking about on-street parking, is it? It's not, the terms of reference on that are not dealing with on-street parking, as I remember. It's about parking in driveways and garages and things like that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. There could be limited scope of work on residential parking, but not a lot.
Okay, and on parking, you have a delegated authority to make no parking in areas that would reflect such things as putting in a stop sign. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. Moving on.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Just hold on, please. Councillor Kerr is next. And I'll get to you, Councillor Neal, but we got to follow the line here.
Yeah, no, I just want to add something in regards to those comments.
Yep, I'll get to you. Councillor Kerr, it is 12:26. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, I have a sub-amendment to this, please.
Okay, and do you have it in writing?
Well, it's only to add the words "with options." Let staff report back to council with options no later than June 30th, 2021 on a process. That's all.
Do me a favor, write it out for me. We'll wait. Do you have a seconder on that, by the way, just before you start writing?
I don't. This occurred to me looking at what's being put forward here.
All right.
I'll second that.
Councillor Chapman said he'll second it. We're going to wait. If you could write it out, please. Councillor Kerr, please.
Sure. Let me just bear with me here.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I can't copy and paste So I'll just send an email with the requested phrase to the clerks, and perhaps they can then insert it in. Would that be acceptable?
We have a highly skilled, talented, gifted.
I know we do. I'll take that as a yes. Yes, I've now sent that short amendment phrase, if you will, to clerks, and
just a
just
second.
waiting for it to come
We've
up.
just got to receive it, then place it in,
Yep.
so that everybody can see exactly what's being, what the sub amendment is. Thank you.
Thank you. That accurately reflects what I wanted to do with the sub amendment.
Okay, so this is the sub amendment. Do you have any other comments in regards to the sub amendment?
Yes, I'm just concerned that we may be a little unidirectional thinking on this. I believe we have a prudent system in place right now. For instance, sometimes when a stop sign is requested to go in, we are finding out later from staff that they've had to also go in and do some curb cuts and some other things, some other costs that perhaps weren't foreseen. So what I want to do is just to ensure that staff are able to do their due diligence in order to give councillors a full set of impacts of what's being requested. It may not just be a simple stop sign, so that councillors can then make a prudent decision based on the facts and all the known facts about this. So that's what the phrase "with options" is, so that staff have a full rein to address this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the sub amendment, I have Councillor Nicholson next. Councillor Nicholson is 1229. You have the floor.
Yes, I have no problem with staff providing options. I think that was what their plan was in the beginning, when they drafted the motion. The only question I would put to the mover is, would it not read better that the words "with options" will come after the date, so that we read "report to the council by no later than the date on options for a process"? Because it's a little confusing. It almost like it reads now that the options are on the date as opposed to on the process.
Okay, I have no issue with moving that phrase to
to
after that. That's not an issue. It's the options piece that's important. So that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Friendly.
So just give me a second. I
call it.
just want to. Could somebody move that phrase for me, please? So just give me a second.
So moved.
Okay. Everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could just continue briefly, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
First of all, I thank Councillor Kerr for the options motion or sub amendment. I think it's a good step. I think it gives a real clarification what staff were expecting to do anyway. I respect that our staff are going to prepare and give us all the information we need on whatever process they want to bring forward to address this issue. So I think it's a positive step, and hope council supports it. And then the main amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Giverson, on the sub amendment, you requested to speak. 1230.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'll be supporting the sub amendment and the amendment. I think the expansion of or clarification on the options available in this report is important. I would like to make sure that we have a fulsome report with all considerations that we need to be taking before we move forward on this. I support traffic calming. I I support lowering vehicle speeds in neighborhoods so that they are more pedestrian friendly and active transportation friendly. I also just want to make sure that we're clear on all implications though with this before we jump ahead with it, so that this picture is as complete as possible. You know, if we were to foresee some circumstance in the future where this was, you know, written into bylaw and you end up with some future pair of councillors in a ward who are stop sign happy and start to put it in places where it's not warranted, or that there's other considerations that are now being left out of the equation. I just want to make sure that we're very clear on all of the considerations that go into these decisions, and that we are checking boxes off when it is appropriate. So I look forward to a fulsome report on this from staff before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giverson. On the sub-amendment, we've had all speakers. Any opposition on the sub-amendment? Hearing none, the sub-amendment passed. I'll go back to the amendment itself and speakers that had requested. Councillor Giverson, you had asked to speak on the amendment itself.
I'm okay. The sub-amendment comments covered what I was going to say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hurst, you had asked to speak on the amendment. It is 12:33.
Yeah, I have no problem with the recommendation. I just have a question for staff, please.
Sure, through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is this. Without doing the full review, and I appreciate the motive behind this, but when you have the area site triangle, will any visual obstructions be dealt with at that time? We have sometimes on city boulevards where people have beautified the area, or on private property where it's a corner property and there's fencing or trees, shrubs, hedges, and that sort of thing that are impeding the view. Will staff be in a position to take any action to rectify those potentially dangerous visual obstructions at these corners?
So, Councillor Hurst, the way that it reads, I would say yes. It says sideline safety review, but I'll go to Commissioner Diskey. Commissioner Diskey, to the question, please.
Through you, Chair Carter, if I'm understanding the question correctly, the answer would be yes. We do have the boulevard bylaw as well, and we do work with MLE officers to ensure that the boulevard bylaw is enforced.
Thank you. Councillor Hurst.
Okay. I wasn't as much concerned with enforcement of the boulevard bylaw, but sometimes on private property where, you know, through not for any other reason, but, you know, shrubs and hedges and fencing and that is impacting the corner site triangle. So I'm more concerned about issues on private property. Can those be addressed one way or another in a very collaborative fashion? That's all.
Yeah, I would say that that is the case. So that's what I'm hearing from our commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Neal, you had a question in regards to this amendment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The thing I am concerned about is this, is the parking study itself. I was on the impression when this was brought forth a couple of years ago, it was not this term, it was last term, I believe, or close to it. The response I got from our now CAO, Paul Ralph, was this was in answer to my constant inquiries in regards to Committee of Adjustment, that there was reduced parking going on, and it continues to be done in regards to new builds, and bylaw are busy now answering complaints constantly in my ward in regards to cars that are parking on the street, as we can't park in the apron.
Right. So
builders and developers are saying you can, and we just had a public meeting that a developer said you can park in the apron, and I'm wondering why that was stated a few weeks ago.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm asking about what this parking study is going to do.
Councillor Neal, I'm going to stop you for a moment. We're dealing with the amendment that is in front of us in regards to CS 2124. What you're speaking about, I think, is a conversation you really should have with those that are engaged in the parking study, and remember the report's going to be coming back. So if I could ask you to take that opportunity to have those conversations, I would greatly appreciate it. I know it is one of your concerns, but it doesn't deal with this specific issue at this time, okay?
Well, when there's comments about it, then it does deal with it.
It's my ruling as the chair, and I respect your conversation. So thank you very much, Councillor Neal. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so on the amendment, any in opposition? Hearing none, that passes. On the whole package itself, any opposition? Being none, that item passed. So CS 2124 has moved through the system. We're going to move on to the pedestrian concerns at Ormond Drive in Naples, CS 2125. So, Councillor Chapman, you pulled this. It is 1237.
I did, Your Worship, and I'd like to divide 1 and 2 for separate votes, and I'd like a recorded vote on item 2.
Okay.
And my comments on item 1 were making sure when we put up a stop sign that everything associated to that stop sign makes the stop safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So division on number 1 and 2 when voting. Councillor Chapman has asked for a recorded vote on that. Any other comments in regards to this item?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Neal?
I believe on number 2, that was to be referred back to the parking study.
It says the following be referred to the staff to be included in the parking study that is coming forward in September. So it's direction only, Councillor.
And that's a referral.
Yeah, it's just direction or timing.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, thank you. All right, so let's do a recorded vote. Councillor Chapman has asked for it. All right? On number 1 first. Oh, let's do number 1 and then number 2, okay? Please, recorded vote. Councillor Chapman. On number 1, please.
Part 1, Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
That's 11 affirmative.
Number 2, please. Recorded vote by Councillor Chapman is being requested. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Chapman?
On the referral, no.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst? Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
8 negative.
Okay, so part 2.
Referral lost. In that case, I would move the recommendation that was in the report, including the amendments to the bylaw for that.
Recorded vote by Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, and if I could speak to that.
Yeah.
Seconder?
I need a seconder first on the recommendation.
Councillor Curl, second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Then Councillor Neal, you asked to speak on it, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, please, 1240. Please proceed.
Yeah, the reason this was referred back, I don't know who visited this site. I visited a couple times. And there basically, there's no parking on the south side, inadvertently. There is a request that there be no parking on the north side. And I don't see the basis for bringing in no parking on the north side at this time with the four-way stop coming in. Now, those homes are linked. Some of them are, they're not all basically separate homes. So there again, we're running into issues in regards to parking. It's the actual shape of the street, which is a little bit different. I have another shaped street, something to that effect, over on Ormond Drive, by Woodmount there as well. And it talk about sightline safety. When the street was installed, then I mean they made a curvature in the street, but I see that the residents are parking in that general vicinity, so it's going to be news to them in regards to this going forward, where they're going to be approached and said, you're no parking on the south and there's no parking on the north. So that's why I thought it should be referred to the parking study, which makes perfect sense. We're spending money on a parking study and we're not utilizing it. So, like, having said that, I am the ward councillor. I've been there a number of years, and I did, like I say, visited the site. So it makes all the sense in the world to refer this back to the parking study. So, yeah, I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote on the motion, Madam Clerk, by Councillor Neal. Has requested it, please.
Before the vote, it's Councillor McConkey. I send
Yes.
the request. Speak.
Okay, Councillor McConkey, it's 12:42.
Thank you. I just see the same problem happening that we just had this morning at 44 Bond Street West. The neighbors, the residents, need to know what's happening in advance. They do have a say in this, do they not? Excuse me. I agree with Councillor Neal. It's taking away parking spaces, and that's pretty dangerous in terms of, trying to find parking in a street that's the type that this one is. The need for parking is important. And why all of a sudden, if I could ask the commissioner, how many parking spaces will be taken out with this motion?
Let me go to our commissioner. I'm not really sure of that answer. So, Commissioner Diskey, do you know, based upon this recommendation, how many spots may potentially be lost?
Through you, Chair Carter, I'm going to refer to Michael Sluggett. It's not necessarily the number of spots we can comment on, but we can tell you the distances that the no parking restrictions will be put in place. But I'll refer to Manager Sluggett for that answer.
Thank you very much, Manager Sluggett. Once again, to the question, please.
Through you, Chair Carter, the proposed parking restrictions is a total of 45 meters. And again, this is all recommended based on safety considerations.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have the exact number of parking spaces, but I would think probably maybe 6 or 7.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Wait, it says in the report 45 meters. In the report we had this morning for the buses on Bond, they had a similar measurement for a similar number of spaces. So this is only because a four-way stop is going in that these are being recommended to take out. But if that's the case, I think that the residents need to be advised first. And so I would like to delay this. If this could be dealt with, and you give I'm going to ask through you, Mayor Carter, to Mr. Sluggett, you give out notices when this is happening, right?
Mr. Sluggett, was there a notice sent out in regards to the residents in this particular area about the request about the always stop and the, I guess, the potential of losing on-street parking?
Through you, Chair Carter, because this is a different type of situation that is totally safety related, and the request that came in was safety related, notices did not go out, but would go out before installation.
Thank you. Councillor?
How much in advance of installation will the notices go out?
Mr. Sluggett, do you have an idea of the lag time between the two actions?
For you, Chair Carter, there's nothing set in stone on that. we'd have to coordinate with operations on the timing of the of this installation work.
Okay. Counselor?
Well, especially during COVID when a lot of people are at home, I just think a longer period of time before the work commences, if this is absolutely necessary for safety, I'm sure that will be communicated in whatever notice that you're providing the residents in that area. But I think that the plan to do the install will hopefully be a time where there is time for the residents to come to a full understanding. And if they need to contact the city or the ward councillors, that will happen. So I'm just hopefully going to find that happens, that it's not just like the next week, that they have some time to get involved if there's some opposition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, just for some clarity, just so we know, on our February meeting, a motion was brought to council asking for staff to investigate a four-way stop here, which they did, and they come back and said it was warranted. And then for the safety reasons of putting in a four-way stop where it was passed by or motion by council to investigate it, these no parking things have to happen in order to make that intersection safe. So that's what this is all about, Your Worship.
No, I clearly understand that, and I thank you for the process. So I believe a recorded vote was called, Madam Clerk. Yep, Councillor Neal asked for it.
Councillor Neal?
Yeah, this is on number 2 then, eh?
This is on part 2, the original recommendation.
Just to, I mean, this is amendment the bylaw too. The motion was to amend the bylaw too.
Yes, and the bylaw, correct.
So it's number 2 that the following be referred to staff.
That already lost, just the actual part after that, based on report CS 2125, traffic bylaw is amended, be further amended to implement no parking anytime.
So that's what we're voting on now.
That is correct, that and amending the bylaw as well.
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
That's 10 affirmative.
Very much. Okay, moving on. Just catch up here. Hillcroft and Masson Street, always stop. Councillor Giberson, you pulled this item. It's 12:49. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's just to put an amendment on the floor because I gaffed on the numbered item that I selected to modify back at the committee. I've sent that amendment in, and I will give a moment for clerks to bring that forward.
Did you say you gaffed?
I did. I picked the wrong one, and then the result was that I created both a 3 and a 4 that read the exact same on this.
This is the 4th time in 3 years this has happened. Becoming a habit, I think, isn't it?
I guess I've got to pay closer attention or something.
Sorry, it's going to be a long day, so I thought I'd throw something in there. Can you take a look at the screen, please, and make sure that it's captured correctly, please?
That the recommendation contained in item CS 2126 be amended such that part 4 of the motion be changed, strike the words 18 meters east of Masson to 0.34 meters east of Masson, and replace the words 45 meters west to 0.22 meters west of Masson Street. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you're moving that. I need a seconder.
And yes, sorry, I do need a seconder.
Councillor Chapman just said sure. So,
thank you.
Councillor Giberson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just very briefly, this is just a typographical error on my part when I sent this into clerks at committee a week ago, and this corrects that, because if you look closely at the motion right now, the way that it reads, you'll see that 3 and 4 are identical, and that was not the intention because it inadvertently erases the part that deals with the west portion of Masson Street, that was in the original motion prepared by staff, and I don't want to see that part deleted because with this amendment, it will put that back in to ensure that the parking visibility situation is improved due to the curve in the road, as well as making sure that the bike lanes stay clear from parked cars, and just one of the number of pieces that are intended to provide some traffic calming and some relief for pedestrians, in particular students who are walking to school, as we heard from the delegation this morning. So that's the intention of this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kerr, it's 12:52.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to staff, through you to staff. Commissioner Diskey, based on the distances up on the screen right now, did staff concur with that? And this is a doable adjustment. That's all I want to make sure of on this.
Good. Commissioner Diskey, to the question, please.
Through you, Chair Kerr, I believe that's, or Chair Carter, I believe that's the case, but I'll just refer back to Manager Sluggett just for his blessing.
Thank you. Manager Sluggett.
Through you, Chair Carter, this is correct.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I've just, that my disclarity is now clear. I'm happy to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey, it is 12:53. You have the floor.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yes,
Councillor
Councillor Neal. Good afternoon. It's 12:53. Go ahead.
So on this, staff, the same as the one we just dealt with, are talking 45 meters west. The recommendation be amended as part 4 of this motion be changed, strike out the word 18 meters east of Masson Road to a point 34 meters east of Masson Road, and replace with the words 45 meters west of Masson. So you're asking that it be changed to 22 meters instead of 45? Is that what's going on here?
So that's the way it reads, the way that it's put there. It's exactly what is being proposed.
So you're changing what staff are proposing?
No, I don't believe so. I think it was just an error in regards to some of the. I'll go to Commissioner Diskey. Commissioner Diskey?
Through you, Chair Carter, what has been proposed is exactly what was recommended earlier in the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Neal?
Okay, I needed that for clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of this item? Any opposed? And that item is carried. And as the whole...
I'd move the lunch break now, Mr. Mayor.
Just a sec, I got one more vote, which is as amended, the item. Any in opposition? Being none, that moves forward. So, Councillor Kerr, you want to move that lunch break now at 12:55?
I do, sir. We're pretty close to 1 o'clock.
Okay, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Chapman. Any opposition? Being none, I will see everybody back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council, ladies and gentlemen that are joining us. We are reconvening. It is March the 29th, 2021. I hope everybody had an opportunity to have some lunch and are well hydrated. We're going to continue on. We left off at CS 2127. This item was pulled by Councillor Kerr. This is a referral, Councillor Kerr, just to let you know. So if you're going to say anything, it's timing and direction. So good afternoon, Councillor Kerr. It's 2:01.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to follow a similar process for this item as we did for CS 2122 concerning the bus layover in downtown Oshawa. I'm going to move to vote down this referral, and I'd like to speak to it briefly.
It's a referral, so you can't speak to it. So
It's a denial, though? You're going to vote against it?
No, we've got a referral in front of us. We got to vote that. The concept is if you're against this, my suggestion is call for a recorded vote and vote it
I'll
down.
do that, sir. Okay, thank you.
All right. So CS 2127 is a referral. It's been pulled by Councillor Kerr, and he's called for a recorded vote on CS 2127. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Kerr? On the
No.
referral? Councillor Mayor
No.
McGetry?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
I'm sorry, the referral with a yes vote, you keep the referral, right?
The recommendation is to refer it to staff. You agree with it, you vote yes. If you disagree, you vote no.
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
7 negative.
Okay, so the referral has been defeated. Councillor Kerr, back to you. You pulled it?
Yes, I did. I'd like to move the recommendation, and I'd like to speak to it, please.
Okay, it is 203, 204, and you have the floor. I need a seconder on it, though.
I'll look to Councillor Chapman for that.
Second.
Yeah, Councillor Chapman, you're a seconder on moving the recommendations. Councillor Kerr, it's 204. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This item originally came to council in late October last year as a time-sensitive motion to deal with the proposal to move the Life Network from their operations in Memorial Park over to Midtown Drive. Since then, Life has adopted the acronym CAMP, Community Assisted Meal Plan. It's been very successful, and they're now even moving to having dinners as well. So this item we have before us was part of that motion. It was passed 10-1. I thought it might have come back in January, but it's been a busy year with a few other important items as well. Came back, I guess, rightly through CS, but it's a council direction, a council item. So what we have before us, in front of us right now, is the follow-up to part of that motion from last October. The reason why I think it's important that this item go through today is that the intent was to have this bylaw in place before the next warm season started. That should be sometime this month in April, so it's important, I believe, to get this item passed through today. I know there's been some discussion on this in the community, but the purpose of all of this is to basically maintain the integrity of our parks, and the whole idea about, pandemic and feeding the homeless, I totally get that. But you know what? The people who are homeless and the people who are perilously housed know where to get the support they need. The GAP committee has been posting out weekly updates since throughout this whole pandemic, with the warming stations, where food can be acquired, what time of day, health and community services updates, absolutely everything to do with the care and concern of those in need. So all those folks know where to go to get the help that they want. I guess the next part of this is, for people who would like to help, then what we need to do is make sure we communicate to all of them where they can go to offer help or to offer clothing or to offer food or assistance. So I think that's, what simply can be done there. So that's what this parks bylaw is about. It's to protect the sanctity of the parks, but it's also to help direct people to those volunteer agencies which are doing a superlative job of providing services to those in need. I'm not sure how much I can say about this, but I may request the opportunity to close. Mr. Mayor, I'd certainly request and hope that my colleagues would support this as well as they did at the time-sensitive motion back there in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. I'm going to go down the list. Councillor Giverson, you're next. It is 207, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon to you. I have a question that is procedural in nature. As members will recall, and obviously being here on the council agenda, when there was a referral back to staff to get a table to organize some of the information to better understand the implications of the proposed changes, our staff were very diligent and gracious to quite rapidly produce that and circulate that to members of council. I'm wondering, for the general interest in this matter, what the procedural options would be to have that added so that it would be attached to the minutes or made some sort of a public document, so that anyone who's taken an interest in this, whether we need to waive the rules to introduce the item and have it attached to this, or is there no mechanism available to do that?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Giverson, my suggestion is you make an amendment to the recommendation that all the additional information that has been provided be attached to the report and taken under consideration. That's my recommendation.
Okay,
so
that's very helpful then. I think that I would like to move that amendment.
Okay,
then.
so can I ask you to write that up, and I'm going to hold while you write it up and submit it so that we can then undertake the exercise of making sure that it's included in our discussions.
Doing that right now.
Right? And I need a seconder on it too.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Kerr.
Thank you very much. So moved by Councillor Giverson, second by Councillor Kerr for the additional information that was included and given to members of council. One moment, please.
I've just sent that to clerks. I'll give them a moment to bring that up, and I took my best stab at it. If we need to tweak it a little bit, I'm fine with that.
Just give us a moment, please, Councillor Giverson. Thank you. Councillor Giverson, can you just take a look at the screen?
That is what I sent.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. This is an amendment to the recommendation that's on the floor. So we'll discuss the amendment first. So you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you. So the additional information being referenced, I think at the time of the original report, certainly I can speak for myself that the staff report was very complete, and it was quite detailed, but with some of the items being sort of scattered throughout the bylaw, there were a lot of pieces to it, And there were some parts to this instruction to staff that that I guess you could say were asking for additional attention. And at the time, trying to quantify what the material impact of our practices, of what our expectations are of users of any of our parks, and what the changes might be. It wasn't 100%. I shouldn't say it wasn't clear. I don't think that is fair to our staff. I think that it was clear, but it was a challenge with the volume of information to see in a sort of a simple side-by-side way what was being proposed in those changes. And my hunch at the time, my best reading of what was in front of us with the report, was that there was not a substantial material impact to the current practice. There certainly was some clarification in language. There was a lot of language that maybe it was archaic that needed to be updated. There were many cases of situations that the bylaw would certainly cover for as written, and this is a bylaw that's been in place for over 20 years. But that there was certainly opportunity to provide clarity, even though the powers to our bylaw department wasn't really going to be substantially altered. But I wanted the opportunity to be able to see that, make sure that I understood it, make sure that members of the community who have taken an interest in the matter could see that. And that's the intent of this amendment, is just to help provide that information so that they have ready access to it. Should somebody go looking down the road in the weeks, months, years ahead, if they want to understand the changes in a way that sort of sets them side by side, the before and after, and understand the materiality of those changes, that they'll be able to have access to that. I think that the concerns that have been raised by some people, and I'm going to say in opposition to the council decision that's before us, I think that if they see this comparison, they will see that if they are indeed opposed to what they have heard or believe that they've heard, they're going to see that the current bylaw provides for those powers already. That is not new. And I think that there is some minor tweaking in how that's expressed, but I think that's the important part of this discussion, or one of the important parts of this discussion, is that it is not new, the requirements and the expectations, and I just want to make sure that that's available for people to see. So that's my comments on the amendment, and I'll just leave with this other thought, and I won't comment on the main motion once we come back to it, that I don't think most people are against helping people. Even those who have spoken up in support of the amendments to the bylaw, I think that what we find is that most people simply would like to see that there's a little bit of, to use a saying, a little bit of method to the madness, so that everyone is clear on everyone's responsibilities, what people's rights and responsibilities are, and that there's clarity on that. And I think that most people are supportive of helping people. I think that that's very important in the matter that's before us. So I won't ask to speak later. I'll just leave with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kerr, you second the amendment. Is there any comments you'd like to add to that?
Very briefly, Your Worship, and through you, I'm a retired professor. I obviously believe in education, and I did make a comment with the main situation about how we needed to communicate whatever this was to the general public, because those in need and getting the services know where to get the services, and there seemed to be an abundance of those, more than an abundance. So I think what this does is to provide that additional piece of communication and education to the public, and I see that as completely a good thing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the sub-amendment, call the vote. Is there any opposition in regards to the sub-amendment? Hearing none, that passes. And I'm going to go to Councillor.
Recorded vote? Why am I not getting through?
I don't know. I just heard you right now.
I also put a request to speak on the amendment. You went right to the vote.
Okay. On the sub-amendment?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll get to you. So let's go to Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson on the sub-amendment, please.
Yeah, I'm going to oppose the sub-amendment because the information included is wrong. The sub-amendment information on the chart states things that are not supported by bylaw. They're not even in the bylaw. For example, the report stated very clearly that there was no material changes from the first bylaw to the second. But what was missing in the chart, which everyone seems to skip over, is that we sent bylaw staff out to Memorial Park telling people that were handing out food to those in need that they would be charged with violating the parks bylaw. And now we have a chart that says there was no authority whatsoever to make that threat whatsoever. And in fact, the parks bylaw had no reference whatsoever to the distribution of food. So we forced the camp group, as it's called now, to move from the park to another location under threat, under duress, using a bylaw threat that didn't exist at the time.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor. There was no threat to the Life Network. It was a mutually agreed upon solution, a beneficial move that they agreed to in cooperation with the city. And to suggest otherwise is just incorrect.
All right. Thank you. And that's, I have to agree with that statement. So, Councillor Nicholson.
That's nice, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kerr, but that's not how the group takes it. And the group believes they were threatened.
Well, Councillor Nicholson, just hold on a second. There was a clarification in regards to exactly what transpired with the group. You well know the discussion started in April of last year with that group to try and assist them through their efforts of helping those that are unsheltered and facing poverty. You also are aware that staff work for them or work with them for almost 6 months to be able to place them in a secure location with their agreement and work with our staff to make sure that there was a road occupancy permit that was submitted. And council approved that. That's the process. We're all aware of that. So there was no threat. There was a working relationship between the two groups to find a resolution. You still have the floor.
Well, good. I wonder, Mr. Chair, are you going to allow everybody to debate all speakers? Because I can jump in later on and others speak as well.
Councillor Nicholson, I'm going to chair the meeting to the best of my ability. I understand Councillor Nicholson. I understand, Councillor Nicholson, that you're very passionate about this particular issue. But I ask you to be respectful at all times, both to myself and your colleagues and staff. You still have the floor. You have made a statement that the current bylaw is not reflective in regards to the actions. If you could refer exactly where it is in the proposed bylaw amendments that were handed to members of council under CS 2127, that would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Jiski prepared a report which is references the sub-amendments comparing the existing rules with the changes that he perceived are occurring in the new proposal. In the very first sentence of the current bylaw, it clearly states that there was no reference to the distribution of food anywhere in the bylaw from 2000. When our bylaw officers attended at the park, our bylaw officers told the group that if they did not leave the park, they could be subject to being charged as an offense in the bylaw, an offense that did not exist. That is what I'm referring to when they were told under duress that they could be fined if they didn't comply. When in fact, there was absolutely nothing in the bylaw that says they were breaking any rule, any situation whatsoever. So now, if you don't call that a threat, I don't, what do you call it, coercion? No, I don't know what words you want me to use.
Well, I wasn't aware that you were at the event. That's number one. Number two is I am aware of what transpired and what was communicated to that group. So under the,
well, I suggest you could contact the group again.
So I want to try and Our bylaw officer did appear at the park, did communicate to the individual that was distributing food and clothing, reminded them once again that there is a bylaw in place in regards to obtaining a permit, educated, gave the information to the individual. The individual, matter of fact, thanked our bylaw officer for the information and proceeded.
And
so
again,
there was a group of more than 20. There was a group of more than 20, which under the current bylaw, to my understanding, is that a permit is required.
Well, your understanding is wrong, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Diskey has admitted that in his chart. The first line says, the Parks bylaw has absolutely no reference to the distribution of food. Those are not my words. Those are our commissioner's words in his chart, the very chart that we're debating in the sub-amendment.
Right. So
and we could say it 50 times,
right? So
but it doesn't make it correct.
Right. But you're referring to the incident that happened last Thursday about what was communicated and what wasn't communicated. And all I said was he was communicated to what our existing bylaw is at this particular time. In regards to your reference, where it says the current bylaw does not specifically refer to the disbursement of food and clothing, and the proposed amendment says it does not change the need for a permit, but clarifies especially that the distribution of food and clothing is prohibited unless organizations or groups have obtained a permit.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether we're speaking different languages here, but I was not referring to last Thursday's events. I was referring to last June and July's events when the Life Network was approached and was told that if it did not vacate the park, they could be subject to a fine and a charge under the Parks bylaw, a charge that did not exist and still does not exist at this time.
Organizations, gatherings, or events, activities require a permit. That's what was transpired.
It's not in the bylaw. I know that's what you've been told, what you may think, but it's not in the bylaw, and Mr. Diskey's report clearly states that. In fact, the changes are being made from the 2000 report to the current one to basically plug all those loopholes and make it an offense now.
Okay, so let's just hold everything off for a moment. I'm going to go to Commissioner Diskey, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Diskey. Commissioner Diskey, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Our current bylaw, could you tell me, if you have a gathering of more than 20 people in the park, is it required at this particular time to obtain a permit?
That is absolutely correct, Mayor Carter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson.
Can I address our lawyer?
Sure.
Can you show me in the bylaw where that authority is, contrary to that last statement?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The current bylaw makes no reference to people handing out food.
We're not debating that issue. We're debating if you need a permit if you have 20 or more people. 20 or more people require, under any circumstance, requires a permit.
No, sir. It's not in the bylaw.
It is in the bylaw.
Well, show me where.
I just had the commissioner just tell you that if an organization or a gathering of more than 20 people in our public parks needs a permit.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking you to show me where in the current 2000 bylaw it actually says that.
Okay. Commissioner Diskey, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, Mayor Carter.
As you can hear, the councillor is questioning where is it stated in the current bylaw that any gatherings or organizations require a permit in parks, especially if it's 20 people or more.
Through you, Chair Carter, that is section 6.02.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just hold a second. I'm going to read section 602. It says here, I'm looking at 602 in its entirety. It says, organized gatherings. It shall constitute an offense for any person while in any park to hold, organize, or permit an organized gathering unless authorized by permit.
Correct.
There's no mention of the word 20 in there at all. Somebody's interpreted that.
It's right in the definition where you look at it. Organized gatherings, including formal constitute picnics, events, or gatherings of 20 or more persons. That's under the definition.
Right. And the way it's being interpreted, with all respect to both our staff and the legal department, is that if more than 20 people show up to get a sandwich, it's deemed to be an organized gathering.
That's correct.
And what I'm saying is the group that's having the event's got 2 people. They can't control how many people show up. They have no ability. They're not inviting people to show up. And the point I'm trying to say here is that the reason we're making these wording changes is to plug that loophole. Is to simply change the rule. Now it's going to be an offense if you hand your kid a sandwich into the park.
Oh, please, Councillor Nicholson, please. This is a stretch. You're doing the exact same thing as what you did on social media when you talked about people throwing a ball in there. You forgot to put in the wording of the designated area so that people don't get hit by a javelin, a shot put, or a fastball. So let's stay to the facts today. That's not the case at all. If the husband and wife and a child are there having a sandwich in the park, that does not constitute a need for a permit.
I never said that. I said the bylaws is written today. And I wasn't going to deal with that until later on because we're dealing with the sub-amendment right now. And I don't want to break the rules. But I guess everybody else can break the rules.
Now, Councillor Nicholson, stay to the point, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I want to follow the council rules, you can't debate the issue from the chair.
I'm not debating you, sir. I'm giving you factual information, and I'm asking you to stay on point.
I am on point, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. That may work on others. It's not going to work on me, Mr. Chairman. All I'm saying to you right now is that if we're going to put out information, if we're going to tell the public of what the difference is between the existing bylaw and the current bylaw, then let's tell them. Let's tell them the whole package. Tell them everything. But what we're doing is we're picking and choosing certain sections, and we're going to tell them that, and then we're going to editorialize. Rather than simply showing on one column, here's what the wording is currently, and here's the new wording, we're now going to editorialize and say it's not really making any changes. With all due respect, right now, an individual can't be charged for handing out food in the park. The current bylaw does not reference that at all. It says it's not a violation. Under the new wording, any individual can be charged with a violation if they hand out food in the park, or if they hand out clothing, or if they hand out underwear, or if they hand out a bottle of water. In fact, our staff listed all the things that couldn't be distributed. And it doesn't say a group without a permit. It doesn't say that there was a criteria of 20 or less. Now the new bylaw, if passed by this council, states that says any person in any park may be in violation of the bylaw and can be charged if they distribute virtually anything to any other individual. Now, if that's not our intent, then we need to send this entire bylaw back for a proper wording. These are not my words. I'm simply quoting directly from the bylaw. And I draw your section to 608 of the new bylaw in the staff report 27. It says exactly that. And it goes on further. And it says, and if you are charged, you can get an administrative municipal penalty of up to $125 a day for every day you do it while you're waiting for your day to go to court. Some people may challenge this bylaw. We've already been told by individuals who've written to us, lawyers, that this whole process is unconstitutional. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't make that judgment. But I don't have a report from our lawyers saying it is or it isn't. So the problem I'm having with this entire process, this whole sub-amendment, is we're giving people hand-picked, cherry-picked information to try to justify the entire bylaw. Now, I didn't write the bylaw. These are not my words. But when the bylaw says it's an offense if you kick or throw a ball, except in a designated area, but it doesn't define what a designated area is, then it needs to be clarified. If the bylaw says we're going to amend the traffic bylaw, that says if you hand out food or clothing or on a city sidewalk, you can be charged, we need to clarify exactly what we're trying to achieve here. And all I'm saying in this sub-amendment is, if it's approved, we're not giving the public the full picture. And therefore, I urge council to vote against the sub-amendment. Hopefully a motion to refer will come forward. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to the full amendment, the full motion once the sub-amendment is dealt with, and I ask for a reported vote.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Moving on. Councillor McConkey, I understand that you would like to speak to this item on the sub-amendment, or the amendment here, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to speak to Councillor Giberson's motion that's on the screen.
Yes, please
that
proceed.
Additional information
Yep.
included and provided to council be attached to the report.
Yep.
And I understand that this is to inform the public better of the changes, but I find that it's not a comprehensive attachment, the table. I can't find anywhere in it details that were in the report that had to do with notification, changing from 10 days to 3 months. And I find that very onerous to, first of all, I understand a lot of this, and I think we're trying to achieve balance. But when you take away any spontaneity of organizing something, an event, especially with what the public has gone through in the past year, I do not agree with that that change, and it's missing from the table that we received from Commissioner Diskey. If I could ask Commissioner Diskey, is that correct? It's not there in what we're attaching to the report about the change of notification period from, which was the current 10 days to 3 months.
Commissioner Tedeschi, did you hear the question, sir?
Through you, Chair Carter, I did. If I can just have a minute, I'll respond shortly.
Thank you very much. Take your time. Councillor, just hold on a moment, please.
Chair Carter?
Please proceed.
All right, so if I understand the question correctly, the question was related to the 10-day notice period to the 3 months. The notification period was never in the bylaw. It was part of the administrative process. But just to speak to the change, the events, we're getting more and more events coming through our facility booking office. That's where the events are vetted and approved through that permit process at the FBO. We are getting more and more events, and the events are becoming more complex. And as you can understand, we need to safeguard the city to ensure we have proper insurance. Recently, with the COVID outbreak, we also now have to review COVID plans for each event to ensure that they are following the protocols in our parks and in our spaces. So that is one of the reasons why we have increased the administrative period.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor McConkey?
Thank you. But through you, Chair Carter, Mayor Carter, to Commissioner Diskey, it is in the bylaw. I think if you could give me a second, I'll refer to it. I think it was the number I've forgotten, but it's attachment to the report. It'll take me a second. It does say 10 days. And in your report, it does say change it to 3 months. And nowhere is that in this table that you've provided. If you could give me a second, please, I'll give you the page number. Mayor Carter, with your permission?
Yeah, please.
It's on page 108, section 3.01. Permit application. Applications for a permit required under the provisions of this bylaw must be completed and submitted to the city in the form and content stipulated by the commissioner from time to time, at least 10 working days in advance of the proposed user's activity. Now, the proposal with your report, excuse me, CS 2127, you do refer to changing that to 3 months, but it's not in this table that we're attaching for public information. So other than the public going to the trouble of digging up the bylaw and reading through several pages, you know, this is something that I think the public should be aware of, and I'm not in favor of extending it. You know, really putting together a notice and having it approved. I mean, we saw last summer how fast it happened with the Black Lives Matter rally. So I just can't fathom that they would need 3 months. So for this reason, I will not be supporting this amendment. I get the intent, but what I find with the number of letters that have come in today, and educating the public is important, and trying to find that balance is important. And the rush that has gone through here from committee on Monday, when even the minutes of that meeting are not public, to today, not continuing at the referral, I'm just, I have a big problem with the process. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hurst, to the amendment that's on the screen, please. Thank you.
Okay. I have more information, the better. I'm always good with, but I just, this is fine to attach additional information being attached to the report. I don't have any problems with that.
Okay, that's all we're discussing right now, to be
okay. So you're going to go back to the original motion?
Yeah, I'll go back to the original motion in a moment.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, there was a recorded vote on this portion of including the information, Madam Clerk. So could we take that vote, please? Councillor Nicholson asked for the recorded vote on this that's in front of us right now, please.
On the amendment, Councillor Nicholson.
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes, more information.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
We're going to go back to the main motion that's on the floor, go back to the speakers list. Councillor Nicholson, you're up. It is 2:40.
Thank you. I want to draw council's attention to 2 points, then I'll make a statement. The bylaw that's currently before this council, it states very clearly, and I'm just trying to get to the right section here, so bear with me. So I want to make sure I quote it directly. Under reports 27, it has a bylaw. And at the very bottom of the report, on pages, the draft bylaw starts on page 104, and it goes through the entire process, and it goes down to have definitions. Contrary to the previous bylaw, which just said organized gatherings, and as the mayor read off earlier, this one now says organized gatherings include formal constituted picnics, events, or gatherings of 20 or more persons. So suddenly we've added the 20 or more persons clause into the new bylaw because it didn't exist anywhere in the old bylaw. So now we're, quote, clarifying a process that didn't exist. I further go on to the definitions. We go further down the bylaw to section 6. It's on page 111. It says park use. Again, it states organized gatherings. It shall constitute an offense for any person in any park to hold, organize, or permit an organized gathering and authorized by the permit which requires a fee. And again, we're not saying a group, we're not saying an organization, we're saying now any person in any park now has to go through this process, because we want to make sure we have a big net that captures everything. So when we put our section 602 through, it says that. Now you go further on, and we talked about references to 608, which was in the original bylaw, and suddenly 608 doesn't exist in the new bylaw. It's been replaced by Article 9, Regulation and Enforcement. And it lists a whole lot of sections here. It says, anybody who contravenes the permit or operates outside of a permit, which is basically any person at any time in any park, is subject to a fine of not less of $300 and not more of $5,000 for their first offense, and going up into the repeated offenses of between $500 and $25,000 for a third or subsequent offense. So what we're seeing here is that you have to pay a permit fee plus insurance. You have to, if you don't, you could be charged with an offense, which is extremely onerous. And even on top of that, section 909 now, it says that if you are given a notice that you're in violation, the clock starts ticking on the administrative monetary penalty in the amount of $125 from each day which the controversy occurs or continues. Now, normally, you get your right to have a day in court to determine whether you're illegal or illegal. If somebody challenges the bylaw and says, we think it's not constitutional, we're going to start charging them $125 a day between the day we give them the citation and the day they get their day in court. And the reason we have all these fees is because a group, any single individual or a group that wants to hand out clothing or sandwiches in a city park, if they want to do one simple event per day, because people like to eat more than one, like a meal a day is kind of a good thing for people to get. The annual cost of that one permit for a half day is in excess of $15,000. So what we have here is not an attempt to regulate the use of the park, because there's nothing in the bylaw that says they can't do it in the park as long as they pay a fee. So as long as they pay the $15,000 and meet the regulations, they can still operate in the park. So when everyone's making the speeches and saying to the people, we want to remove this from the park, we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're slapping on a fee structure that is so onerous that you're going to put these groups out of business. And beyond that, not only are we doing that for parks, we're also doing it for city sidewalks as well. So if you happen to have a building where you make the food and you want to hand it out to people standing on the sidewalk outside your building, you're in violation of this bylaw change. And again, you're subject to all these penalties. And to put it really simply in terms that I hope members of council will understand, it should never be a crime to give people a bottle of water. It's a very simple statement. It should never be a crime to assist someone in need. And when we pass this bylaw, that's what we're creating. Now, we have an alternative. We have an alternative to permitting and fees. We can have a non-fee paying regulation system where they have to register their location and work with our city staff to resolve any issues that are identified. It's cooperative. This bylaw is punitive. This bylaw, as it's currently written, is a prohibition bylaw. It's saying that you can't do it unless you pay us for the right to do it and meet all our standards. And you know the organizations, and I say this to all members of my colleagues respectfully, you know these organizations don't have the funds to meet this fee structure. So what you're really doing is you're driving them out of business, or you're forcing them to break the law. And I think that's wrong. If we truly want to address the issue, if we truly want to resolve the issue in a cooperative way, we need to work with the organizations to find a wording that we can live with and that they can live with and is cooperative and is respectful to all sides. But what we have here today, and Councillor McConkie hit it on the head, is you gave us a report 10 days ago. You gave us limited time at CS committee to discuss a very comprehensive change, and the public barely had opportunity to know it existed. It got, at the committee level, it was referred back to staff for further investigation. We've now overridden that at this council. So we're saying from the day that we first heard about these changes, today it's possibly going to be passed today, it's 10 days, and virtually no opportunity has been presented to allow the organizations that are impacted by this a chance to even discuss this with council.
Councillor,
I say to you, this is not the right way to approach this process.
Okay.
Democracy says people are allowed to have their say, and if you pass this today, if you drive it through after your negotiations all weekend, where you lined up the votes to drive this through today, if you do that today, you will give this city a black eye, and we will be seen as a city without a heart and a city that doesn't care about helping those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, just first off, a quick question to the commissioner about this 30-day permit application. The way I understand it, that's for multiple facilities or multiple date events. Would that be correct?
Yeah, through you, Chair Carter, that's correct. When we have multiple departments, multiple facilities, such as a major sporting event that wants to cluster a number of parks, this would be the time frame that is needed by staff to organize such an event or to assist with the organization of such an event and use city facilities.
Okay, thank you. So I look at this, this is about creating balance, and you know, to suggest that the city doesn't have a heart or that the council is not compassionate, just so you know that through social services, which is at the regional level, downloaded money and some of the property taxes that go through the regional tax base. There's been close to $10 million spent on helping our homeless or unsheltered and those types of folks. People say, well, you know, they're out on the street. Well, you know, anybody goes to a shelter and there's no room at the inn, we have motel rooms and we have transport to get there and get back. The other thing about if somebody wants to give out the food in the park and it's going to cost $15,000, well, our staff work with these folks to find that balance. The balance between using our facilities appropriately and the balance of those people that live nearby or, you know, want to visit those facilities, you know, for other enjoyable things. And that was quite evident that this council agreed to it when Councillor Kerr brought that motion forward to have these folks that were at Memorial Park find another spot for them instead of charging them $15,000 for the year on application for permits and whatnot. Councillor Kerr did a lot of work. Staff worked with him, and council passed the resolution that Councillor Kerr brought, and they're quite successful. If you look out the back windows, the west windows of City Hall, in the afternoon and early evening, you'll see them there, and they're quite successful. But the other part of the balance is when you look at and say all these people that are upset with that you can't support those people in need, there's also those people that say, I live right here. I live close to this park, and I'm suffering, my family's suffering. We can't enjoy the park or whatever else is going on. But they aren't saying that we shouldn't support these people that need support. They're just saying that it needs to be regulated better, and that's what this is about. And when you read through it, it's regulations of these, and the definitions go to large groups and organizations and go through there. And there's also other means of reduction that council can do if it's a worthy cause for the right purpose. But my support for this is because I think it finds the balance. We've heard more than once councillors say that their area is under siege. Well, some of our parks are under siege, and this is a regulation to help those people that live near those areas, that work near those areas, that want to visit those areas. In particular, I mean, one of the high parts of this is Memorial Park, the number of seniors that want to go to Memorial Park. Sometimes it's just the fear of crime because we stereotype, unfortunately, some of our unsheltered and our homeless folks. But this isn't stopping and doesn't say that the city of Oshawa and its residents doesn't have a heart and isn't compassionate to support those that need the support. We are doing a lot to do that. But this is a regulation to find the balance between giving support to those in need and giving enjoyment to those that are supporting those in need. So at the appropriate time, Your Worship, I don't know if I'm the last speaker, I'd like a recorded vote.
So a recorded vote on the main motion is being called by Councillor Chapman. I have one more speaker that I have to get to, and I'll go to Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey, it's 2:53. You have the floor.
Thank you. I sent in an amendment to the clerk.
Could you just give us a moment, please, while we try and get that and put it on the screen? Just give us one moment, please. Councillor McConkey, can you take a look at the screen and just make sure we've captured your amendment correctly?
Thank you. That the 10-day notification time not be amended to 3 months, but remain at the 10-day time period. When I spoke to Councillor Giverson's amendment...
Hold on. I just need you to get a seconder on this, please. There's moved by Councillor McConkey, looking for a seconder on this amendment.
Second, Nicholson.
Councillor Nicholson is seconded. Councillor McConkey, please proceed.
Thank you. I just heard Councillor Chapman mention that this is just for large groups, but I read what was in the bylaw on page 108, Article 3, Section 3.01. It does not talk about the size of the groups. And, you know, I understand the concerns and the passion right now that's going on, and absolutely agree with Councillor Chapman that we do need to strike balance. But we've got to make sure that we don't ignore the unintended consequences of what's happening here. So I believe, first of all, this is one thing that should not change. 10-day notification, especially for something, I mean, that's one of the joys in life, having spontaneous events. And I think the city is pretty well equipped to process an application. So I'm looking for support on this simple amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson, did you want to speak to this as a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to seek a clarification. If someone could direct me to the clause in the bylaw where this is delineated.
Okay, I'm going to ask our commissioner if he could help us through that process. Commissioner Diskey, are you there, sir?
Through you, Chair Carter, it's added to section 3.01.
Do you have a page number that we could refer to at all? 3.1, did you say?
Yes, if you look at page 99 at the top, P, pending the following at the end of section 301.
Councillor Nicholson, do you have that on your green agenda? It's on page 99, top of the page.
I do have it. The reason I wanted that delineated, if that was the clause we're using, because it doesn't say 10 days. It says 10 working days. And since we don't count weekends as work or holidays as working days, we're really looking at a 14-day notice. Would that not be correct?
Commissioner Diskey?
Through you, Chair Carter, could you tell me could Councillor Nicholson tell me what section he's referring to?
The section you showed to me and you said to the mayor, section 301 in the bylaw reads, and I quote, applications for permit required in the provisions of the bylaw must be completed and submitted to the city in the form and content stipulated by the commissioner from time to time, at least 10 working days in advance of the proposed use and activity. Now, it's my understanding that the city does not refer to the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, as working days. So I'm trying to confirm, does that mean 14 calendar days?
Through you, Chair Carter, it can mean anywhere between 12 to 14 days, depending on when the application is received.
Fair enough. That makes more sense. I understand that. I think the amendments should be amended, or if the mover would consider, to simply to put the 12 minimum 12 working days in there, or define the days as working days, because right now it just refers to days, and I think that's going to cause confusion to the persons reading it.
Okay, so let me go back to the original mover of the civil amendment. Councillor McConkey, did you hear the comments by Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, sir, I did. And I have absolutely no problem. I thank Councillor Nicholson for pointing out that it should say working days, but it nowhere in the 3 months does it indicate anything about the size of the groups. I mean, both the old and the new are basically as read on pages on 99 and 107.
Right, and 108. Okay, so Councillor Nicholson, did I hear 10 or 12 working days?
What I'm hearing from the commissioner is it can be no less than 12 days.
Right.
It's calendar days, because you have to count at least one weekend in, depending when you submit it.
Right. So your suggestion to Councillor McConkey is 10 working days.
Or no less than 12 calendar days. Either one works.
All right. Councillor McConkey, would you take that as a friendly?
Yes, I just wanted to keep it as it was in the original bylaw. Thank you.
Just hold on a sec. Councillor McConkey, you okay with that?
That the 10 working day notification time not be amended to 3 months, but remain at the 10 working day time period. Yes, I'm in agreement with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry.
If I could continue on?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, based on the new wording of the new bylaw, if I'm an individual and I want to have a family picnic at one of our parks, and I've got, unfortunately, more than 21 members in my family. Maybe my brothers have kids, my grandmothers or my grandfather wants to come out, and somehow we're having a family picnic, but there's more than 20 members in attendance. I'm going to have to give notice of having and fill out a permit and an insurance prior to 10 working days prior to the event. Is that correct?
So I'm going to try and answer this the best way I can, because I know that I have a lot of confidence in our bylaw department. Is under circumstances, the first line is always to try and inform and educate and ask for compliance. If you're talking about a family gathering and Uncle Joe shows up that was unexpected and there's 6 people that are with them, I'm going to presume that now we're at 26, the permit was asked for 20, that the bylaw officer would take that into consideration. If it was 14 people and Uncle Joe showed up with 6 people, the intent would be the same. Our bylaw officers always try and inform, educate, first ask for compliance for the next occasion, and then take it from there. So that's just the way I interpret it, and my understanding is how they operate, Councillor Nicholson.
And with respect, Mr. Chairman, I understand that analogy, but I can't find that particular discretion authority anywhere in the bylaw.
No, and I would imagine
could staff give me a direction as to where in the bylaw do we authorize the staff to have the discretion to not require a permit?
Yeah, I don't know if it's written anywhere in there that it states anything, but a prime example of their approach was demonstrated last week, of course. And that's the way our bylaw officers try and operate. It's always about education and ask for compliance first, always.
I understand that, and my question was to staff. Did somebody show in the bylaw where that exists?
Again, I don't believe that it's in writing where it states that, but I'll go to Commissioner Diskey. You've heard the description back and forth, Commissioner Diskey. I know that this falls under bylaw, but the intent of the bylaw and the outlines that are being proposed or are put in place are guidelines for us to follow. Are you comfortable at answering this question, or should I go to Commissioner Adams?
Through you, Chair Carter, I can attempt the answer. What I can say is, again, for events larger than 20 people, a permit is required. That our staff, recreation culture staff that book the events, are flexible with smaller events and can do things quicker. And also there is discretion that is displayed by the enforcement officers as well. Thank you.
If I could follow up on that, given that the Councillor McConaughey's motion keeps the designated notice period at 10 working days, do our staff then have the discretion to waive that 10 working day notice if they can put the permit through in a faster period of time?
Commissioner Diskey?
Through the chair, that is correct. Staff have the discretion to do that. The provisions that are going into section P of 3.01 again have to deal with the larger events that we need the organizers to come forth with their plans, safety plans, security plans, traffic plans, things of that nature that require a number of city departments. These are events that are complex and that we need more time to deal with the organizers with.
Okay, I understand that. Then just to clarify from my understanding, because this is a moving target here, if we don't require any group less than 20 people to in fact take out a permit, why does our fee structure say from 0 to 149? Shouldn't it say from 20 to 49?
Commissioner Diskey?
Through the Chair Carter, I think we're looking at the old schedule there.
Okay, well, the fee schedule that I was sent by yourself, Mr. Diskey, initially gave the commercial property, then you sent the amended one. I want to be clear, are the first 20 people free, and that these permits only kick in once you go beyond 20, like 21 and beyond, is that correct?
Through you, Chair Carter, I wouldn't say the first 20 people are free, because if you have an event or with larger than 20 people, they're included in that number.
Okay, but I understand that, but you just said if it's less than 20 people, there's no need for a permit, so there's no need for a fee. When they go to 21, they're now required to have a permit. Is that not correct?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So when we're explaining to the people in our information package, then should not the fee structure, rather than saying 0 to 49, should it not say 21 to 49? If you go over 21 and under 49, this is what you pay. If you go under 21, you don't pay at all.
Through you, Chair Carter, a permit may be required depending on the circumstances, regardless of how many people are in the organization.
And that clause would be in the bylaw where?
The best example I could give is if you were holding a soccer practice or renting a ball diamond on a city park and there was less than 20. So for organized activities, that would be required.
Okay, but this is the fee structure for park use outside of sports activities, because a separate fee structure in the bylaw for sports facilities. So sports would be exempt. Renting buildings would be a whole different fee structure. Renting a gazebo at Lakeview Park is a whole different fee structure. This is just a fee structure for using the park. I didn't write it. This is what the information you sent us says.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, if people want to reserve space in the park, they would need a permit to ensure that space was there. So if we can look at the fees and charges bylaw and look at the 0 to 20, but at this time, staff feel that is a requirement.
All right. Just so I understand, the setting of the fees and structures is not a CS issue anyway. It's a corporate issue. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, general fees and charges bylaw goes through finance.
Finance, sorry, my apologies. Finance. So finance could look at that structure beyond this bylaw. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes. In conjunction with community services staff, that could be reviewed.
Thank you. Those are my questions under the sub-amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. No other questions in regards to this sub-amendment? Councillor Kerr, you want to speak to this sub-amendment?
I do, sir. Just a quick question to staff.
Yes, sir.
And through you to Commissioner Diskey, we have this sub-amendment in front of us talking about 10 working days and 3 months, and the recommendation in the staff report was 3 months. So what was it about the 3-month period? And forgive me if this has been answered, but this has been a multifaceted conversation. What aspects about the 3 months request or the 3-month stipulation or the 3-month clause or however you want to word it that was put in this report, what was the rationale behind that staff felt that the 3 months would be of benefit and would allow them to perhaps effectively do their jobs better?
Commissioner, to the question, please.
Through you, Chair Carter, staff often get requests for large-scale events without proper notification. Staff need the time to do their due diligence to ensure that the event will meet city specifications with respect to traffic plans, security plans, proper insurance, things of that nature. Sometimes these events have unusual requests with respect to sound or lighting requests or things of that nature. So it just allows staff to be able to vet the applications and ensure that we are doing our due diligence.
Thank you for that. So a follow-up question would be, if we just leave this at 10 working days, does that now put an unreal expectation in the minds of some of those groups that are looking at a multi-facility, multi-facet application that really should have an extended period of time? Are they now not going to be looking for our staff to create the approvals and the permits within that 10 working day time period? Or is there a way that we can have a scale up to 3 months depending on the size and complexity of the event?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to Councillor Kerr, that is correct. Some organizers may have a false expectation that we can deploy city resources within 10 days.
So, Mr. Mayor, and not to complicate the issue here, but I also don't want to handcuff our facilities staff who may be working through expectations from a multifaceted event group that are looking for a 10-day turnaround time, and that's not fair. So I'm wondering whether I shouldn't put forth, or somebody shouldn't put forth a phrase added onto this that would say maybe up to 3 months, depending on the complexity of the event being requested.
So you've already spoken to the item, so.
I wondered if the mover would accept that as a friendly from me or somebody else who could.
I'd rather it not be a friendly because that's quite a mouthful. So if there is.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
If I heard correctly, I just heard Councillor Kerr ask questions of staff. Would he not qualify to add a sub-amendment to this amendment based on the fact that he just asked questions?
That's why I don't give you coffee at lunchtime. You become too sharp. So yes, you're absolutely correct. So Councillor Kerr, Councillor Marks brought up a point that you asked questions. So therefore you can bring that sub-amendment forward onto this. If you could get it in writing, send it to the clerks, and then we'll start the process all over again.
Okay, thank you. Now, would that be added onto this or a sub-amendment?
I think what you had proposed was to add on to this. I thought that's what you're asking for.
I'll take care of that right now.
But we're going to take it as a sub, so write it as a sub-amendment, please. Because we'll vote on that first, then the original, and then the main.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I just send that to clerks. I'm not a bit of a three fingers McGinty when it comes to typing, so I'm a little slow.
Not a problem. Just give us a moment, please.
Yep.
Councillor Kerr, can you take a look at the screen, please?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. And I believe that captures what I sent. So that there's a 10-day working notification time. You're saying not be amended up to 3 months, but remain at the 10-day working time period, but may require up to 3 months depending on the complexity and the potential of a multi-facility large-scale event.
So that's you're moving that. Who's your seconder on it?
I'll look for one.
Councillor Marks, I'll second that.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Councillor Marks.
Okay, so that's the sub-amendment. Let's take a vote.
So if I may, just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, rather than just take it from only 3 and put it at only 10, I think our staff need a spectrum to work with to provide the best possible service to any type of requester that comes, if I may, through the door. And the vast majority may be a 10 working day time period, but they need to have the time to deal respectfully with a very large scale request. For instance, maybe a Kicks soccer tournament that requires 14 soccer fields or whatever. So I think it does our staff service to be able to have that flexibility of service to provide to the community.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey, to the sub-amendment that is highlighted in yellow, please.
I can appreciate where Councillor Kerr is coming from with this, but the clause that's there on page 108, which I've read out loud, 3.01 in the current bylaw, has been in place for at least since 2014, right? And we didn't really have any full discussion on this until now. We find out that, it's because, these larger scale events. But even though some members of this council have said, it applies to large scale events, it wasn't written in. And so I just, again, going to stress that this bylaw that we're approving, there's a lot to go through. And this is just one aspect of it that, as far as I'm concerned, was missed. To put this forward in these words, I don't know if legal wants to look at it, but it's still something that I think is maybe not going to hold water at one point. If someone is coming in and they're wanting to have, their parents' 50th anniversary, all of a sudden, maybe they're not in good health, they want to go to a park and just have a big family birthday party. How big, it's not really there. And the city says, no, you can't have the 10-day notification because what's a large scale, what's a depending on the complexity and the potential. They could be turned down just because someone doesn't want to go ahead with booking this. I don't know. It's just kind of random. I just don't know why we can't stick with what was there that seemed to work.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the vote on the sub-amendment. Recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk. On the sub-amendment.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Okay, yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
It's 10 affirmative.
On the amendment, please, recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Again, okay.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
10 affirmative.
Before we go to the recorded vote on the main motion, Councillor Gray would like to speak to the main motion as amended. Councillor Gray, good afternoon. I haven't heard from you, but I hope you're having a good day, sir.
Indeed, I've just been laying back here. I didn't need to weigh in too much on a bunch of amendments, but I do want to weigh in on this. First question, for the homeless, is there a lack of food and that's why these organizations pop up out of nowhere? Who can answer that?
Well, I could. Councillor Chapman probably could, but I could tell you that based upon the information that we have, all the organizations that are distributing food and faith groups that are participating, no, there is not a lack of food distribution in our community. And that, by the way, Councillor Gray, that includes individuals that are unsheltered and those that are working poor or those that are living in poverty that seek out this service.
Thank you. With all these groups, and there seems to be another one that's sprung up on Simcoe Street South, do they ever coordinate their efforts? Do they talk to each other?
Councillor Gray, again, I can tell you that we encourage them to work with the distribution points so that, one, geographically, they can hit as many points within a walking distance that may be accessible by many. We encourage anyone that would like to distribute food or clothing to work with some of our known agencies, because the idea being is that once we distribute food or clothing, it also gives us an opportunity to navigate the system so that those individuals may be able to receive other services. So yes, we do ask them to coordinate their efforts with established organizations.
Thank you. Now, I was frustrated at the committee because I wanted to see this referred back. It finally did get referred back. I was able to deal with staff. They were able to address my concerns, and I was very appreciative of that. But right now, there seems to be a pressing need I'm sensing from some members of council. Do we feel there's going to be a threat to Memorial Park again? Is that the reason for the getting this done right away?
I think it's a couple things, Councillor Gray. I think one is that we are trying to get everybody to coordinate, to work with the agencies so that we can better serve those that are desperately in need of housing, clothing, food, medical help, psychological help, or addiction help. And we have found that with Mr. Walker and his team that have located at Midtown Mall, we're finding opportunities to be able to coordinate the services in a much more efficient way, along with Mission United, also, of course, Do Unto Others, and the faith communities that are also distributing. So they're starting to really make sure that everybody has got a point of contact so that we can actually navigate and provide services for these individuals that are desperately in need of help.
Okay, thank you. I want to first comment. When we moved the food and clothing distribution out of Memorial Park, I stopped getting complaints. Moving it off of Memorial Park, therefore off Simcoe Street, and therefore in not the spine of Oshawa, the complaints disappeared. To me, that's a success story, because these services should not be on Simcoe Street. And every time we seem to see something else pop up, like Duo, like the Refuge plans to do, and I'm hoping they have some structuring in case they get their zoning. But it's important to understand that we don't try and tear down the rest of the city when we provide kind and generous services. The problem I have with many of these groups is they don't seem to understand there's consequences to what they do. When they allow people to congregate and you cannot pass the sidewalk, that is not acceptable behavior. When when they break windows, break mirrors off of cars because they've got nothing to do, that's not acceptable behavior. When we had that special meeting on the impacts of the homeless, there was one delegation that came through, I believe it was Gate 316, and those two ladies made the strongest, most impressive point, and they called it toxic charity, when they allow all kinds of bad things to go on. I think we can probably reframe it a little bit, a misguided charity, but I guess the message I've got is I'm supporting this bylaw, even though I do feel we are trying to rush it through. I'd like to see some refinements and so that people do not misinterpret what we are trying to do by the bylaw. But regardless, I don't want to fall backwards with Memorial Park. I want to see further cleanup along Simcoe Street. And if the groups would start to coordinate, they'd probably find that a number of them wouldn't have to rent as many facilities and they could do a better job. And that's my overall big message. On the little message side, it's you got to take responsibility for what some of your patrons are doing. We can't just let lawlessness reign. And that's the pain and the agony that's felt by many people. We started to see some further letters coming in talking about how they did support changes to the park. They don't want to fall backwards. And I think a responsible community will understand that we have to have rules. We have to make sure that the charities don't forget about all the other issues that we do have to face. It's one thing to feed somebody, but when you feed them and you just hand them a sandwich and they don't even get spoken to by someone as far as, wouldn't it be nice if you came in off the street? Wouldn't it be nice if you found a place we can help? And those are the things that I'd like to see more of, not less. And my real fear is that these people come in with the food and the clothing, very alluring stuff. I can get a change of clothes, but they're and then off they go. You can no longer talk to them because they're gone. They got their goods. And at some point, it's got to be more about rehabilitating these souls who have these horrible addictions. But then they're dragging the rest of us down when they misbehave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. And just to let you know, for our members of council, I've been speaking with Councillor Chapman in regards to making sure a communication goes out on a regular basis to the public in regards to the efforts that are going on, the initiatives that have been undertaken by the City of Oshawa in coordination with our groups in the region, and also to bring them up to date on the success of how many people have been homed or housed and how many individuals have been assisted. And it's quite a number that we've been able to assist. Last on my list is Councillor McConkey. It's 327. And then I'll call for a recorded vote that was requested by Councillor Chapman. Councillor McConkey.
Thank you for advising me it's 327. I thought that we were in committee of the whole meeting with the conversation, which I appreciate you actually allowing the flexibility here. Councillor Gray's comments were very, very good. I agree with a lot. I agree that, really I was looking to see refinements on this, but we don't want to slide backwards. It's a very tough decision. With the number of letters that we've had come in, I have some questions. Mayor Carter, at the beginning of this meeting, when those letters were referred to this report, it seems we have this happen almost every meeting. Letters referred, and they're never actually discussed. And among those letters was a very good letter, basically saying this might not stand up in court and giving some case law on it. And that's one concern I have, the rush that's happening here. But I do have a specific question. And it has to do with the Welcoming Streets chill zone, because I understand after the City Council pushed through Welcoming Streets to the region, and it's been approved for a year, how do they qualify? Do they get a permit?
To be absolutely honest, the contract with that particular initiative goes through the region. The region has coordinated it all. It is an outreach program, I think, that falls under the same guideline as our PCOP program. So you would have to, I can inquire through our Commissioner of Social Services and get you that answer.
Well, yes, because you're on the Social Services Committee and Bob,
I am.
Councillor Chapman is. And I would like to know, is this chill zone something in the outdoors where they will be handing out various items? Especially these kits that are containing crack pipes or whatever is
we can't answer that question.
Know.
We could get you an answer because, of course, that was an operational decision that was made by the region of Durham.
Right, but here we are in the city of Oshawa trying to clean up a big mess. The needles that are left around, crack pipes and whatnot.
Yes.
And, we have the John Howard Society coming in. And at a certain point, the pendulum has gone way too far. And I don't know, if I would like to know if this bylaw actually applies to those groups or if they get off And the person that, all these volunteers that are working, how many hours they're putting into manning the camp and over at the mission, standing outdoors and handing out food and groceries. Really, I think the balance is not there when you've got some that are very dedicated and others that are sponsored through the region, handing out and making a lot of the mess. So those are my reservations. I don't think that's been addressed in this. I would have liked a lot more thorough investigation. So for that reason, I will be voting against this. Really torn because, like I said, I agree a lot with what Councillor Gray has said. It needs to be cleaned up, but the discussion hasn't been comprehensive enough. And yes, if you could please get me that information about the chill zone and what's happening with the welcoming streets in Oshawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Councillor Chapman has asked for a recorded vote on the main motion, please.
On the main motion as amended, Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yep.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter? 8 affirmative.
Your worship, just to clean this up, can I add, we've passed the motion, but I need to move that the bylaws attachment number 1 to report CS-21-21 be passed. I would move that if I could find a seconder.
Second, Marks.
Marks is seconded.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't that require a motion to introduce it was not on the agenda? Usually we get a bylaw section at the end of the agenda. If you're adding a new bylaw, don't you need a motion to introduce?
Just a moment. So I've been told that we need 2/3, Councillor Nicholson, just to let you know. So it's being moved in second to waive, to introduce it. So we'll get a recorded vote
If
on
I could
that.
ask for clarification, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Just a moment. I'll ask the clerk to answer. Madam Clerk.
We need 2/3 because it's not listed on the agenda.
Did that help, Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, just so I understand, if as the motion is passed, if the motion doesn't carry today, then the bylaw would simply show up for approval at the next council meeting. Is that correct?
Well, the motion has passed. The bylaw, when would it appear on? Would it appear in the next council? Yeah, it would appear in the next council that bylaw would be there.
So so I can understand how I vote. If I wanted an extra month to actually understand what the impact of the bylaw, I could simply vote against the introduction and have it appear a month from now, and therefore I could ask staff clarifications on the bylaw's wording. Is that correct?
Well, there's always an opportunity to ask questions to get answers, but yes, you are correct. You can vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be not supporting the introduction.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. We need 2/3 to be able to add that bylaw on. So we have to go through the process. So Madam Clerk, recorded vote, please, just so we can get it correct. Yes, I did.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
That's 8 affirmative, 3 negative.
That passes. So we vote on the bylaw now. Madam Clerk, as a recorded vote, please.
I would like to speak to the bylaw.
Please do.
Just for clarification, could the bylaw, is that what is listed in report 2127 in the appendix?
Yes, attachment 1, I believe. And it'll include the amendments that were included today that were brought forward.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. This is a bylaw that involves parks and facilities, and the highway vending bylaw 3392, but I don't see any wording for the vending bylaw that deals with distribution. Could somebody clarify why we block distribution in the parks bylaw, but not on the highway vending bylaw?
Commissioner Diskey, did you understand the question?
So you, Chair Carter, I did. Can I just ask for a minute, please?
Yep, thank you. Councilor Nicholson, just to let you know, attachment 1, page 96 of your green pages, being a bylaw to further amend the Parks Facility Bylaw 83-2000 as amended Parks and Facilities Bylaw 83-2000 and the Highway Vending Bylaw 33-92 as amended. Top of page 96.
Through you, Chair Carter.
Please go forward.
On page 101 of the report, number 3, highway vending bylaws as amended is further amended by. And then there's a listing of the changes to the highway vending bylaw.
Thank you. Councilor Nicholson. Okay. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I was speaking while I was on mute. My apologies.
Sorry.
The question I was trying to ask was, in the parks bylaw, it says you can't hand out and distribute. And it gives a list of things you can't do. On the highway bylaw, it only refers to sale. So I'm trying to understand, shall the terms of distribution that are in the parks bylaw now also be added to the highway traffic bylaw or the highway vending bylaw?
Commissioner Diskey, your interpretation, please.
Through you, Chair Carter. I believe it's section E, number 2, but I may want to refer to Matt Binkle, who assisted staff with this particular bylaw.
Okay, I'm going to go to Matt. Matt, could you answer the question, please?
Sure, through you, Mayor. The changes actually happen in, so in that section 3, it has the listing of some of the minor changes. Section E, we add some definitions. Currently there is articles for sale, and it talks about articles, and then it all further describes what articles are. Here, articles for sale has been broken out into articles for sale and articles for distribution. Articles for distribution sort of being the broader concept. And then in section F, that's where those references get added. So there's a substitution of all occurrences of articles for sale with the broader definition of articles for distribution in a number of sections. And that's where we expand that concept of sale to encompass distribution.
Thank you.
If you could help me in understanding how the effect of this, if I'm, for example, I'm at the Duo storefront on Simcoe Street South across from the old Zellers Plaza, and I'm inside the building, I can hand somebody a bottle of water. But if they line up outside the building and I hand them a bottle of water, I'm in violation. Is that correct?
It would depend on whether or not they're on a highway, as that's defined within the bylaw.
Is Simcoe Street a highway as defined in the bylaw?
If it's on the actual street itself or on a portion for the passage of vehicles or persons, then it would be, yes.
So a sidewalk would fall under the definition of a highway.
Yes.
All right. So again, the question I was asking was, if I'm inside the building and people are lining up and I can't get any more people into the building, and I give them a sandwich or a bottle of water while they're standing on the sidewalk, then I'm in violation of this particular highway vending bylaw. Is that correct?
Specific hypotheticals can be difficult to map out into the real world, but because there are always unique facts in a circumstance. But assuming that that person is standing on the sidewalk and that what is happening is in fact a distribution, then that would be an offense. Yes.
Right. Now, if I'm, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. If I'm on a residential lawn and I'm having a yard sale and people are standing on my sidewalk viewing my yard sale equipment, am I in violation then because I'm distributing or selling commodities onto the highway?
The section 2.1 of the bylaw speaks specifically to placing one or more articles for sale upon the highway. So the physical presence on that highway. Section 2.2 deals with projections over top of the highway so that it wouldn't be physically placed on it. But those are the specific limitations. So if there was simply a lineup of persons but no transactions were occurring, then I wouldn't expect that would be an offense.
You've actually went to the next question I was going to put, and I do appreciate you jumping ahead. Is only the actual handing out of the material that's a violation? Someone standing and waiting to enter a facility, that's not a violation. Is that correct?
A person standing and waiting to enter a facility would not be, but a person placing an article for sale, even passively on the roadway, would be an offense.
All right. So let me put this to you. Somebody lines up in front of a storefront, that's not a violation. They go into the storefront, they get their water, they get their sandwich, they come back out and they eat it on the sidewalk. That too is not a violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
So why are we going after these groups? Because they can line up to go in, they can line up to eat. The only thing is you just can't hand them the water on the sidewalk. You have to head to the store. What are we changing? Like I'm not asking that rhetorically. I'm trying to understand if, as Councillor Gray says, we want to control what's happening and they're not blocking sidewalks, etc., and lining up and eating are both legal, how do we address the problem?
Well, I believe that go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say that when it comes to the policy, I would probably defer to Ron.
Commissioner, would you like to comment at all?
Through you, Chair Carter. We are addressing issues within our parks and our green spaces.
Thank you very much.
The scenario that Councillor Nicholson mentioned would not be happening in our parks or green spaces.
Thank you very much.
No, I understand it, Mr. Mayor. This bylaw doesn't just amend the park space. It amends the highway vending. And I'm trying to determine, in reality, what am I changing of the highway vending if they can line up to go into the store and they can eat their sandwiches on the sidewalk?
Right.
What have I changed in the process?
Right. I think it goes more to about the setup on those areas, blocking sidewalks, blocking partial of the road that they're concerned about, not only about pedestrian safety, but also car safety in regards to it. The opportunity to be able to make clarity on it, I think, helps in regards to the distribution.
So what we're concerned about is somebody setting up a table on a city sidewalk and blocking people's ability to transport themselves across that sidewalk to their destination. Is that correct?
We are always concerned about pedestrian safety.
Then why do we exempt the sidewalk sales in any location? We let them set up tables and block the sidewalk, but people handing out food, they're suddenly the victim, the terrible, toxic charity. But somebody who's selling shoes, it's okay.
I'm just stating that one is we don't have sidewalk sales any longer. And number two is the intent of this is to make sure that public safety is taken into consideration and consideration for all users of green space, parks, trails, highways, and every aspect of our city. I'm going to ask you to wrap
Mr.
up,
Mayor,
please.
and I totally support that. My question is, if we don't have sidewalk sales anymore, why do we have the exemption built in that says if you're selling something at a sidewalk sale, you can block the sidewalk all you want, but if you're handing out food, you can't?
As you know, the city has spent a great deal of money in regards to improvement about our sidewalks, not only in regards to utilizing it, but also making sure that it's good for accessibility across our city, so we continue to do those things. Then the intent, of course, is just clarification. I'm going to ask you that your time is expired. I'm going to call the vote, please. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
8 affirmative.
I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess. We've taken one item, almost 2 hours to deal with. We still have about 20 items to go through. So I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break. Moved by Councillor Mayor Pietri, seconded by
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Kerr. Any opposition? Being none, I'll see everybody back here at 4 o'clock. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to continue on. We still have, out of our polls, we have still have 14 reports to go through. Then we have a full closed agenda that we'll have to address. So I'm going to presume that it's going to be a very late night. So let's get going. The next item that was pulled was CS 2131. That was pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, it is exactly 4 o'clock. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to draw council's attention to the first paragraph in the staff report in 2131. Under the park introduction, it says, Parks Planning and Development completes a full condition audit of existing park facilities biannually, and this data is maintained on the city's asset management software. Is that information available to members of council to review?
Let's go to Commissioner Diskey. Commissioner Diskey, is that information available for members of council?
Through you, Chair Carter, I'm going to defer to Director Saulnier.
Thank you very much. Director Sonia, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Carter.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, and good morning, because I didn't get a chance to say good morning to you. To the question, please, sir.
Yes, so the actual reports are not in a readable fashion. I had done 3 samples to see how long it would take my staff to put it together to make it in the presentable report. And it took them all day to put 3 reports together for 3 parks. So they're not readily accessible. They're done, like say every park has its own audit done.
Go ahead, Councillor Nicholson.
Okay, I draw your attention to the motion that Councillor Hurst quite rightly put back on December 7, 2020. It says that staff provide council in Q1 2021 with a comprehensive summary of the neighborhood parks, inclusive of recreational features, use expectancy, and anticipated year of full or partial improvements as identified. Now, it's my understanding that the way you identify all that is through the condition audit. If the council had requested that you provide us with it and you can't, does that mean we have to get some other process of informing council as to the status of existing parks and how they are itemized for capital budget inclusion?
So, Director Saulnier, my understanding is this report is some 3,000 pages. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor Carter.
So is that report of the 3,000-page report, is that available if a member of council requested it from you?
It wouldn't make any sense to anybody if I printed it off.
I understand that, but is that report available to members of council if they wish to review it?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was basically trying to look, Mr. Chairman, I guess the problem I'm trying to get here is that it was my understanding, and Councillor Hurst can correct me if I've misinterpreted her motion, but what she was looking for and why I supported it was that we would get a summary of our neighborhood parks. They would tell us what features are in the park, how much life is left in them, and when we're budgeting, go through the process, what is the anticipated year that staff are looking to include it in the A budget of that year, a full or partial improvement. And that staff would somehow show us, for a better word, the pecking order of our parks and how they're lining up for repairs, etc. My concern is council is not involved in that establishment of that pecking order. And if we are to suggest to a staff member that a certain park should give a higher priority or a lower priority, especially in our own constituencies, we can't actually action that because we don't have an understanding of what the life expectancy is. Contrary to our buildings, we get a full report. We got the Morrison Hirschman report, which was a lot of pages. We got other reports talking about how long our roofs would last in buildings, or when we're planning to replace this particular pool, or when we're trying to replace this wall that's got spalding on it. We get a comprehensive summary for structures. We actually get a reasonable summary for roads. We don't get a summary for parks. And I'm just wondering, what type of motion do we need to establish or send or approve that would allow members of council to understand the life expectancy of their neighborhood parks and when they might be able to be repaired and what status the equipment runs out in? Could staff help me with that?
Okay. Again, is that report, all 3,000 pages are available to you if you wish. They can make it available to you. I think the table has outlined the opportunity in each park and based upon the evaluation. But I'll go back to Director Saulnier. Director, is there Any other report that would be helpful in regards to helping members of council understand some of the process in regards to this timeline or the selection, sir?
Through you, Mayor Carter, I'm not familiar with what facilities are using. We are using the same program as they are. And for facilities to spit out this kind of report, it'd be the same as mine, be 3,000 pages, unless somebody's undertaking a specific review of a specific building or a park, that becomes a little different.
Okay, Councillor?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let me give one example from the old report. A park in my area, Kingside Park. It has a minor playground, one softball slow pitch diamond, 2 tennis courts, and a parking lot. The motion asked for, the Councillor Hurst asked for us, tell us the life expectancy of each of those different parts of the park and when you're planning to repair them or upgrade them. The report, when it came back, didn't give us that information. All it said is that design funding was approved in 2021, but we don't know how long the playground will last. We don't know how long the slow pitch is expected to last. We don't know how long the tennis courts expect to last, and we don't know if the parking lot is in need of repairs. How does a member of council influence the final approvals if we don't have that basic information?
I guess doing exactly what you're doing right now, which is advocating on behalf of your constituents in regards to a park that you would like to see expedited to the top of the list.
Well, I would love to expedite a park to the top of the list if it's in need, but I don't want to make a request to a park when they find out that all the equipment still got 20 years of shelf life in it.
Right.
I need that information to make a judgment call.
Right, and I think staff have tried to make sure that they've taken all this information into consideration as they've formulated the tables in regards to not only design but also actions that are needed.
All right, let me approach this from a different perspective than if I could. Can staff provide council with the policy about how I'm assuming there's some kind of a asset management system or a point system that is used to prioritize capital projects for park repairs. Would that process and how it is occurring annually be something that you could provide to council so we may understand how you're reaching your conclusions?
So I'm going to ask you to wrap up, but I'm going to go to Director Sonia. Is there an opportunity to do so, sir?
Through you, Mayor Carter, essentially every park that gets an audit is scored accordingly in the system. So it'd be like through 1 through 5, for example. And that's what regurgitates the report afterwards. Yeah, I mean, we can share basically what 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 means, sort of thing.
Does that help?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that understanding how they score would be helpful.
Okay.
And giving us access as best we can to the information would be helpful as well.
Okay.
I guess we're going to have to dig into it and find out what we can find because the motion is simply not before us right now.
Okay. All right. We'll get
Thank
our
you.
team to work with that. Councillor Hurst, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, sir. Thank you to staff for this report. And yes, I do agree. It didn't quite fulfill the whole motion, but that's okay because the summary is what I was looking for. And the amount of detail that would be required for every piece of equipment on each one of our sites would be onerous, but I know it's checked and maintained on a regular basis, so it's okay. And then when I look at the preamble of the report, everything is driven by money, obviously. So at least if it's on the list and it's imminent, and then, you know, it goes through the budget process. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. And if we have to advocate for each one of the parks and each one of our wards, so be it. I would dare say that each and every park in each and every one of our neighborhoods, everyone would, they'll all say that each of their parks needs to be updated. So this is an objective way of looking at it. The redevelopment of our parks is top of mind, especially this time of year. I know my own neighborhood park, I've never seen so many children playing in it as I have this past year for all sorts of reasons. But I would expect, and if I go through staff, through Mr. Mayor, when you do an audit, and if something was like 20th on the list, and you came back and you said, this place has really gone into an unfortunate state of disrepair, it's been vandalized, it's beyond the point of repairing, would you automatically move that up the list, or would you come to council and say, we need to address this like now, this can't wait until 2028, for example?
So I'm going to go back to the Director Sonia. Director Sonia, we have our teams that are inspecting our playgrounds, picking up the garbage, and seeing its general condition. Do your teams report back if they see something that is urgently needed, not only for repair, but if of concern? Are you able to react upon those reports that come in from your teams?
Through you, Mayor Carter, absolutely. Sometimes, or if it's just one unit, sometimes we're able to replacing it through operating. If something needs to be moved up in the capital dollars, we would move it up for council consideration in the capital budget year.
Thank you. Councillor Hurst.
Fine, thank you. That answers my question. So at this point in time, I have nothing further to add. Or ask of staff. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Councillor
I'd be ready
Hurst.
to make a motion if you like.
Thank you. Councillor McConkey, it's 4:12. You have the floor.
Thank you. I agree. This is a good start, but so much information, hopefully we can gain at a certain point. The one I would like to know is which ones actually have DC money in reserve. I believe there's a number that do, and I think those could be expedited. I want to point out on page 130, the Columbus Park, which I think everyone on council now is very familiar. It's been on the budget 3 times, and sorry, it's noted here, parking lot asphalt. But we've been told for 3 years now that that is the worst parking lot in the city in terms of condition. And that's the kind of thing I think we were looking for. So those are 2 aspects of this. I'd like to know the ones that are in disrepair. It's not highlighted in any way, and ones that would be on the list for DC reserve money. They don't seem to be in any order. They're not really according to year. There's several that are, it starts off early, but then there's several mixed in. Alexandra Park, for instance, it hasn't, I believe it has a new asphalt parking lot. It's not indicated that it's new. But I noticed that Lakeview Park is in there twice. It's just one park, right? But I guess it's divided on either side of the road. The one on page 125, it says soccer. Was the baseball diamond taken out?
Not to my knowledge.
So it's missing the baseball diamond because it's got soccer. And what does the number 5 mean? Oh, it's 511 by 11. Okay. And because there's more than one soccer field at Lakeview Park.
Yes.
The one on page 124, it just says the playground major and splash pad major, and that doesn't indicate it's brand new. So those are the kind of details I thought would be forthcoming. Anyhow, if there's a chance at some point, someone could send me the list that are available at the DC Reserve. I think it was in the DC update, but it would be nice to also include the trails because especially in Ward 1, we have a few nice parks, not that many, very few with basketball courts, and I was very interested in seeing how many are around the city. But the trails to them, that's what's really lacking. People cannot get to them. And I'm really hoping at some point we can have that conversation about in Ward 1, where we have the most young children, a lot, I believe, comparatively. But again, as Councillor Hurst said, there's a lot in the parks these days, which is lovely to see. And I think we do have beautiful parks, but very lacking in access in the intensification areas to get to the parks. So yeah, at some point, hopefully we'll have a little bit more detail about these. Oh, and the one I did want to point out is, I always get the name of it mixed up with Lakeview Park. The one that's further west of Lakeview Park, Lakefield Park. I mean, that's been on the agenda. I remember speaking to it as a private citizen when people were saying that there's, the building had to be taken down, and there's a lot of, I believe, inner city games that happen in those baseball diamonds. Is it somebody help me, Lakefield Park? Anybody?
I think you're talking about Cluane Park.
No, further east, as you go towards the liquor depot, what is that? Where they had to take down the washrooms, and they've had porta toilets there.
Lakefield West.
Lakeview West.
Thank you. Lakefield. And it is in here, but it doesn't indicate anything. Sorry, I lost the page where it was. But that has been on agendas for, I would say, well, when they were demolished, it's almost at least 7 or 8 years ago. When is that going to be? Because it's not indicating anything
Okay,
about.
let me get you an answer because you're running out of time here. Director Sonia.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Carter. Essentially, what Councillor McConkey is talking about, it's Lakefront West.
Yes.
And essentially, there was work that was being performed there, but because of the butterfly habitat, we had to stop all functions that were being done. So right now, it's being looked at as far as additional space for, I'm going to call non-recreational, passive recreation as an example. But she is correct. There was a baseball, there are multiple fields that are being used there, and also the, I'm going to say the change facilities were basically, we had to demolish that area, and they were going to couple with us to further develop the park till we found out about the butterfly habitat.
Thank you.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, it says here on page 126, slow pitch, softball slow pitch, capital budget year 2025. So at this moment in time, the city, when the sports are back functioning, and when COVID lets up a bit, will the city be paying for those porta toilets again at that site?
Director?
We try to enhance all our fields to make sure that all services are there and available for the users.
Beautiful.
Right.
Councillor, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions? Any in opposition?
Yeah, I think I did. I'm on the chat line, Mr. Mayor. John Neal.
Councillor Neal, please proceed.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Columbus Church, since that's part of our asset management, probably.
Yeah, and you know the discussion with the parking lot. The parking lot was part of the budget discussion. It was referred to this year's budget process that will be undertaken and put in front of council at that time.
Yeah, I was going to ask staff what they're doing with it right now in regards to.
It'll be a council decision when it comes up at budget time.
Well, no, just staff in regards to after they've plowed it and what the condition of it is now. Okay, I'll get staff to circle back to you and give you that information. Well, he's right there, Mr. Sonia, isn't he?
Mr. Sonia, do you have any updates in regards to the Columbus parking lot?
Yes, to Mayor Carter, to answer Councillor Neal's question, every year we undertake several, and I mean like multiple times as far as repairs. We look at the water runoff, and it always requires attention.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Any opposition? Hearing none, we're moving on. Corp 2115. Councillor Gray, you pulled this. This is the naloxone training for staff.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the original report really spoke to the issues that administering naloxone is not covered under the Good Samaritan Act. Therefore, I believe that if we train our staff and somebody gets resuscitated through the use of naloxone, they might become hostile, as some of them do when they realize they've just lost their high and decide to punch or kick the teeth out of somebody's head. That staff member then becomes, responsible. They've got no dental benefit's going to cover all that. I just think we put our staff unnecessarily at risk on that one. And so it's on that basis I will not support this naloxone training. The staff report does indicate that firefighters do have obviously EMS have proper training in these things. But since we don't really have any protection for staff, if somebody, once they've got the training, they may feel that they are the Good Samaritan, they're acting in a Good Samaritan way, but they certainly won't be covered under the Good Samaritan Act. And so I just think it's an unnecessary risk. And it's on that basis, I will not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Councillor Nicholson, it's 421.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to our legal staff. Do we have legal staff present?
I believe, yes, I believe we do.
Okay. What is the city's liability if we go through a process of training our staff and authorizing to administer the Naxalone? Where does that leave the city in the event that something goes horribly wrong?
I'm not sure who's here from legal. I don't know if Mr. Yoon is here. Mr. Yoon, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, sir. You heard the question.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor's question, I think I would need some time to research the ramifications of your query.
Thank you for that answer to that question, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move this item be referred to our legal department for a clear understanding of what potential liability risks might be undertaken by the city instituting this training and undertaking this program.
Can I have a seconder on this motion? If that's the case, it's a referral.
Seconder.
I'm sorry, was that Councillor Gray? Was that a seconder, Councillor Gray?
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much.
Recorded vote, Councillor Giberson.
Recorded vote by Councillor Giberson on the referral, please. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Very much. It's referred. Thank you very much. Right. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, Corp 2113, business license bylaw 120-2005, regulating home occupied food shops. Councillor Hurst, you asked for this to be pulled. You have the floor. It's 424.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've had some inquiries from residents regarding this particular item.
Yes.
And if I could ask some questions for clarification through to staff, please, on their behalf.
Please.
Could staff please advise what the licensing fee will be and how it was arrived at, please?
Sure. I'm going to go to Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Adams, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm doing awesome, thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm wondering if you might entertain a few questions and find some answers for us, please.
Absolutely.
Your Councillor Hurst's question?
For sure. Through you to Councillor Hurst. So the license fee is $150. Application fee $75 for a total of $225. This is valid for 2 years. This would be a new fee, and how we arrived at this is the food shop fees is the same. It's $225 for annually, but for the home occupation food shop, this would be valid for 2 years. So instead of having them pay 225 years on an annual basis, we're suggesting that we provide it over 2 years to give them a bit of a break, understanding that this is a business that is being operated out of homes.
Councillor Hurst.
Okay, thank you. And in conjunction with that, could you please advise as to the involvement of the health unit as part of the inspection process for food preparation in the home, please?
Commissioner Adams.
Through you to Councillor Hurst. So we advise the health department and they go in and they ensure that the home occupation, the premises are clean, that the food is stored appropriately and cooked appropriately, that the food is handled safely, hairnets are worn and things like that.
Councillor Hurst.
Okay, in that regard, do you know if the Durham Region Health Unit charges a fee for that? And as a result of their inspection, do they provide a copy of the inspection report or a deficiency notice or whatever to the city as part of the application process?
Commissioner Adams.
Through you to Councillor Hurst, I'm not sure if they charge a fee, but they definitely provide documentation, and I believe that's the Dine Safe documentation that you'll see sometimes in restaurants.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was going to get to next. I wasn't sure that there was some kind of signage at the residence so that the customer or consumer would understand that everything is in order. And through you further, if I may, Mr. Mayor, to the commissioner, is there, I don't know if we do this or if it would be part and parcel of a new initiative. Are we going to have a little brochure or some kind of information available, like readily available on site for an applicant to understand what they're getting into before they do this? Because I understand with food preparation that the health unit requirements may be quite onerous. A person may need to have a separate prep area, separate hand washing station, etc. They can't use commercial equipment, I believe, in their homes. It'd have to, there's lots of criteria so people understand what they're getting into so they're not surprised when they go through the process.
Commissioner, to the question, please.
Through you to Councillor Hurst, absolutely, we'll do communications. We'll make sure that there's a handout as well as we'll include a web page on our website.
Okay, thank you. And getting back to the fee, if I can circle back to that for a minute, if I please. And I appreciate the reduction and recognition of the fee. So it's a $225 fee, $150 is for the license and then $75 for the application. So at the end of the 2-year period, they go through the same process and a re-inspection through the health unit again.
Commissioner, to the question, please.
Through you to Councillor Hurst, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, I don't know if anybody else has, if anyone's had any concerns about the anticipated fee on this. I don't know if staff had heard anything from anyone about it in the meantime, if anyone can answer that.
Commissioner, have you had any feedback in regards to the fee?
Through you to Councillor Hurst, we haven't received any feedback regarding the fee, but we do have 20 people lined up ready to apply.
Well, actions speak louder than words, so that's great. Well, thanks ever so much, Commissioner, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, any in opposition? Hearing none, we're moving on. We're going to move on to DS 2142, Nantuck Investments, Inc., requesting demolition of 195 Simcoe Street North. It's in your binder on page 11. This was pulled by Councillor McConkey, please. It is 4:30.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I send an amendment through to the clerk.
Okay, just a moment, please.
It should be McLaughlin, not McGawkin.
We're working on it, Councillor Kerr.
And that's the old communication prof in me coming through. Sorry, just have it.
No, I appreciate it. And all us dyslexics appreciate it. So, do we have a seconder for this amendment?
I'll second it. Councillor Hurst.
Councillor Hurst. So you want the motion to add the name Robert before McLaughlin House in the sentences the house is named?
That's correct, Mayor Carter.
So I just want to get this clear. This house was Mr. Robert McLaughlin's house?
That is correct.
Or was this his parents' home?
No, Robert Sam was his son.
Okay.
R.S. McLaughlin was his son.
Okay.
Robert McLaughlin Sr., who came from Enniskillen and started the carriage, Oshawa Carriage Factory, which became the McLaughlin Carriage Factory.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And
So it's
if I
moved
could
and
speak
second.
to-
Yep, please.
Thank you. I think you did an excellent job in making the motion. The problem was we didn't see a copy of it other than when it was on the screen. I didn't take a picture. And I did get it from you a week later. And this was a concern because I think the Heritage Committee, if you look over the paperwork that they had done, the research, it's always been referred to as the Robert McLaughlin House. In fact, it's even on Google Maps. It's the Robert McLaughlin House. So it's a small thing, but hopefully this won't cause any issues. Thank you very much. That's my motion. And
Thanks for the catch. I really appreciate it. So on this amendment, any opposition? Hearing none. On the main motion as amended, any opposition? Hearing none, that item passes. Madam Clerk, we've got DS 2132. This was pulled for a recorded vote because of the declaration on Councillor Chapman. So could you start the recorded vote with myself, please?
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman has a declaration. Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
That's 10 affirmative.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to DS 2135, Bylaw 28-2021 and 29-2021. Reversed application to amend the Oshawa Official Plan, Kedron Part 2 Plan and Zoning Bylaw 6094 and approval of draft plan subdivision 540-590-600-610-760 Colin Road East for 1662857 Ontario Limited, Nadiva Properties, pulled by Councillor Hurst. Councillor Hurst, you have the floor. It is 4:35.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I did send an amendment into clerks earlier about this.
One moment, please. Just let me hold on. And you'll need a seconder on it once we put it up, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Just give us a moment, please. Councillor Hurst, could you take a look at the screen, please? Make sure that we've captured your amendment accordingly, please.
Yes, I see it. It would appear to be as what I had sent in.
Okay, just a second. Do you have a seconder on this motion?
It's Councillor McConkey. I'm the seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor McConkey. Councillor Hurst, 435, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I I know this had been at Development Services and forward and reviewed it, and I reviewed it again last night. Had a bit more of a clearer head and to review it. And my concern is this, and I can see basically it's some wordsmithing, featuring about making sure that there's a minimum of 607 single detached dwellings, for example, because before it said up to 607 single detached dwellings, etc. And what I was attempting to do here is tighten up the planning process on this. I don't know about my colleagues, but it seems, and when you talk to the residents, we're being overwhelmed by higher density homes, whether it's stacked townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, smaller lot frontages, and all those other things that I know we are at the we're the lower tier municipality when it comes to regulations and policies put forth by the provincial government, but it's not always, these policies don't always translate into a very livable community. And what I was trying to do here is to provide a broader landscape and a lesser density in the subdivision. I don't know how much this will fly, but I did speak further with Commissioner Warren Monroe about this earlier today, and I know he knows my intentions are where they are. But he appreciates what I'm saying. But even if this doesn't go forward, his explanation about the range availability of single detached dwellings, etc., in this large tract of land, how it all works. But I just want people to realize that we do review all those planning processes, if nothing else. We do totally understand where people are coming from.
Councillor Hurst, take a moment, get a glass of water there.
Okay, I'm okay now. It's okay.
All right.
I'm getting all choked up over I don't mean to get choked up, but anyways, the Planning Act I've been working with my entire adult life, so it's near and dear to my heart, believe it or not. But land use and going forward to make the city of Oshawa even bigger and better is first and foremost on my mind, like it is with everyone else on council. And this is all I was trying to do. Whether or not it has any legs or not, I don't know. But if we would like to direct comments to the commissioner, I'm more than willing to do so. I just want people to recognize and residents to recognize that, yes, we do take this very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have some questions of the commissioner at the appropriate time.
Okay.
If you put me on the list, please.
All right, just give me a moment, please. Councillor McConkey, do you have anything that you'd like to add as you're the seconder on this?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Carter. I 100% agree with this motion change. This is the largest of the tracts of land in the Kedron Part 2 plan of subdivision, Navita. And you've heard me on about this before. You know, the minimum number of parks, small parkettes. Thank goodness that we have that community park now. But we've seen, you know, how many changes go through, and they do cut back. And to keep those 607 single detached dwellings and the semis, when everything that's coming in are the street towns and back-to-back stacked townhomes. So I just see this as something very positive. I mean, those plans of subdivision were all worked out so that they do have the required intensification, 50 people and jobs per hectare. So I don't see this, and I guess we'll hear from Commissioner Monroe, but I'm looking for the support on this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mayor Pietri, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I just have some questions of the commissioner, as everyone will probably agree. Mr. Commissioner, I'd be the first one to ask you questions about densities, as I don't particularly care for them. Could you comment on what the likelihood for us to be able to undertake this policy and defend it in a way that is consistent across the board, not just in this particular development, but across the city when dealing with future developments, what that would entail, what it would look like, and what the reality is, so that we're not in any sort of legal trouble, or that we can actually defend and essentially back the kind of policy that we're trying to provide?
Commissioner Monroe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Carter. Through you, Mayor Carter, to Councillor Mayor Pietri. If you take a look at page 288 of the Development Services Committee agenda, it includes a chart which tells you how we arrived at the minimums and maximums, and it's based upon a range. So if you take a look at the second line where it talks about the net residential area, it's 40 blocks, 20.26 hectares in size. The maximum density is 30 units per hectare. The minimum density is 26.5, and that's why you end up at a range of 537 to 607. If you put it at a minimum of 607, there is no range, because it'll be the minimum and the maximum will be the same number, and there won't be any opportunity for larger lot sizes with larger frontages. So my recommendation remains the same, which is to take the ranges that were in the recommendation in Part 3, which always provides the minimum and the maximum, times by the area of the individual blocks that are subject of those minimums and maximums, and that arrives at the number that you see in the staff report.
Councilor Mayor Pietri.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so in this particular case, I think it reads that we have a minimum of 607 singles, a minimum of 4 blocks for every 8 semi-detached dwellings, and a maximum of 34 blocks of 181 street townhome dwellings, as well as a maximum of 4 medium-density residential blocks. Could you just comment on the likelihood of our ability to be able to defend and again, whether that means us being able to unilaterally do that as a department and an administration, or whether this would be subject to the provincial legislations and ultimately LPAT, which was the OMB at one point?
Commissioner, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, the minimums and maximums are embedded within the Kedron Part 2 plan. So they're already vetted in terms of a planning process. What we're doing here is implementing the Part 2 plan with a plan of subdivision. And I think that if you put in those words, minimum of 607 single attached dwellings, what that's doing is that's guaranteeing that you're going to have nothing but the smallest lot frontage you could possibly have, because he'll have to put in what's really a maximum number of 607. That's all he can get at the density of 30 units per hectare. So I'd prefer to leave it with the flexibility that the market might all of a sudden 13 or 13 and a half meter lots are selling well, and he wants to accommodate 13 and a half larger frontage lots. But with this particular amendment, he wouldn't be able to do that.
Councillor?
So, and I appreciate that, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Commissioner. If essentially the chair, for example, myself, or a council member, or in this case, the residents, are intent on a developer having larger lots, the way that you have the policy interpreted and dealt with is much more flexible and more conducive to that reduction of densities than this would be?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that I would agree that this, keeping it the recommendation as is,
provides the flexibility to the developer to meet the needs of the market, which may involve larger frontages and a smaller number of lots, but it would also limit him to a maximum of 607 singles.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner. Now, having understood that, because there are a lot of things at play here, and I think if I could just speak to it, as I've asked questions up until now, Mr. Mayor, as Chair, I know that we have discussions, whether they are about the Kedron Part 2 plan, which again, I hate the title of that plan because it confuses people with the understanding of the actual Kedron subdivision and park, which long predates this particular plan by probably quarter, if not more like a half a century. In the case of the entire community, I think everyone would agree with me in that, the densities that typically are sought by either previous administrative legislations by the province or developers, and in the case within the city of Oshawa and past subdivisions, I think we would all agree that we're looking for a way to reduce the impact on tracts of land and on the average person and essentially in our community for having to bear these densities. So in just simple terms, I don't like the densities at all, to be quite honest with you, and I've been very vocal about it. I've worked as best as I can within the mandate that we have and the authority that we have as a committee and as a council and as the chair. I think whatever possible mechanism or policy that we can provide our staff in terms of a tool to keep the conversation open so that we can seek the understanding of developers and builders to meet the interest and the expectations of our community is something that I will continue to support. Now, do we have a separate discussion with the province about how we can actually facilitate greater tools or better tools or a more effective mechanism where we can, basically lay it down and say, listen, here, this is what you're going to build and that's it because we're sick and tired of the densities? That's a separate discussion. I think the commissioner responded to the questions in a way that I appreciate because it's defensible. It leaves the ability for him as a commissioner who's been very helpful in reducing densities on at least 2 occasions already this term. And I think overall as a council and an administration, we're heading in the right direction with that spirit in mind. And as chair, I'll continue to work with the department and our committee and council members alike in order to ensure that residents can expect better product in our community. And I think that that's just the case as things move forward, especially in light of COVID, especially in light of the coronavirus, especially in light of this pandemic. People want more green space, less density, and a more livable community. And that's where we're heading, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, Councillor Nicholson, to the item, please. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here. Just trying to get a clarification as I'm reading the process here. The first 40 blocks, if this carries, is therefore it should be filled in with a minimum of 600 single detached dwellings. I'm reading that clearly?
Commissioner Monroe, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct. It would be a change from the current position, which would be a range of 537 to 607.
So I'm divvying up the 607 among 40 individual blocks.
Commissioner?
Correct.
Right. The second tranche there, because it reads differently, now I've got 4 blocks. Are those 4 blocks where I'm divvying up 8 semi-detached dwellings or 4 blocks of 8 semi-detached dwellings for a total of 32?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, it's the former. It's 4 blocks that would have a total of 8 semis in them.
All right. So I can be clear, so I understand what your answer is. I have 4 blocks, and therefore each block has 2 semi-detached dwellings?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct.
All right.
Michelle has left the meeting.
So there'll be in that total, there'll be no more than 8 semi-detached dwellings in the development.
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct.
All right. Moving on. I've now got 34 blocks for 181 street houses. I'm not talking about 34 times 181, am I? I'm talking about 181 divided by 34. Is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct. There's typically 5 to 6 street townhouses per block.
I'm just saying the first thing says 40 up to 607. And the second one says 40 up to a maximum of 8. This one says 34 blocks and it says 4, which is somewhat a different terminology. Should there not read 34 blocks for a total of 181 street townhouses?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that would provide a little more clarity. Again, I continue to recommend just the language that was was adopted by Development Services Committee.
Yeah, the reason I raise it is I didn't want some developer coming back and say, you've just approved 34 blocks with 181 street houses each. Because if I read that word simply pedantically, I'm approving 34 blocks of 181 street houses each. So I'm just trying to make sure we get the right wording there in the case this does in fact carry or not. So I wonder if someone could amend that to reflect that change.
I don't have a problem with just making it clear. 34 blocks that have a total of 181 street townhomes. Commissioner, are you comfortable with that?
Through you, Mayor Carter, I would be comfortable at a maximum of 34 blocks for a total of 181 street townhouses. That would provide the clarity that there were no other blocks for street townhouses.
Okay.
I'm also comfortable at the maximum of 4 medium density residential blocks because that's what's in the plan of subdivision. It's the first one, a minimum of 607 singles, that causes me some discomfort.
Okay.
Would it be possible, Mr. Chair, under our rules, that we separate the vote on the 40 blocks for 607 from the other minimum and maximum blocks?
So take the first part, which is 40 blocks to accommodate a maximum of 607 singles.
And vote on that separately?
And then
the
detached
rest
dwellings, a minimum of
together.
4 blocks of 8 detached dwellings, maximum 34 for a total of 181 townhomes dwellings.
Yeah. What? I have no problem with personally, I have no problem with the last 3. I understand the concerns about the one that was raised by the.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. Give us a moment. So, Councillor Nicholson, I've been instructed what we need to do first is to vote on the minimum aspects of the yellow that are making the changes, and then bring forward your amendment that would see a Part A and a Part B, which would be division, and then we could vote on it that way. That's what's being explained to me by the clerks.
All right. I'll accept that. My last question to Mr. Monroe is that given that if there was a wish on a desire among the council to have larger single-family lots, would we not be better served than simply putting a maximum of the 556, I think was the number you used, for single-family lots? Then that would require them to build bigger lots to accommodate that total. Just almost the reverse of the 607 minimum. Could we just simply do maximum 556?
Commissioner
Through you,
Monroe?
Mr. Carter, the number is 537.
Sorry, 537.
When you look on page 288, in order to achieve the minimum density, which is 26.5 units per hectare, the number of singles at the minimum would be 537. So if you wanted larger singles, yes, it would be 537. If you wanted smaller singles or the ability for him to meet the needs of the market, then it would be a maximum of 607 singles. I just want to note for council that we have negotiated these terms with the developer, and they signed off on them. So I'm not sure what their reaction will be to a change between the Development Services Committee and Council as it relates to the LPAT.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, and just so I can understand, when you talk a maximum of 4 medium density residential blocks, you haven't determined at this point just how many units are going into those medium density residential blocks, have you?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct. These blocks are traditional blocks in a plan of subdivision, which are quite large in size. Medium density 1 blocks have a range of 30 to 60 units per hectare. Medium density 2 blocks have a range of 60 to 85. And it's only when you get to the site plan stage and you start putting on landscaping, parking, and siting the building that you actually determine what number it can accommodate.
What's the total acreage of the land for the 4 medium residential density blocks?
Through you, Mayor Carter, just let me take a quick look. It's 6.2. I got to do the math quickly here. It's on page 288, and it's 6.28 hectares for the 3 blocks that are MD1, and it's 2.23 hectares for the 1 block that is medium density 2.
So given our current standard for medium density, you're talking somewhere around 150 to 250 lots to meet that density requirement. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Carter, these would be units and not lots.
No,
and
units. Sorry, my apologies.
The range would be, just give me a second, I'll do the math. 250. The low end would be 384, and the high end be 377. 567. So between 364 and 567.
So, and I guess I'm putting this to you, even if we were to reduce the 607 to 537, they still have the potential of picking up an additional 500 to 600 thereabouts more units on top of the 181, on top of the 8 semi-detached, and on top of the 537. There's still another chunk of units still yet to be put into that draft plan subdivision. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that is correct. The blocks would be developed on their own through the site plan approval process. And the number range in terms of the number of units, I'm sure it's on this in the staff report, but I don't recall off the top of my head. We looked at it on the basis of the unit type in terms of the totals.
Okay. If council were so inclined, we could make up for the reduction in the 607 to 537 by giving a slightly higher density in the medium density residential blocks. Could we not?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, that would require an amendment to the Kedron Part 2 plan, which has already allocated MD1 and MD2 areas within Kedron.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. On this, I'm going to call the vote, please.
I had a question I sent in.
You've already spoken. You've already spoken to this. So
I spoke as the seconder of the motion.
that's correct, and you did speak to it. You already spoke to it, so I've ruled. So we're going to.
Yeah, I think I have a question, Councillor Neal.
Councillor Neal, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to make that amendment that instead we go to 537. Do the minimum.
So I think we're going down a very interesting path to what I just heard from the commissioner. Is what's in front of us is the amendment that Councillor Hurst put forward. My understanding is the agreement with the developer has already been in place, and my understanding is the Kedron plan has been approved. So, Commissioner, is that correct?
But it's at council now.
Councillor Neal, give me an opportunity, please. Commissioner Monroe, could you bring some clarification, please?
I'm confused on.
Well, Councillor Neal wants to change that the singles drop down to 537.
So the process in terms of the development approval for a plan of subdivision always involves back and forth the submissions with the developer. When we review this and we realize that we need to achieve the growth plan, and we have to look at what is the minimum number of units that you need in order to achieve the growth plan, that number for those blocks was determined to be 537. The maximum number was 607, and that's because once you get to 608, you're now beyond the low density range in the Kedron Part 2 plan, and would be part of a medium density 1 range, which is over 30 units per hectare. So that's why you see the range of 537 to 607.
Okay.
It's
so
just the range in the Kedron Part 2 plan.
So the 537 to 607. So Councillor Neal, it's already there. The 537 is already there.
And there's no problem then putting it in then?
Well, it's in the report itself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for clarification, what page is that on?
288, sir. 288 yellow pages.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. On this, on the amendment, any opposition?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Recorded vote, please. Recorded vote, please. I think it was Councillor Nicholson. Yes.
Well, Councillor Kerr will call for a recorded vote if you don't have it.
Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin-Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
No.
8 negative.
Okay, so that loses. So the main motion as presented. Any opposition? Hearing none, that moves on. We'll move on. Just give me a moment. We're going to move on to DS 2140. Councillor Nicholson, designated bylaws for the Heritage Research Report to support the designation of Lakeview Park in the Second Marsh under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Good afternoon once again, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak in support of the amendments to the recommendation brought forward. I think this is a signature motion for our city to declare Second Marsh and Lakeview Park as heritage sites within our city. I've talked to many people in our community about that potentiality, and the reaction has been almost universal in support. And I just hope that our council sends the correct message and that we unanimously support this change, and I ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you very much. I understand that Councillor Kerr, you also had said that you wanted to speak to this item.
I did. If Councillor Nicholson hadn't have pulled it, I would have. So thank you for the opportunity. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the commissioner or his assignee, as the case may be. We heard this morning from Friends of the Second Marsh that they own 5 acres of land. That's their preferred site should a Great Lakes Wetlands Information Center go forward. And yet in the report, it talks about 2 lots just north, on the north edge of the GMHQ, which they say that they would prefer not to. Is there a way that we can respect that request from Friends of the Second Marsh and maintain the preferred site for the Wetland Center as where it has been to this point on their 5 acres?
Commissioner Monroe, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, I don't see the relationship between the request from Friends of the Second Marsh and this process. If you looked on page 381 of your agenda, the Development Services Committee agenda, page 380 and 381 show the limits of the Second Marsh. The area which they're referring to is to the east, well beyond the limits of the boundary of the Second Marsh. The Second Marsh was actually listed by the city in 2009. And then there was, at that point in time, the listing resembled, or is identical rather, to what you see on pages 380 and 381. And then the report with Development Services Committee in January of this year, same thing, it was this area. So the Friends of the Second Marsh, that interpretive center there certainly is some functionality and synergies that you could expect from that particular facility if it was ever built with the Second Marsh, but it's clearly outside of the boundaries.
Yes, and thank you. I understood that. I seem to recall a small passage in the report that mentioned about these 2 lots that you can see delineated. Yes, they're outside the Second Marsh and they're on the western edge of the GM headquarters lands, and it talked about potentially locating the wetland center there. I just wondered whether we could simply reaffirm instead of that the preferred site from the Friends of the Second Marsh, which is on the 5 acres that they currently own. That's all it was. No misidentification with the Second Marsh or the northern part of the marsh or the water lots. That's the only question I had.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor McConkey.
I'm sorry, I had put in a request to speak to the next report.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Okay. Recorded vote on this, I think, was called by Councillor Nicholson. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes. Sorry.
It's 11 affirmative.
So the next one is DS 21-52. This has been pulled for recorded vote because of my declaration of pecuniary interest. I'm going to pass the chair over to Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman, I understand that Councillor McConkey also wants to speak to this item. So I'll yield the seat to you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Councillor McConkey.
Thank you. I voted against this at committee, and I explained why. I understand the mayor's task force for community safety and well-being is modeled after what the Solicitor General for the province has been putting out through the regional government at the region of Durham. They have something going, and I understand there's funding there. So this is eating into the funding that we have for the CIP for the downtown. But my concern is how much this is going to eat into it. Right now, if you could verify for me through staff, Councillor Chapman, acting chair, if you could tell me the cameras and the signage that are going up in the downtown, where's that money coming from? The CIP or some funding that the Mayor's Task Force for Community Safety and Well-being we have, only getting the information about the Mayor's Task Force is through you as chair of that one committee and through Councillor Marion Pietri. I had asked to actually see if we could monitor those committee meetings and hear the full discussion. But my specific question has to do with the cameras and signage that are being put up right now. Where's the funding coming from?
Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the Mayor's Task Force. I think that was all approved in the budget under security, but we'll go to Commissioner Adams, please.
Through you, the cameras in the downtown are funded from the 2020 capital project 11-0411.
Councilor McConkey?
Funding for that is what amount?
Commissioner?
$250,000.
And how many cameras does that equate to? And signs? And installation?
I'm sorry, I don't have that level of detail at this meeting.
I would like to know how many cameras are going up in the city, and I'm surprised that council hasn't been informed of that at this late stage when they're going up, because I've gotten questions asking about them. So this is not part of the Mayor's Task Force, this $250,000. That was approved by council when?
The 2020 budget item, that capital budget item. So that's nothing to do with what the motion is before us.
Well, I think it's related. That's why I'm asking.
No, whether you think it's related or not, it is not. I'm ruling that it is not. We're talking about the security and safety features that are here for the CIP. That they are not they are not cameras or signs. So do you have something further to say on that?
Well, how much do you expect it to be funded by the CIP? Because the CIP is not that great. And it's for facade improvement and accessibility.
Okay, and it's the same as we don't know how much people are going to apply for facade or accessibility. We've had one application for accessibility since last September, so we don't know. It's goes through the whole process.
Right, there's only been one rollout since last September, and that actually hasn't been finalized until this week. I think they extended it to April 1st. But how many do you anticipate? Have you had any sign-ups at this point with your task force?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Else, Madam Clerk? Then a recorded vote for the mayor's declaration, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marion Pietri?
Declaration on this item as well.
He has a declaration as well, yeah.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. That's 8 affirmative.
Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Chapman. Greatly appreciate it. Next item pulled is PIN 21-20, corporate payments for the month of December 2020. Info 2133, pulled by Councilor McConkey. It's 5:14. It is your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. When this came up at committee, I had requested the 10 questions and answers the questions I submitted and answers provided by financial services to be attached to the report. When I spoke, it didn't go because I had to change the motion from receive for information to allow that to fail and then come back and have the 10 questions and answers attached and again receive for information. But at that time, I asked the Commissioner of Finance if I could provide those and make those public. That when I ask the questions or when anyone, a member of the public, submits a question to find out more detail, it's basically to ensure transparency, accountability. I compliment the staff on all they do hardworking, but on these corporate payments, the problem is there's no reference. We've heard several times from the finance commissioner that can't be done. So when we have questions and answers provided, I'd like to make them public. So the commissioner had indicated that she would check and see if those 10 questions and answers could be made public. I think it's all related to a public document. And after I spoke, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee did endorse, trying to improve transparency, accountability. It seemed very simple. So I was going to just simply ask the follow-up on that. If I can make those, it was sent in an email.
Okay, let me get you an answer. So, Commissioner, Madam Treasurer, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, what we committed to at the Finance Committee meeting was looking into whether or not the corporate payment report could include more information. I can confirm that it cannot be done electronically through our system. I believe it would be a manual endeavor, but I did commit to looking into that, but I have not as of yet.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't think I made myself clear. It was specifically about the 10 questions that I submitted and answers on 10 corporate payments on that roll, which you or someone from finance submitted back to me. And when it was submitted back as an email, of course, emails from anyone in the city have that confidentiality clause. But as the chair of the committee mentioned, when we ask, we expect them to be able to be public if it's simply from that corporate payment rule. So my question to the Commissioner of Finance is, will I be able to make that public?
So,
the questions and answers to the corporate payment rule.
Commissioner Sinnott, in regards to those 10 questions, I don't know if a motion was brought forward through Finance in regards to that direction, because that's usually how it's handled. But those 10 questions, is it public information?
Through you, Mayor Carter, as I stated at the meeting, that would require some direction. We did not receive direction at the meeting to look into this.
Right. So, Councillor, you would need to move a motion to be able to request that those 10 questions not only be provided to you, but also the clarity in regards to, could you also make it public, the information that is being provided to you? So you would need to make that motion.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. At this point, my recollection is quite clear. I would go back over the tape, but I thought that the commissioner said she would investigate through the clerk. And I understood that I would have some word back. I haven't. So at this moment in time, I would like to make that motion. And if you
could write it,
giving me a moment.
Yeah, if you could write it out, we'll take it. I know that you've spoken in that, what do you call it, questions. Yes, Councillor Chapman.
Point of order. There's a motion on the floor, received for information, which means no action. So we would have to defeat that first.
Yep. We need to defeat it and then bring your motion forward. So
here we go again.
No.
Simple.
Yes. So let's go through the process and then we could do that. So why don't we take a recorded vote, Madam Clerk, and let's see if we can, on the receipt for information first. Okay, so I'll call it.
Mayor Carter?
Nope.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri? Councillor Mayor Pietri?
I don't know if he's
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey? Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
6 affirmative.
Okay, so the receipt for information passed. The receipt for information passed. Okay. So moving on. FIN 2125, Frank Sobel, Oshawa Red Barn Charities Association submitted correspondence concerning the reduction in license fees during COVID-19. Let's see here. It's on page 22 of our agenda, and the recommendation is in front of us. Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
I'd like to refer this to staff for a report.
Okay, do you have a seconder on it?
I hope so. This is such an amazing.
Seconded, John Neal.
Seconded by
Thank you, Councillor
Councillor Neal to refer it to staff for a report. Recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk, on the referral.
Mayor Carter?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marmpietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
6 negative.
The referral loses. Okay. Moving on, FIN 2123 property. Oh, my apologies. I have to vote on FIN 2125. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that passes. I'm moving on to FIN 2123. Councillor McConkey, you pulled this property tax payment deferral program. You have the floor.
Thank you. I do not understand how this cannot be repeated this year, same as last year. So I'll be voting against the motion. It just makes sense with us still in COVID, this now what we're calling a third wave. And the report addresses business grants from the federal and provincial government, but it's the residential taxpayer that's paying the bulk of the city's taxes. And we have later on this agenda full report from the Commissioner of Finance about how we're in a surplus right now. And we do have that basically total over 8 million from the province to tide us through over the period of COVID. So I don't understand why this would be difficult. And my motion was to simply change the date. It's all there in the report, what we did in 2020 and put in 2021. But I know I'll have to defeat the recommendation that came from Finance first. So I'll be voting against the recommendation for Finance 2123. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carter?
To support the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marmpietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
9 affirmative.
Thank you very much. That passes. Moving to FIN 2128. Let me just find it, though. Here it is. Be referred to staff for a report back. This was pulled by Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman, you pulled FIN 2128.
But I have a question of the treasurer.
Yes?
Madam Treasurer, is this information public?
Just hold on. It is just a referral.
Okay,
That's all.
then I want a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Sorry?
Said no.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marmpietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
No. Sorry.
4 negative, 7 affirmative. Carries.
Carries? The referral carries?
Sorry, the motion lost. The
The
referral.
motion lost. The referral motion lost. Councillor Chapman.
So then I would.
I need a motion on the floor.
Sure, move to receive for information.
Can I have a seconder on it?
I'll second it, Councillor Hurst.
Councillor Hurst on receipt for information. And any opposition?
Question?
Question, Councillor Nicholson, 525, please.
Yeah, the question that I think Councillor Chapman was asked, unfortunately couldn't answer according to the rules. Could staff answer? Is the decisions of the ARB public information?
Madam Treasurer, to the question, please.
Yes, the information is public and it is available on their website.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay. Is there any specific reason why that could not be added as an information item on the Finance Committee agenda?
Madam Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor Carter. If we were directed to do so, we could, but it's a lot of administrative work and an extra report that the information is already available.
Okay, would it be possible then for your staff to provide members of council with the link of how to get to the ARB site so they can secure that information?
Yes, that would be possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any opposition? Hearing none, that moves forward. We're moving on to CNCL 2123. CNCL 2123 is financial impacts of COVID-19 update. Councillor Nicholson, you pulled this, sir.
Yes, I did, Mr. Mayor, and I'm looking simply to get a clarification. It may just be bad wording, so I'm trying to get my head around the status of the federal, provincial, and state restart funding. The funding that's listed in the first paragraph of 4.012 million, was that already factored into the 2020 budget?
Madam Treasurer, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, the $4.012 million that was received in 2020 was factored into the 2021 budget to reduce the tax levy impact.
Correct. The amount that came in of 1.679 million on December 2020, which came in after that time frame, is that still sitting in limbo and not been allocated at this point?
Madam Treasurer?
Currently, the 1.679 million that has been received is sitting in an interest-bearing reserve, and we are to apply it to COVID-related pressures and costs. At this point in time, we don't know what the total COVID pressures and costs will look like for the year of 2021, which is why it's being held in reserve and has not been allocated towards anything at this point. And the same approach will be taken with the additional 3.257 million that will come in later this year.
So we're looking at this point, so I mean, is it almost $5 million that are sitting in, they're going to be sitting in a interest-bearing reserve account that we could apply either to next year's budget or for projects this year, once we know whether or not it's going to be needed to offset future 2021 COVID costs. Is that correct?
Madam Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor Carter, yes, that is correct.
Okay. I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm assuming wrong, that we will be getting regular updates over the rest of the year on the status of our accounts and whether or not these funds are available either to be spent on something important or to offset the tax impact next year. Will we be getting an update further on in the year?
Madam Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor Carter, historically, we've reported quarterly on the status of the city's financial position. We are doing that a little bit more frequently now, given the challenges that we've faced with COVID. So I anticipate having a report coming to council every other month for the duration of 2021.
I thank staff for the answers. Those are the answers to the questions I was hoping for, and I'm looking forward to seeing this process evolve over this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, Councillor Nicholson. Moving on, Councillor McConkey. It's 5:30.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. On page 82, if I could ask the Commissioner of Finance some specifics about the vacancies. It's listed here, there are vacancies in clerks, how many vacancies in facility management and municipal law enforcement. That's in the second paragraph. How many in each of those departments are there vacancies?
Madam Treasurer, do you know how many people are in those positions that are not filled?
No, I don't have that information with me. We do have it. The numbers do vary, but I don't have that information readily available.
Thank you. Councillor?
So there's a variance of 34,000 to the end of February for those three departments. And then there's another favorable variance of 61,000 in development services. There's three departments in development services: engineering, economic development, building services. Perhaps Commissioner Monroe, if he's still with us, if he could tell us the number of vacancies there.
Commissioner Monroe, do you know how many vacancies that you have listed in your department, sir?
Through you, Mr. Carter, I do. In engineering services, it's 2 vacancies. These have resulted from promotions from within, and we've had trickle down.
Yes.
Economic development services, there are currently two vacancies, and in building services, there is currently 1 vacancy.
Thank you. Councillor?
Is there a possibility that that vacancy could be filled today and later in the meeting?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, trying to choose my words carefully, as there is a confidential report on the agenda. Not sure how much disclosure open.
It's premature to ask that question at this particular time.
I'd like to ask about the municipal parking. It's anticipated that the paid parking will return April 6th. The year-to-date lost revenues of $69,000 are partially offset by salary savings and the elimination of the BIA property tax applied to the parking lots and parkades, resulting in an overall unfavorable forecasted variance of $37,000. So it's not $69,000, it's $37,000 that we're under. Is that correct?
Madam Treasurer, to the question, please.
Yes, that is correct. If you look at table 1 on page 81, it actually shows the unfavorable variance of 37,000 on the municipal parking line.
Thank you.
Right, I see that in the table, but then above it, sorry, 5.4, you've got 3 bullets, and it says 69,000 for free parking in the downtown. Actually, it's surprising to see 87,000 lost in administrative penalties. Are the administrative penalties actually generally more than the income from the parking meters?
Madam Treasurer, do you know that question or that answer?
No, I do not know that answer.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, do you want to take a stab at it?
Unfortunately, we don't know as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to reconcile that 37,000 with 69,000 in the third bullet in 5.4. Is there a difference am I comparing apples to oranges, or is that the same? 69,000 for free parking in the downtown, and it would equate really to 37,000?
Madam Commissioner?
Through you, Mayor Carter, it is not an apples to apples comparison to compare the 69,000 to the 37,000. The way this report is structured, as have been previous updates, there are COVID-related expenses, and there are lost revenues. So the 69,000 in section 5.4 of the report is actually the lost revenue. If you go down to section 5.5 of the report, it talks about the total overall financial position of the city, which means that $69,000 is factored into the 37,000.
Thank you.
That's the variance. I appreciate that clarification. And my last question has to do with the paragraph there at 5.4, which talks about good for the city. The 2021 budget reduced to 30% of the 2020 budget amount for the same period. Could I get a figure that you're saying the revenues realized were much lower than expected? The 2021 budget all known factors were included in the 2021 budget. However, due to the lockdown, revenues realized were much lower than expected. What were the total revenues for the 2021 budget projected? Just looking again.
I'm just trying to understand the question. The lost revenues in the first 2 months of 2021 was $577,000.
Right, I'm just trying to compare that to what? Like that's 30% of what was expected for the 2021 budget.
In regards to revenues.
Right, so what's the total figure?
I don't know. Madam Treasurer, do you know?
I don't have the total at my fingertips, but what the approach that we took to the 2021 budget, recognizing that programming at any of our recreation facilities would not be at 100%. We phased it in over the year, starting with 30% in the first quarter. Because our facilities were closed for January and February, we've lost $421,000. I'm not sure if that was the total budget or not.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Any in opposition of this report? Hearing none, that passes. The next one is CNCL 2124. We pulled this for a recorded vote. Councillor Chapman has a declaration of pecuniary interest. I call for that vote to cover that. Please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman has a declaration. Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey? Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
That's 10 affirmative.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Councillor Chapman, you have a motion to adopt all the items on the closed consent agenda. Is that correct?
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that all items listed under the heading of closed consent agenda for March 29, 2021 council meeting be adopted as recommended. And we'll need to pull DS 2145 as there's a delegation, and CNCL-21-22 and CNCL-2125.
And I have a declaration on CN 2120. Attachment 4.
That was already done.
We've already dealt with that,
Wasn't a closed
Councillor
meeting.
Neal. We've already dealt with that. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, just give me a second, please, Councillor Nicholson. I just want to make sure we need to pull DS 2145, we need to pull CNCL 2122, and we need to pull CNCL 2125. Councillor Nicholson, you had a point of order that you want to bring forward.
I understand that the council has the option of hearing the investigator or not, but if council has no problem to pull the item and support the recommendation, do we have to hear the investigator?
Well, no, but it's entirely up to council.
Well, I guess the problem is, I have no problem with the recommendation. I thought the written report was more than sufficient to inform me of how I should vote in support of it. We've been going a long day, and if the rest of council agrees with that and no one wants to pull it, why can't we just simply vote on it?
All right, so why don't we do this? We've moved all the items in the closed session. Councillor Chapman's pulled DS 2145 and CNCL 2125. Is there any other polls on the closed agenda that members of council would like to pull?
It's Councillor McConkey. I sent it into the clerk. I do want to hear the investigator, and I am pulling CNCL 2122.
So you want 2122, Councillor McConkey pulled?
That is correct, Mayor Carter.
Okay, all right, thank you. Hearing no others, on the remainder, all those in favor? Or any opposed? My apologies, it's been a long day. Hearing none, all those items have moved forward. We have DS 2145, CNCL 2122, and CNCL 2125 that will need to go into closed session to be able to hear. Just give me a sec. Yeah. So, Councilor Chapman, can you make the motion, please?
Yeah, you want a motion for a recess for the quarter after 6? Or are we going into close first? What are you doing?
Go on and make the motion to go into close. Yeah.
Okay, so moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that pursuant to the Municipal Act, this meeting be closed to the public in order to consider the following items. A delegation from Mike Readout pursuant to Section 239-2C, proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land. An investigator presentation pursuant to Sections 239-2B and G, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, and matters under another act, which is the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. That CNCL-2125 pursuant to Section 239-2D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and the reports that are related to the two above that I said about the presentations are DS 2145 pursuant to 239-2C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, and CNCL-21-22 pursuant to 239-2B and G, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, a matter in respect of which a council, board, committee, or other body may hold a closed meeting under another act, the MFIPPA. That's a mouthful. There you go.
Okay. Any opposition? Hearing none. My suggestion, ladies and gentlemen, is we take about a 32-minute break just to shut down everything to get ready for the closed session, hear the delegations. So I need a motion to...
So I'll move for a recess till 6:15.
Second, Councilor Pietri.
Mayor Pietri to 6:15.
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote, Madam Clerk, on the recess for 32 minutes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
6 affirmative.
We are going to be in recess until 6:15, which is approximately 31 minutes from now. Thank you.
So Marty, you just kind of told us how we came to understand about this company who